sold out. So let your body sit.
The fact that you can't deny.
Yeah, it's taking control. Oh,
It's so intense and she feels the fight.
and she's stealing your soul. Your soul. The dance of love. Ay, ay, ay. The dance of love. Ay, ay, ay. The dance of love. Ay, 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 ay. The dance of love. Body language. The dance of love. Ay, ay, ay. The dance of love. Ay, ay, ay. The dance of love. Ay, 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 ay. The dance of love. Body language.
The fact that you can't deny.
No, you're not in control. Oh,
Once you connect and she feels the fight.
and you're pulling her close, her close. The dance of love, ay, ay, ay. The dance of love, ay, ay, ay. The dance of love, ay, 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 ay. The dance of love, body language. The dance of love, ay, ay, ay. The dance of love, ay, ay, ay. The dance of love, ay, 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 ay. The dance of love, body language. The dance of love, ay, ay, ay. The dance of love, ay, ay, ay. The dance of love, ay, 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 ay. The dance of love, body language. Ay, bailar.
Ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom, pretty little bird. Pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home. Turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning. Nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD. Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Light is Marquee. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest. Brand Nubian, Gangsta, G-Rap, Bello, and SP. Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, DITC. The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, 'cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep. The choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far side. Lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water. Please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free, I don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? ready to go, so I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. Days like these, wild and free, you and me. I remember the time you said could things be harder, said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. But something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they sing it too. It won't be long before they sing it too. Look out my window and all I see are flowers blooming on empty streets. Sometime soon they'll be alive. Hope when they do, they sing with me. It'll be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. Or something tells me that if we keep singing a song, we can do about it. Save yourself from fear. Be true to who you are.
I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me right. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me through the night. Look at me in my eyes. I wanna see my own reflection, knowing I'm all you see. When I'm speaking to you, I want your body and your soul and mind to pay attention. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love so emotional that I keep on reaching for the sky. I weigh my love on high. 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 I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love so emotional that I keep on reaching for the sky.
got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah, yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, yeah. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 la.
already give her blushing like a fool. Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool. You feel like that you can't deny. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire. And she's pulling you close. You close. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. Fumbling for words. You feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny it. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense that she feels the fire. And she's stealing your soul. Your soul. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, aye, aye. The dance of love. Aye, 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 aye. The dance of love. Body language. No, you're not in control. Oh, once you connect, she feels the fire. And you're pulling her close, her close. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye. The dance of love, aye, aye, aye.
哪一站才是这个夏天最精彩的比赛？
五
踏破银兰，
随着波这个的五杀落袋，我们要恭喜威武！
德比大战，
嘎啦没倒，嘎啦杀完了呀！杀完了！
唐镇兄弟，还是下次一定？谁是这个周末最值得关注的选手？一个赛季不知练了多少英雄的369，
那个这一推要那个亲密，我的天，369这
稳如泰山的 Rookie，
偷了一个这边的恶意收购，先选的要上，再一个强弩拉到船，Triple Q 的 Rookie，
团队大脑杜云碧，
旁边飞机是交了一个加尔包过来，
结果杜一比一个人伤害爆炸，
创造奇迹的埃博，
但是这一波埃博6打中了，
放烟花了，先表达你们忠
亦
义。
或是大发明家山鸡。
指了狐狸还有一段李梦继续往后走，山鸡哥一个人顶在前面，现在把这个塔拆一下，山鸡哥一直在扛塔呀。
什么才是竞技的意义？是 RNG 对抗京东的势均力敌，是 RA 对阵 EDG 的自我磨砺，是黑暗势力对垒威武追逐光明，还是 WE 对阵 LNG 的背城接应？答案只能自我找寻。坚持的意义就是创造意义。这个周末，故事继续。
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LPL. My name is Munchables, and I'm joined once again, fourth time for the LPL, third time for me. I've been lucky this split by Jamada. Welcome back, sir. How are you doing? How was your day off?
I'm glad that we're back together so frequently the last couple of weeks. Like we it's just so hard to get cast of you, man. But yeah, I've been doing good.
Evidently not.
Evidently not right now, but historically it has been. But my day off was fantastic. I just relaxed and got a little bit of prep done for today.
Yeah, day off for us, day on for the LPL. Let's take a look at those results because my goodness gracious me, did we have a banger yesterday. Obviously, I'm talking about RA versus EDG. Actually, no. 2-0 to EDG in that one. But the second series, if you missed it, go back and watch it. RNG showing us what they are made of and fighting for an opportunity to be in that upper echelon. Maybe even be able to fight for a top 2 spot, managing to beat out JDG, giving them their second loss off the split.
Yeah, and super important as well because RNG have games in hand around the teams. Against the teams around them in the standings, so picking up that win, like you say, actually gives them a really solid shot at making that top 2. And speaking of standings, here they are.
Yeah, they certainly are. And crucially, you can see V5 and RNG are 10-2, right? That's 2 less games than JDG, 1 less game than Top Esports. So still plenty to be figured out up on the top side, but that 6-win streak looking pretty nice for RNG. Similar story for Weibo, the 5-win streak as well. We've got a couple of contenders that want to make it and want to stay in that top 4, but the rest of the table still up in the air. And WE down there still not quite removed from playoffs contention just yet. There is still time, technically, for WE. I'll go into the details of that later on because WE will be playing today. We have 2 series coming your way, one of them including one of those top 4 teams we were just talking about. It's going to be V5 versus OMG to kick us off. Important series for both teams. V5 for the reasons we just discussed. OMG fighting for good seeding in playoffs right now. And then we'll go into WE up against LNG. LNG in exactly the same spot as OMG, fighting for seeding, whereas WE fighting for their lives.
Yeah, WE, again, more details to follow. They need to win all of their games, though, to make it to playoffs at the very least. And that race has to start here. However, V5 OMG, our opening game of the day, potential for bangers given the state of both of these teams right now.
Yeah, that's the big thing. I think we have to just start off talking about V5 because in recent series, it's not been looking good, right? Getting upset by Weibo Gaming, and that was kind of the beginning of the downfall in my mind because then they've gone on to also get 2-0'd by JDG, a team that we've then yesterday seen get destroyed by RNG as well. So feels like V5 in dicey territory right now. And Jamada, my first question is, what's occurring here? Like, what is going on with V5?
So I think for me at the moment when it comes to V5, they're just a little more uncoordinated than what we're used to seeing from them, right? And I think even though it's just 2 losses, it's one of those kind of scenarios where the alarm bells start to lightly ring potentially. Obviously the losses that they picked up, Weibo, a very unexpected one. JDG, when you're playing against, you know, another team that's in the top of the table, at least it can kind of make sense, right? But even then, V5, it felt like a lot of these fights, again, I'll reiterate, they're just not all really fighting together. I feel like the target selection wasn't as strong or as on point as it typically is when it comes to, okay, we need to murder the Aphelios, so we need to take down, you know, the high-value target in these team fights. They're kind of just going in one after the other, like you can kind of see here in this clip against JDG the other day.
Yeah, and it's a scary concept, right, for V5, because one of their biggest strengths towards the start of spring, like one of the big things when this roster was first formed with Rookie and Caster joining, etc., it was like, hey, how the hell are these guys so coordinated with so little time? It feels like the longer they've had, the less coordinated they seem to have become, at least towards the last couple of series. Hopefully, they'll be able to resolve things. But as you say, these team fights so difficult. I mean, I absolutely adore this clip. I think this clip is such a great Weibo clip, but it's also a kind of a disastrous V5 clip, right?
Yeah, definitely a very disastrous V5 clip. And even though it's not here in this B-roll, even their series win against LNG was kind of like uncharacteristic. The first game that they did end up taking in that series, because it was a 2-0 at the end of the day, was pretty damn close. LNG really pushed them for a solid 30 minutes before it looked like V5 were actually comfortably going to win. And I think that's kind of where our concerns lie at the moment for V5, right? It's about the fact that we're just so used to them being a winning-y win team that not seeing them be as dominant as we expect them is kind of like, okay, what's starting to go wrong here? And can it be fixed at the very least before playoffs rolls around?
Well, that's the big thing, right? We're not trying to say V5 is a team that's about to fall out of playoffs. No. Like, they're going to make it to playoffs. Very likely they'll make it to top 4. The question is, what do they look like going into those best of 5s? On the other side, though, we've got a team that is fighting for their chance to make it to playoffs. OMG managed to make it to playoffs previously with a very similar roster, looking to do the same thing again. Because for them, 8 is going to be the magic number. And with their remaining schedule, they only have 3 series remaining. It is looking like they should hit that magical 8. They are the underdogs against V5 today. I don't think that's unfair to say in anyone's book. But then BLG, IG, I would say OMG should be a favorite going into those series. Although BLG have been looking pretty good recently. But if they can win those 2 series in week 9 and week 10, OMG pretty much guarantee themselves a spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very plausible. I think, you know, unless you're a super big BLG icon fan, maybe, you know, that's the series that you're looking at BLG to win. But yeah, I think OMG at the moment, even though, yes, 6-7, super inconsistent in terms of, you know, picking up series wins, I think the one thing they are very consistent at is being very aggressive no matter the circumstances, it feels like to me, with OMG. Specifically Abel, I think in my mind, Abel is maybe one of the most Chad ADs in the entire of the LPL. He knows no going backwards, it feels, and I think you could also look towards Cream and Arky for the same kind of playstyle. Arky has been also playing very much out of his mind.
Yeah, it's one of those things where Aki, a lot of the time, has been playing insanely, and it feels like he's kind of trying to drag his team across the finish line. But then individually, we have performance, right?
Yeah.
Like Cream has had incredibly high moments. He's also had games where he basically doesn't show up. We've got Shanji, who is very much like win the game by himself or lose the game by himself. It feels like this entire roster. I mean, here's a great example of Cream just absolutely smurfing on AL. This series was an absolutely incredible series, by the way. If you missed it, go back and watch it. A lot of fun. But it does feel like it's a hot and cold team where, you know, no pun intended, but even that bottom lane sometimes dominate, sometimes they fall apart.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like if you get OMG on their day, it feels to me as if they could even very happily contest the top. I mean, they have like contested the top end of the table teams in series, so it's not really out of their warehouse of possibilities realistically. And I think you mentioned Shanji as well. To me, his champion pool in the top side is something that's to kind of be at awe at how frequently he just picks these very strange, I suppose, and very often unpicked picks when it comes to meta.
Yeah, Shanji is a man of his own, right? Like, let's take a look at the 2 top laners and kind of compare the styles that we have here, because Rich, I feel like compared to Spring, has had a bit of a rough split, but he set the bar extremely high in Spring. Statistically, still a great top laner, you know, second for KDA, good damage per minute, a reasonable amount of solo kills considering, and like good CSD, etc. But on the side of Shanji, you know, the solo kills second in the league. That's not even just for top lane. Second out of every role, and he's 2 solo kills behind the Shy. If he can get 2 solo kills today, he will tie that record. But also, as you mentioned, the champions played. 13 different champions played, and it feels like in a standard lane, Rich is going to be, man. Rich is going to be the one with an advantage. But if it gets weird and wacky, if we get to see some of these pocket picks out of Shanji, if we get to see the rumble that's so often banned against him, that's where things really shift in Shanji's favor.
Yeah, like, will we get the standard? Is really the question, right, for OMG. I think side select is also going to be a very big deal. I can't recall who is on what side for game number 1, but if you see OMG on that Earth side, expect to see OMG rather give him the counter pick into Rich. And speaking of Rich, still, like you said, set the bar very high in Spring for himself. And I think whilst he hasn't quite been meeting those same level of expectations, he's still been playing quite well. It's just when you have an entrance like you do in Spring, and then you don't necessarily, you know, meet or exceed those, it kind of looks like a bit of regression, but you're still playing as effectively, you know, maybe top 3, top 4 tops in the entirety of the league. And Shanji, honestly, you could maybe even have an argument for saying he's very capable of pretty much contesting a lot of these top laners individually anyway. Solo kill Prince, we'll call him for now, as he's in 2nd place.
Yeah, it feels like it's not just... I feel like our segment has been quite negative towards V5. And we don't necessarily intend it to be negative. It's more a matter of, like, especially in top lane, the pool is so competitive in this split. Like, we have some insane top laners in LPL. Feels like there are so many players that are popping off. Even players like Bin on BLG, still individually having a very, very good split. When you look at his statistics, he's still dominating lanes. Same for Shanji. And Rich, I feel like, is one of these players who's a little bit safer, right? Not necessarily as big of a playmaker as players like Bin, like Shanji, like the Shy. And so, inherently, you do get games where he'll get caught out. He will get dominated by these players that want to find every single advantage and won't necessarily respect junglers in the same way.
Yeah, though. top laners just don't like respecting junglers a lot of the time anyway, do they? No. It's just the top laner thing. But yeah, like you say, not trying to dunk hard on V5. It's also kind of a case of, again, they've been so strong up until that Weibo series where we finally actually kind of got to see what it's like for V5 to forward, that we just want to make sure that they're gonna get back on track, and we're just highlighting what potential ins OMG could have inside of that context. And I think they're still pretty valid. I want to see OMG really relentlessly kind of attack, to me, either side of the map. I think you definitely have a very strong angle to go towards Rich, because Shanji has shown such a willingness to pick for his lane and pick for his matchup and then try and dominate the 1v1, but also playing towards perhaps the bottom side where Photic and PP God can be very, very over-aggressive quite constantly. And to me, Abel and Cold, the kind of duo that would very happily punish that if given the resources to do so. So I think OMG have very solid ins to where V5 could potentially show us some weaknesses.
We'll have to see, because one of the big things to me is that we had very different drafts in the two V5 losses, right? Where for Weibo, the strategy was just focus on the bottom side, remove the comfort from Photic and PP God, and just camp them, just dominate them. Don't let that duo exist, basically. Whereas JDG had a very different approach, didn't really focus on that bottom side in the same way, or at least in the bans didn't focus on the same way, because the bans in the Weibo series, you know, Callista being banned every single game, and seeing other AD carries and seeing things like the Tom Catch picked away from this Photic PP God lane. So we'll have to see how it's going to progress here today, and whether OMG do opt to go into that bottom side, because Shanji, very happy to play the weak side by himself. Very happy to just lock in a tank, and he'll still look for solo kills, even if he's on that weak side. Quite often what we've seen with OMG is when they do play that bottom side, Shanji's just so good that sometimes they just win both sides of the map. Shanji wins while on weak side, and then they get kills in the bottom lane as well. So that's a potential strategy. My concern, though, Jamada, is V5 are just really good at League of Legends.
Yeah.
So do you win that bottom lane if you don't send your jungler down there? If you don't focus on shutting down Photic BP God? I'm afraid they'll just take over the game.
Yeah, no, I think there's still that possibility, right? V5 are still mechanically, to me, one of our best teams, if not our best team still. I think even though you can definitely have solid arguments for Top Esports and JDG, to me, V5 still have the individual talent and skill to kind of just hand check you in each lane. PP God and Photic, no stranger to doing that already this split. Yeah, I think the options aren't really limited in terms of what they can do. I think it's going to be more of a question and contest of tracking what OMG do in response still. And I think, to me, V5 have the ability to still smash this series. It's just about whether or not we're going to see the V5 we're used to seeing.
I mean, let's be honest. Let's not sugarcoat it at all. V5 are a heavy favorite coming in today.
They still are.
Let's not sugarcoat that. It's just whether or not OMG can find windows to punish the weaknesses we've seen in V5 over the last couple of weeks. Let's look at these bans, though, Jamada, as we head into Champ Select. 3 AD carry bans so far, with that Samira being a signature pick for Abel over on OMG. Wow. And another signature pick denied with that Shyvana taken away from Shanji. His Rumble is still available. I'll just say that.
Yeah, it's still available, true. But I think taking rookies to Leo away makes a whole bunch of sense. Nara as well. Very safe standard blind pick that you can see a lot. Yeah, maybe as well. That could come through. See what OMG want to first pick. Oh, look, it's Poppy because it's open. Who would have guessed? Arky will happily snatch that one away. And now it's over to V5 to see what they can respond with. Obviously, things like the Trundle can come in when you try and just steal away those resists at level 6, make Poppy a lot less tankier than she often is. But expecting something like the Aphelios, the Renata's also up as well, if V5 want to just slam that here.
And it's I mean, there's the Aphelios Renata. There's also the Senator Kench, right? Both of these duos, Photic and PP God, have been more than happy to lean on. And this is what we said in the Weibo series. Weibo's strategy coming in was deny Photic and PP God a strong 2v2. Well, V5 have got that strong 2v2. They've got the Aphelios Renata. And already, I'm a little nervous for Abel and Cold, and we're only 3 picks into the draft.
All right, okay. Let's see what Abel and Cold have in their pockets to respond with, though, because I feel like unless there's a pick that they really highly prioritize for Shanji and Cream, that they are likely just going to match the bottom lane here and not show too many of their cards. However, Gwen being up means that Shanji's actually just going to go for the blind on it instead. So this will make OMG have to either go for one of two options. Okay, beat me to it. The Sivir is something I was going to bring up because it's been showing face a lot over the last couple of days since we've been on this new patch. Sivir rework looks pretty strong. Very great at enabling these melee champions right now. Poppy and Gwen both love running at carries, so being emboldened by that Sivir armor is definitely going to help. And we spoke about that Trundle pick coming in for XLB for the Poppy matchup that will show face now.
Yeah, so the Trundle comes on through. Sivir and Gwen, I'm feeling like OMG want a team fight. I'm feeling like they really want to go for 5v5s because, you know, the Gwen mini rework, Gwen very much focused on the team fights these days. Sivir, I mean, they've basically gone, oh, 12-13. Let's take the two champions that got huge buffs coming into the patch.
It's funny because Gwen was supposed to be like nerf adjusted, but from talking with a couple of players and teams and coaches, it seems like Gwen just got stronger in terms of what she's actually capable of doing.
Slightly weaker in the laning phase, right? But
it's
not enough.
Not enough, clearly. As we've flown through the bans quite fast. V5 removing away those enchanters that can really buff up this style of play where you're just trying to run at the opponent. Yumi and Karma both do that to fantastic effect in Azir, and Ari taken out of Rookie's champion pool. So Rich is just going to go towards that Gragas safe side top lane, non-committal engage. Can't really ask for much more out of that top side matchup. It should give Shanji, though, a lot of individual agency to try and do whatever he can inside of that lane. And Cream toying with the idea of that blind Silas for now.
Yeah. I will say this Gragas is one of the picks that Rich has looked good on this. Yes. Like Gragas in the LPL has a bit of a reputation for not being executed that well, but the AP Gragas from Rich, when he's able to have some damage, is pretty good. That's an Ashe support coming out from Cold, unless it's a Sivir mid lane or some craziness. Okay, yeah, no, it is an Ashe support.
Okay.
It's going to come through. It was just the fact that Cold didn't lock in the Ashe was my only concern, right?
Yeah.
If you want to have the Ashe, you would just have it on the spot. But yeah, no, it is going to be the Silas at the end for Cream. Very much a comfort pick, just a strong pick as well.
Yeah, interesting. It feels like, to me, that OMG weren't willing to go for another melee support engage just because of the fact that Renata's there. Maybe they were kind of concerned about just slamming the Nautilus and obviously having Nautilus be a bit of a self-counter pick in a way in some of those mid-game team fights. But yeah,
Rookie's Orianna, though. This is vintage. This is a classic. This is the best Orianna in the world, in my mind. Rookie is just a monster. And I will say, most people think of Orianna as this slow control mage that wants to scale up. Not for Rookie. For Rookie, it's an outright lane bully. This guy destroys people, and Cream in a melee matchup is going to have his work cut out for him.
No, absolutely he will. And I think the Orianna pick makes so much sense as well when you're trying to create space, not only for Photic on the Aphelios, but when you have a composition that is so geared to likely just running into you, having that Orianna ball on the floor to dissuade them with the shockwave is absolutely huge. So Rookie has very clearly seen the angle here for it, and we'll see how much effectiveness he can get out of that pick, of course, in that melee versus range matchup as well. Should give V5 a whole bunch of mid lane priority to work with, which I expect to see XLB try and use to pressure either side lane or directly the mid lane itself.
Yeah. We'll see if they can pressure those side lanes. We'll have to wait and see. I just want to quickly wax poetical about Rookie for a second here.
Sure,
Across his 8-year-long career, Orianna is comfortably his most played champion. He has played 112 games of Orianna on the professional stage, and he's won 67% of those games. Across over 100 games, his average KDA is 5.6. Rookie dominates on Orianna, and I cannot wait to witness it once again. Here we go, though. V5 versus OMG. And as you say, OMG with their work cut out, but with win conditions that they can play towards.
Yeah, exactly. And I think a lot of that is going to come from early aggression. I think they do scale, but when you're looking over at the opposite side to V5, where they have non-committal engage and disengage tools, they have the scaling and definitely the range advantage, in my mind, directly one-to-one. I think OMG here really needs to have a very successful early game where either able to set up to carry in the later stages, though that's going to be hard when he's going to have to deal with the range disadvantage, or Shanji can get ahead on the side lane, or you just slam the 2v2 in the mid jungle. I think you have a couple of different options and paths to go down for OMG, but you have to make sure that it works out. Otherwise, I think V5 by default, after a little while, I think their composition just automatically wins out. Pending, of course, no shenanigans, Rookie getting caught out, Photic, anything like that. So I think for V5, they're pretty alright, having a pretty slow early game, I would guess, as we get into this one.
Yeah. Now, the Ashe support has been played once so far in the LPL.
JDG?
It's currently 0% win rate in both support and AD carry. Doggo played it once as an AD carry, didn't manage to get the win there. Ming played it once in support, had 8 KDA, right. Did not win that game. And I will say it was not the most respectful draft, but we'll see how Cold is going to be able to pilot as already aggressive trades to the bottom side. But as you say, it's all about that range advantage for OMG.
Yeah, in the bottom side, it's going to be about the range advantage. For, you know, this laning phase, getting priority is going to be absolutely huge. And it's about how OMG will actually use this priority, right? Whether they're just going to have it set up for early dragon stacking, whether it's going to be about trying to die Photic and PB God. It will be a very, very hard lane either way for V5 to pilot out. You can already see a lot of the health bar just being chipped away at. It's a very frustrating lane to play out.
It's nice to see that lanes like this, Aphelios Renata, are finally starting to be punished, because it's one of those lanes that I feel like for a little while there, for a couple of weeks, a lot of teams are just locking in Aphelios Renata and basically never being punished for it. Basically just saying, okay, we got the combo, we win the lane. And, well, I mean, look, I'm speaking before it's happened. Maybe this Ashe is the answer. Maybe the double range matchup is the answer. You could see the Yuumi and Karma bans definitely lead you to believe that V5 don't want to be in a ranged matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I also feel like those were both kind of like pairing lanes that we've seen with Sivir before. I'm going to hold my point. Aki's going to find XLB here.
Or is XLB going to find Aki? That's the question. Aki winning the trade in the short term. Creep trying to move over, as is Rookie. Scuttlecrab's about to spawn. And I don't think either jungler is going to let this one go without a fight here. They're sticking around. They want to scrap Cream level 3 here. As Rookie just chunking him out, he's just getting free trades because of the jungle interaction. Aki moves back over to the Crab, though. And Cream not afraid to stick around here. Aki wins it out in the end.
Yeah, and I think for V5 there, they just had to kind of give it up because Shanji had some of that priority. However,
Rookie's moving over. Xiaolong Bao has the lethal tempo as well. He wants long fights like this, but Cream jumps on top of him, forces the flash. Ooh. There's a flash out from Aki, but the smite keeps him alive. Oh, no. Rookie still full HP, burning them down. Aki, 100 HP, so Xiaolong Bao though. Aki gets a shield, and he gets the first blood. Rookie trades it, but he'll go down for his troubles as Shanji arrives on the scene.
And I was always thinking this is probably going to be a negative trade for V5 because you could see Shanji throughout the entirety of that sequence of play was just consistently hovering between his lane and the bottom side of this fight. But the buckler comes up for Aki because the fight goes on for so long. He gets himself the shield and it makes Rookie have to overcommit for the kill and allows for OMG to pounce and take 2 kills in that exchange. Massive up trade for OMG here. And we said, it's got to be the mid jungle, right? It's one of these options. You either get Shanji ahead, you either get OMG and you either get Cream and Aki ahead, or you use the bottom lane priority to stack some of these early dragons. Right now, they kind of achieved 2 goals at the same time. Shanji got himself a kill and the red buff, but we'll take a look at this replay. Xiaolong Bao gets the health back with that smite, but it's just the buckler coming up and being able to be picked up. I think, wow, Rookie tried to flash onto the buckler to deny Aki the shield, but unfortunately couldn't quite do it. Has to overcommit for it, and Shanji gets that red buff and kill as well. Nice trade for him.
Crucially, Rookie's flash is now down. Cream has his available. That is dangerous for an Orianna. Yeah. So Rookie might have to play a lot safer than he's used to on this Orianna in the mid lane. And crucially as well, Shanji getting one of those kills. Rich is going to have a hard time because not only does Shanji now have an influx of gold once he resets, he also has a red buff in the short term. So he has that health regen, has a bit of extra damage that he can harass Rich down with. It's a dicey start here for V5. We're calling them favorites coming in, but they're 1,000 gold down at 5 minutes 30.
Yeah, not the best start for V5. Of course, that trade was pretty funny, to be fair, that whole fight. It just feels like old junglers not wanting to give up that skull crab.
A little bit of ego play coming on out. Cream actually hits level 6 before Rookie here. Rookie should be able to get it over the next minion or so. Shanji charging on forwards. Rich could be in trouble. Rich is actually a level up on Shanji, but Shanji ain't afraid to go for those trades. Level 6 hit, and immediately the all-in. As you can expect from Shanji, this is how he plays. He wants to finish Rich off, but doesn't look like it can happen for now.
Yeah, not just yet, but you can see the damage available to Shanji already. As Xiaolin Bao is actually up here, and remember, Shanji doesn't have flash. He's a Ghost Gwen, which he doesn't even have up either.
Oh. Look at the positioning from Rich as well. Immediately forces Shanji to go upwards into play. Uses the dash and immediately taken down. Nicely set up here by V5.
Yep, really great. Countered some of the aggression coming out from Shanji. Xiaolin Bao just shutting that down immediately. And now that top lane is a little more stable than it was a couple of minutes ago. Lane we haven't looked down to in a little while is this bottom side. It seems like, at the very least, Photic and PP God, or Photic specifically, isn't actually falling too far behind in CS, despite how much poke I'd imagine they've been eating over the course of this lane. Still very interested to see how this Ashe actually performs, not just inside the lane, but outside, because OMG don't really have too many avenues of engage. They're going to be able to steal away a couple of ultimates via Cream, but a lot of the engages are going to have to come through Cold actually hitting his target from these Ashe arrows and looking for picks and turning that into bigger team fights.
And crucially, going for the Halo Blades, right, but having Ultimate Hunter available. So if they can snowball, that Ashe ultimate cooldown will drop very quickly. Like, I've been in games of League of Legends with Ashe support where you go for the mandate, you get a bunch of CDR in your build, you also get the Ultimate Hunter. Ashe ult is up every, like, 35 seconds or something. It's kind of insane. It's really difficult to deal with. So, Xiaolin Bao just going to be clearing away the Grob. I want to quickly talk about junglers, as I don't think this blue buff should lead to a fight right here.
Smile.
I want to mention the fact that, obviously, V5 bringing in Xiaolin Bao today. Now, over the last 3 series, every time Xiaolin Bao's been in, it's been a win. Loss has been losses. We are going to fight for the blue buff. It's fight to fight Aki. Okay, Xiaolin Bao loses out of the buff. But crucially, Xiaolin Bao played versus LNG. That was 2 clean wins for V5, but against Weibo and against JDG, it was Karsa playing. It feels like V5 deciding, look, maybe we need to change things up. And I like that this is a team that's still willing to use their whole roster, right? They're still willing to play both junglers.
Yeah, and I think also specifically jungle as well. It's such a hard role a lot of the time to consistently sub out and have functionally work, because in a lot of team infrastructures, you'll find it's actually the junglers that have probably the most say in how early game plans go. So swapping out Xiaolin Bao for Karsa and seeing them still have a very solid amount of success consistently is definitely a pretty good sign for V5, as unfortunately he's going to be spotted out on that hawk shot, so this gank that was likely in the offing will be called off.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look at some of the CS numbers across the board. It is very even right now. Rookie had a bit of a CS lead, but obviously just reset, so we'll be able to catch a couple of those and maintain about 10. Similar lead down in the bottom side once Abel is able to grab that wave. So Aki, in the meantime, gets a Herald on the top side. Is traded for a Drake in favor of V5 on the bottom side. Guaranteed not going to be a Cloud Soul as well. So that's a minor bonus there for V5. But this feels very even, right? With the kill that happened in the top side, that 1,000 gold lead has gone down to a 400 gold lead. And Jamada, V5 versus OMG, a tense early game to say the very least.
Yeah, I think, you know, a lot of that action around the mid lane, but the fact that we're now seeing these neutrals being traded off, we said how we maybe want to see OMG try and put a little bit of priority down towards getting that early dragon, just because it seemed relatively inevitable that Abel and Cold would have a whole bunch of priority down there. Didn't actually end up taking it, so now it's V5 with that first dragon. However, of course, Aki having the Rift Herald means that they're going to be able to place that down somewhere and give their lane, or that lane, a big advantage. Very curious to kind of track where they want to put the resources, because of course Shanji would be a pretty good you know, lane to land that in, but also you have a Sivir and 3-item Sivir. We had this joke on Friday actually as well.
Someone needs to make the IE emote so that people can monkey W pointing clock IE. Yeah, Sivir 3 items, terrifying. I will say though, Shanji already with a kill up in that top side, already doing a decent job of trying to threaten Rich. Certainly could be good. Oh, here we go. First arrow of the day, and Cream with the shockwave as well. Rookie is down.
Rookie goes down, blows his flash, still goes down. It's double flash blown by Cream and Aki, and this is actually what I really want to see consistently from OMG in this game, is no fear in throwing out the Ashe arrow, because too frequently I feel like we see Ashe picks, whether it's support, whether it's typically a traditionally AD, where this team will need to look for picks, and they just don't throw the Ashe arrow. Glad to see that Cold, as soon as he hit level 6, just chucks it down the mid lane, and they find themselves a pick.
Yeah, great stuff to see. And look at the cooldown. Look at Ashe's cooldown right
It's already
now.
back,
It's already
basically.
almost up again.
Yeah.
It is not that big of a cooldown. It's crazy how short cooldown is on this arrow. So even though like Ashe not in the greatest spot as an AD carry, just because of low damage basically, as a support, you can see the logic, right? You can see why a couple of teams have been toying with the idea. So far, so good for Cold. We'll see if they can keep that rolling. A nice plate in the top side.
Looking for Rookie again.
Already an arrow
Oh my
onto
God.
Rookie, and already Cream can dive on top. There's going to be a bit of damage here. Rookie surviving though with Shockwave. Cream has been baited. Cream has been baited in by his own support. And Rookie and Charlotte Bao take a freebie.
So is this the point where Cream types in chat, like, jungle diff or support diff?
Well, Aki has spent more time in mid lane than he has in the jungle. So if he types jungle diff, I think Aki just all F4s at that stage. Hang on. Fighting the bottom side as well. Charlotte Bao slowed up by the Ashe here. Bit of movement speed as well. Wow. I think there'll be... Oh, I was wrong. They're real quick. They're going to keep on going for this one. Hostile takeover burnt here. As it will just be a slower to Abel. Okay, we reset once more.
All right. So one thing I actually kind of failed to mention is that Abel doesn't have cleanse, which you see a lot of the time from Rhythmic.
Yeah, Shanji going for an all-in on the top side. That's big damage, and he's on the opposite side of this. Gragas, one more snip will do the trick if he can hit his target. Flash from Rich, but Shanji chases him down. He is one kill away from tying the Shy in solo kills.
It's another
arrow in the mid lane with an Everfrost, and Cream just one-shots Rookie. No, Rookie survives. 10 HP, but he walks away.
Durability patch allows Rookie to walk away. Subjugate is stolen away by Creep. He really wants it. You can see Jalabao is not going to let his mid laner go down here. Shanji, he wants to tie up at the very least today with the Shy. And we said, Herald, two solid options. Give Abel that in to get him close to that Infinity Edge, that 3IM power spike, or just give it to Shanji because he is on the Gwen into the Gragas matchup. It's a matchup which can very quickly be swayed by IM completions on the Gwen side. It seems like they will take the latter. Shanji will take the whole tower alongside Aki, and Abel on the bottom side even gets himself a play as well during this sequence of play.
Yeah, there are two plates down there. I don't know whether Abel got both of them during that last minute, but that would be a huge influx of gold.
Give us the T-Tools.
Another arrow. That's 3 arrows in the mid lane already, and look at that flying all the way up the map. 100% hit rate on Rookie.
Yeah, I was about to say, you know, we requested for Cold to be hitting his mark this game, and he definitely has been. As get a look at the top side, Cask just goes a touch wide, and I think what actually makes that happen is because Rich body slams Shanji and it displaces him just a touch. I think the Cask actually ends up missing. It's a pretty unfortunate situation. I'm not sure whether or not Rich would have had the lethal to do it. It looked more to me like it would be kind of pressure and poke, but unfortunately just gets run down on the back end of it.
And crucially, we were discussing Abel versus Shanji on getting the Herald. Well, Shanji solo kills his lane opponent, and Aki's like, you know what? You deserve a Herald, buddy.
Oh, he hit another one, by the way.
Another arrow in the meantime. Everfrost, everything used. There's another kill taken down. My goodness. OMG are actually dominating this early game. Yeah. It's a 3,000 gold lead against V5. Another arrow flies up. Oh my god. Rookie is lucky to be alive there because Cream was ready and waiting.
Just gonna say, the only reason why Rookie made, well, one, he's Rookie, so that's probably why he dodged it, but also the arrow went over vision this time, so there was a little more breathing room to actually have time to respond. But man, Cold only missing out one arrow so far by what feels like a pix.
Yeah, Cold absolutely smurfing on this Ashe. I'm loving this Ashe support from OMG. Domination across the map here because they have the priority in the bottom lane thanks to that Sivir and Ashe. Obviously the Ashe ults from Cold setting Cream up in the mid lane. And then we've got Shanji solo killing Rich in the top side. Feels pretty good to be an OMG fan today as V5 want to grab themselves a Drake here. This will be their second, but the jungle is gone. Aki just sends XLB flying
Sets up
away
the emote.
and takes the Drake for himself.
The thing is, there's not really too much that could be done about that. I don't think Xiaolongbao had the pillar, and it looked more to me like Aki actually charged up the keeper's verdict in that pixel brush before showing himself. Not enough time to react, and now off the back of stealing that dragon in front of V5. Oh no.
PP God, not long for this world. There's one, but a fight now from V5. Big hostile takeover, rookie chased down, but in the meantime, Photix grabbed one. Shanji trying to escape, and this would be a shutdown as well if they can get him. But he's over the wall,
way.
and he's going to TP out. He's actually going to get away with that one. I can't believe he survives.
That's a heist, if I've ever seen one. Great job, Shanji getting out. But yeah, OMG just overstepping a little bit after that tower. I mean, to be fair, Cole hit another arrow.
XLB slammed against the wall, and easy damage there from Cream. He's already huge. 4 stacks on the Dark Seal now. And I will say, Aki, 3 kills. Shanji, 3 kills. And a lot of just solo gold down in that bottom lane. Feels like all of the carries coming online for OMG. They've got a 4,000, almost 5,000 gold lead against V5 at 15 minutes. Name another team that can do that.
Yeah, I mean, I can't even recall off the top of my head many teams that have had early game leads against V5. OMG, though, they commit onto the arrow target, who's stunned up. Of course, you can see PP God die so fast, he doesn't even manage to get bailout off. Cold on the side ends up dropping very quickly, but you can see the rest of OMG kind of committed even further forward, it feels like. They did get Rookie's flash at the very least. Oh, wow, an Ash arrow that ended up not hitting its target. I'm kind of surprised, given the track record of this game.
If Photic and PP go try and pressure that tower, it does hit. And you know that Shanji will pounce on whoever that hits as well. But I love this because Cold already halfway done on the Ashe cooldown as well. It's 25 seconds as we hit the halfway mark.
So
it's a 50-second cooldown.
It's rank 1
Why
Ash
not?
arrow. It's rank 1 Ash arrow. It's not even like he's level 11. This is just...
He's shot, like what, 5, 6 arrows? In 2 levels.
But
he's only had that for 2 levels.
Honestly,
he's shot like 5 times.
I can't tell you how happy seeing Cold just relentlessly chuck these arrows out makes me. Because like I said earlier, I feel like we see Ashe team comps where obviously, yes, it'll be AD Ashe, but Ashe will, when it's picked, a lot of the time be one of the few engaged tools that a team has, and it just never gets thrown out. It's just held on to. It's really like as if they're kind of scared to go for these picks, but I mean, Cold is just sending it every opportunity he has. As we're panning over. Oh, okay.
Speaking of, it literally comes off a cooldown, immediately launched out. Rich respects it. And look at this. V5 are drilled now. They've been hit by too many arrows. You can see the respect out from these solo laners. They know that the arrows are coming and they're trying to play around it now.
Yeah, they definitely are. I think a key thing for OMG to try and do is actually strip away a lot of the vision. So that there's no opportunity to actually spot out these Ash arrows as they fly across the map. We'll see how great of a job they do. For now, this Herald's being dropped on the bottom side, and it's a bit of a numbers disadvantage going on here because OMG are committed to the shower shove, whereas V5, they're all stuck on the top side right now.
Yeah, they were trying to get onto Cream, but he just backs away, respects it, and now a pick on top of the tower with Rich falling, and with Herald still alive here. This could be an opportunity for an inhib. There's only 2 people here from V5. Photic and PP God against the world right now. Hostile takeover has to be huge. Arrow goes wide. Herald gets the charge. Abel moving in. Keep his verdict down as well. That will be enough ultimates missed that OMG have to just back off.
Exactly, but objective bounties are up for V5. This is how far behind the game has calculated them to be right now. OMG. I mean, if you said nameplates off, I would expect this to be the opposite way around.
Yeah.
At the moment. V5 to the sword.
I'm loving it. I'm loving
me
every
too.
second because it's such a creative game, and that's what we've heralded this OMG squad for as well. Rich, try to escape, but Aki system.
Yeah, class presence is balanced ability. You know, I got to play some Poppy yesterday in my very classic solo queue games. That champion is so busted. I hope they nerf it soon. But also, Arky just doing a great job of reacting to Rich trying to body slam and get a little bit disengaging. And once Rich is grounded, honestly, I mean, yeah, he's grounded to die. There's nothing else he can do.
Yeah. There's no getting out of that one. I just want to quickly talk about Aki. You're mentioning, you know, Poppy doing incredibly well. Speaking of, Aki going to be able to push XLB back into the team. Big damage, but he flashes out. Cream now on the back line. Rich behind him. Steals away the cask as Shanji tries to finish Rookie. XLB knocked back in and will be taken out, but traded. Rich gets one, and Aki almost goes down 2. Still a fight for OMG though, because on the other side, Shanji and Abel are cutting everyone to pieces.
Yeah, and the Sivir pick just coming in huge here for Shanji, actually. Just getting all of that additional movement speed on top of the Ghost is absolutely huge. See on the top side of the fight, whilst it was out of frame, Rookie just wasn't able to get away with the rest of his team. Absolutely run down, and OMG heavy-handedly win that fight. Like, there's just not too much V5 can do right now just because of the wallet did.
And I feel like we came into this game hyping up Rookie's Orianna. Rookie is not having a good game. He's really struggled today. As it started off with shallow bow. It looked a little closer than I feel like it should have been.
Yeah, at the very start, definitely so, but we can track the top side of the fight, and you can just kind of see that Shanji is mincing the health bars alongside Abel here of this top side. Great spell shield as well from Abel to stop himself from getting shockwave, and that allows him to continue to run down the rest of V5 there with his top laner, and boy oh boy, V5 is looking dicey here.
So I'm going to ask you a question now, Jamada.
Sure.
And you have to be careful with your answer, because this answer could enrage a lot of people.
Okay, I'm down.
V5 willing to sub out Cast of Shao and Bao, right? Because they're not getting wins.
Sure.
At what point do you sub out Rookie for Dream, who had an incredible split before Rookie was playing?
That's a great question. You know, we did, funnily enough, have this conversation on the last hit last month, where we were saying Dream was playing so well that is there a point where you start to rotate Dream and Rookie in? But ever since Rookie came in, they've looked so great. I mean, I don't feel like this game is entirely on Rookie, to be fair. He's been absolutely peppered with
I feel like you're kind of just suffering in hot water here. I'll move the conversation on because like nobody wants to answer that question. Nobody wants to be the person to say that. You can see OMG pressuring all three lanes here, and this sweat stacking up on the brows of V5 because they are 8,000 gold down as OMG just completely, in fact, no, 9,000 gold down at this stage. And like 20 minutes in, this is domination. And this is the thing, like, with this competition from OMG, I was kind of expecting them to want a team fight with the Gwen and with the Sivir, but because of this Ashe, you don't even have to. You never have to take a fair fight.
Yeah, I mean, they've pretty much only taken, what, one 5v5 so far this game, and it was that Dragon 2 minutes ago, which was a complete whitewash, pretty much, as another Ashe arrow flies in.
Xiaolong Bao locked up, will be finished off. There goes the tower as well. 4v5 now, with Baron on the map and the jungler down. OMG, I mean, this is a freebie, surely.
Yeah, it has to be a freebie. They can have Shanji and a couple other members, if they want, stay outside the pit and just play bodyguard, but they're all going to commit onto it. They know, obviously, V5, if they contest this, they're just going to get turned on and die. So OMG will sit here and happily burn this Baron down, as V5 have to do something about it.
Cream has Shockwave, wants to get onto V5 here. Keep your eyes on Photic and Rookie. They're gone! You can't keep your eyes on them. They're on the other side of the rift. Cream goes in to finish PP God. Baron down. OMG finding kills as Shanji charges down Photic and Rookie. Taken out by Cream, whiffs the Shockwave, and OMG just cannot be stopped.
OMG are going to take game number 1 off of V5, and what a dominating game it's been. Aki there at the very end, just throwing the lives away of those V5 members, not going to allow them to contest, and OMG pounce on the remaining members. We said OMG just don't like playing at equal numbers playing field, and they've just been splitting them apart time and time again.
Let's be honest, Jamada. We're only 23 minutes in. It's clear that OMG don't like playing because they want to get out of this game ASAP. They are dominating V5 in maybe the most dominating loss V5 has had all split. This is unbelievable and a terrifying prospect for V5 looking towards playoffs. Let's take another look. Every single time, Aki is just on point.
Yeah, and I mean, even like with that ultimate from PP God being so strong, if you don't have your damage dealers there to capitalize on it, frankly, there's just not really much you can do. And the sad thing for V5 is that Photic had pretty good guns as well. I think very easily could have capitalized on that ultimate from the Renard, but unfortunately, Aki a little bit too strong with his aim, and the rundown comes in once there's just 2 members to take down on V5's end. And Baron's still got 90 seconds left on it. OMG only have 1 lane to worry about in terms of pressure because the rest are being pushed in by these supers, so expected to see them 5-man the bot side.
Yeah, Rookie and Photic do have a reasonable amount of wave play between the two, but I just want to quickly mention, Sivir now on 3 items. We talked about the 3-item spike for Abel is terrifying. He's a full item up, basically, on Photic at this stage. As they look to finish this one off, they just charge underneath this inhib tower. Forget sieging. They will just threaten the dive. Arrow and the cask not really synced up there for OMG. Able spell shields the shockwave, though. It doesn't matter if they get the kills. They win in the long con.
Exactly, they do. OMG, they're on the Nexus towers. V5 had to go and regen, but that first one's already dropped. And Photic almost gets one shot!
Shanji just annihilates Photic to keep his verdict once again. As the volleys just keeping everyone low, keeping everyone chunked. Now into the second Nexus tower. OMG, no, they don't have to fight. Infernum across the team, but it's not enough. Nexus now bare. Shanji charges forward. Happy to go 1v5 as Cream jumps onto the fountain. And OMG dominate V5.
OMG, baby, coming in strong in that game one. That was insane from top to bottom. Shanji getting his own lead off the back of that early skirmish in the mid jungle. Aki and Cream playing out a very strong 2v2. And let's just be real, Cold not missing the first like 6 Ash arrows or something absolutely absurd like that was crazy. And the punches didn't stop coming for V5, unfortunately. OMG, I mean, one of the foot points we had for OMG was relentless aggression. We just don't want to see it stop. And here into V5, they did not let up an inch.
Yeah. And, you know, we talked about Rich versus Shanji. Shanji handily winning that matchup, especially after the kill that he got in that early skirmish. We talked about Aki versus Xiao and Bao throughout this game. Honestly, Aki, in my mind, is the MVP candidate. I know Cold was landing a lot of arrows, and the Ash support was very fun, but I feel like Aki was just dominating this game in terms of that jungle matchup. He was everywhere he needed to be. All of those kills in the mid lane were down to Aki making the play.
Yeah, no, a lot of Aki proactivity. Oh, man, I don't know. I feel like we don't see Ash have those kind of games where basically every arrow hits in the early game.
True.
I feel like Cold might end up getting MVP for the Ash arrows. I think just because you don't see Ash very
I think it's fair enough.
Yeah.
I think it's fair enough. Aki gets a lot of MVPs as well for this team.
True.
So, you know what? I'm down for the sake of the versatility that Cold is bringing to the table, bringing out an Ash support, dominating the Renata and the Aphelios. And the thing is, like we said it during Champ Select, this is a lane that V5 is happy to lean on. And OMG have come in saying, okay, how do we let them get Aphelios, Renata, and then dominate it? And apparently, it's Sivir and Ash.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this lane matchup looked pretty miserable for Photic and PB. It looked like it just stripped away their agency entirely. And Cold almost dealt as much damage as Abel did. He was 1k short. I mean, Abel, you know, in the bottom lane was kind of like a wave clear bot, to be fair, and didn't really get to hit many champions throughout the game, so it's not like he wasn't doing anything. But it's just kind of a funny thing to see. It's not every day in a competitive game you see a support almost deal as much damage as their AD carry, but Cream as well, topping the charts. I think a lot of the action happening around him in that mid lane definitely helped out. And again, it just felt like V5 didn't have anywhere to lean on, right? Top side of the map, losing matchup. Mid lane, you have priority, but you lose the 2v2 early on. And bottom side, same thing as the top side. No real way to gain priority. And XLB, after losing that early skirmish, I felt like had very limited options to play the game now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Cream having a great game as well, like following up on the arrows so well. Honestly, I don't even know where to go with this one. I'm kind of gobsmacked. I'm kind of just mind blown that OMG just dominated V5 in 25 minutes flat. That is mind blowing. And now V5 have to go back to the drawing board and figure out what went wrong, because I feel like across the board, this was comfort, right? The Gragas we talked about being a comfortable pick for Rich. Rookie literally on his signature pick, and then the bottom lane on these two picks that have worked so beautifully for them. I don't know where V5 go next. We'll have to find out right after the break.
Road to try and come across here. Xiaohu cutting them off from this. They're just going to burst it down.
The damage is so much. Scout needs a great little ult here as John just misses. Goes down the smite there. RNG now have the execution, but they need the kill to go through. Splinter is forced over the wall. Look at Xiaohu. Look at Gala. The target survived. Once again, Gala will not be dying today. RNG with the comeback of the split. Edward Gaming may be world champions, but RNG are 3 times MSI reps.
Prime on the side here too. He can give up his flank angle, and Ultra Prime will just move in as a body unit here. All 5 of them trying to set up a front to back for Elk.
Oh, look at
Wayward.
Look at Wayward.
Yeah, they have no idea. No wards are over here. They're walking straight into Wayward. To Meganars, into the wall, and Top B Sports. They're trying to move into Ultra Prime, and Ultra Prime have disappeared. Wayward shows Zoom who is who. And Top B Sports, the train keeps on chugging.
And this could well be another big fight coming up between them. JDG kind of missed. Oh, Kanavi.
A little bit rough, and Kanavi, he gets out of there barely. 369 about to have Meganar. He wants to go in, only gets 1. He needs to get out. He is taken. No, he flashes, and they're following. But Mole is caught now. Hope is just firing away, and they've got so much damage from Kanavi. Here comes Yakao on the side. Ultra Shock Laser from the heavens, and every hope that's ever existed for JDG exists in this game.
It's going to be hard for them to really make this one work. UCal looking to try and trade solo players, but they get themselves on the top of this one. This is ongoing in, but a curse of Sam Mummy into the explosive cast, and they're able to get the GA immediately. One Fong, though, still doing well. The Shy with the slicing Maelstrom right onto the backside. Kepler knows he needs to do something. I will say that Baseron's doing some significant damage, but can they kite this one out? They cannot. SOFM's getting his reset. You can see the triple kill for the Shy.
Legend. They do bend and not break for anyone's legend. They're just trying to push this back out and take down this tower that WE are using as a home base at this point.
Yeah, that makes
That's a big engage though. But look, AL going back in here. Moonlight Vigil front to back. Xiaohao getting taken out though. Kadaya now big Emperor's Divine from Forge himself. And now you got the slicing Maelstrom. Xiaohao tries to come back in. Benny is full health. Benny's got the Inferno. Benny's got the damage. And Benny is the late game carry for anyone's legend.
上一场对战威武战队，然后威武战队的话一直属于一个很厉害的战队嘛，然后成绩也属于上流，然后就各方面都很厉害嘛。对于接下来的3场比赛的话，我们肯定会尽全力的拿下吧，然后每一场比赛我们都会尽我们最大的努力。
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL, where we just witnessed OMG demolish V5 in 25 minutes flat. That is not a sentence that I expected to say ever, never mind today. And yet, here we are. I'm joined by Jamada. Jamada, what is your take coming straight off the back of that? Because that's a rare sight to see an upset like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think I just can only really give credit to OMG. I think it's really hard to, or it would be kind of easy to poke at some of the issues that V5 had, yes. But I think for OMG, from draft to in-game to early game, I think they just had a really solid idea of how they wanted to play out this game, right? Bottom side, consistent priority to shut down the aggression of PP God and Photic. Obviously, that mid 2v2 going in their favor very early on helps slingshot themselves into a lead, but just generally, the use of the Ash Arrow towards the mid lane to just shut down Rookie on that Orianna, who, you know, didn't bring cleanse, had teleport, wasn't expecting to just get absolutely blasted every 60 seconds with an Ash Arrow, and finding his mark.
Not even 60 seconds.
Less than 60 seconds, right? I think it just gave OMG all of the tools and resources necessary, and also I think it was both Herald charges, right, were used super effectively. I think that was the other thing. Getting Shanji super ahead on the first Herald drop, and then also taking the tier 2 and getting a charge onto the bottom lane inhibitor tower as well. So much just went right for OMG because they were never playing at numbers disadvantage or playing on the equal playing terms. It was always just OMG over flooding areas of the map with more members than V5 were.
Beautiful stuff from OMG. Let's take a look at our MVP. You mentioned the arrows already. It was, of course, Cold. Played a Freljord champion, living up to his name a little bit there on the Project Ash. Like, the hit rate in the early game with those arrows was absolutely mind-blowing. Bringing out Ash support and giving it a 50% win rate now. Removing some of the damage that Ming did to the pick.
Yeah, man. Just a really solid performance. And again, just kind of makes my old heart happy because I feel like anytime we see Ash, whether it's support or AD, Ash arrows are just not thrown out there. They're thought of as kind of like this sacred resource that needs to be savored. Just throw them out. They have less than a minute cooldown with even a little bit of CDR in your build. And you can see time and time again how many of these arrows found their target and frankly how much work Cold was able to do in terms of just setting up OMG to find these picks time and time again.
Yeah, it's just insane to watch, honestly. And I love OMG, man. I just can't get enough of watching this team because, like you say, bringing out this Ash support, like, playing it correctly, clearly having drilled on this pick, but so many times across this split, we've seen this OMG squad bring out a kooky pick, and we're like, oh, wow, I wonder how this is going to work. Then they use it beautifully. Like, they clearly know how to use it. They clearly know they're drilled, they're creative, and it's just so much fun every single time. And now, on the cusp of beating V5 today, there's going to be no subs coming into game number 2. So V5 saying, you know, Rookie's still going to be in, Shalom Bao still going to be in, not going to be swapping either of those players out. I'm curious what the strategy is going to be, because this will be OMG's side selection now. As V5 had side selection for game number 1, they'll have it for game 3 if we go 2-3 games as well. I feel like OMG are almost at an advantage here in V5. Maybe just ban the Ash. Maybe that's what you're going to do.
Yeah, I really want to see what happens in draft here, because if I recall correctly, I think we got told in our ears that it's going to be OMG on blue side again, which to me just kind of says, all right, OMG don't have to change anything in this draft. It's actually all of the onus is on V5 after a game like that, to be honest with you, because again, it just felt like there was no real avenues to play out the game. You've got a top side matchup, which is kind of like slow bleed, soft lose, but then obviously get utility out of it later on. Bottom side matchup, which was just completely slammed by the Ash Sivir, and then a mid lane matchup, which never really got to be played out because of the early 2v2 skirmishing. And so far, as we get into draft, right now, the bans remain the same, as Nar's going to be the final ban here for OMG, and I can't recall what V5's final ban was. I think it was another AD carry, I just can't remember which one.
Yeah, because Silas was open and Poppy was open, but it's going to be Poppy banned away. Immediately the Gwen is just going to be locked in. Shaji very happy with that matchup. is the Aphelios Renata going to be locked in for V5? That's the big question.
Yeah, I mean, they go for the Wukong, so I feel like V5 have to take one or the other, or you risk giving it to Abel and Cold. And at that point, V5 wouldn't even be able to, like, answer with the same matchup. Ooh! Rich taking the Lilia top into Shanji, which is, of course, the matchup which Shanji ran the flip side of a couple of weeks ago. Maybe learning a thing or two. Okay. Very big curveball. I really like this too.
What a way to come into game number 2, right?
Yeah.
V5 are like, we've lost to the creativity of OMG. Okay, we're going to take some of their own creativity and use it against them. You're going to blind Gwen against me. I'm going to take your Gwen counter away from you. Rich, bring in the Lilia. And now Avai locked in for Aki. Cream going with that Silas once again.
Yeah, and has 2 very strong ultimates to steal away. If I remember how Silas ult works with Lilia, these aren't champions that you typically see on the opposite side of the rift. He kind of technically gets like the sleep portion passive of Lilia's kit, where when he damages champions, it allows him to then recast the sleep. So we'll see what V5 decide to do as they actually just go towards the Tahm Kench. So OMG are going to do the smart thing and ban away the Senna, at the very least, to stop that from being a combination. But now you kind of have the situation where it's Jinx or Aphelios probably that you're banning away, and you kind of have to just pick your poison on what you'd rather play into. Or you could leave them both up, take either side of the matchup, and be kind of happy with that. I think that's also a very valid choice, and maybe you'd ban away one of Ricky's champions. Maybe someone like Azir could be a very smart ban here because you have a very short-range composition at the moment. I feel like that could definitely be a pretty big issue to deal with when you start to play towards those mid-game team fights.
Yeah, I like the strategy, though, of picking up this Tahm Kench, right? With the Senna, Aphelios, and Jinx, as you say, all viable options alongside that Tahm Kench. You do force the hand of OMG just a little bit, because if they ban either, you get that matchup for free. I have no idea what you ban.
I feel like you go towards the Azir. I think Azir would be really great disengaged. They're actually going to go towards the Yone for Rookie. And you know what? I kind of understand that. The sleep sets up so well for the Fate Sealed that I think having to deal with that when you already have 3 bruises on your team comp would be pretty obnoxious. So pretty big respect ban, and a very understandable one as well. As V5, they're just going to go towards Ahri for Rookie. So a matchup we've seen plenty of times, and I feel like the perception of the matchup has started to shift a little bit. Originally, we started to see Silas picked into Ahri a lot more times. Now we just kind of see mid laners happy to handshake this matchup, as now it's over to OMG in terms of what AD carry they want to pick up, because the Aphelios is there. Renara, of course, is banned away, but you can still go for something like Norless if you'd like to get yourself a little bit of additional engage. Plenty of support picks still up for Cold. You could even go a defensive route, to be honest with you, which wouldn't be too bad. Something like Braum, perhaps, just to kind of win out the team fights a little bit harder, because the concussive blows will have so much value when you have effectively 4 auto attackers on your team already.
So is there an option where you go Ashe still in this situation where you're not against the Renata necessarily, you're against Tahm Kench?
I think the problem with doing that is obviously Ashe ult is a single target, and Devour, whilst it's got a significantly longer cooldown than the Ashe arrow, it's just a little bit, you know, difficult to play around with, right? You have to throw out the Ashe ults off cooldown consistently, which Cold was doing last game, to be fair, but I think going towards this Lulu just makes a little more sense, right? You give yourself a buff in the utility side of things. It helps keep this Aphelios alive, and we expected the handshake between this Jinx and Aphelios, and it has finally come in for V5.
So we've got a Lulu for Cold this time. Cold, I historically think of Cold, I think of Blitzcrank. That was one of my favorite picks from Cold, like these hook champions, these hard engaged champions. Seems to be an Enchanter player now, going with the Lulu as well. But Aki with the Vi, wanting to be aggressive and specifically locking this in answer to the Wukong, right? The Wukong came through in the first rotation from the side of V5. I am going to be keeping my eye on Aki, because while Cold obviously had a great game on that Ashe, the arrows were great, Aki was really controlling a lot of that game. And I feel like he's consistently been the star player on the side of OMG. So now locking in a Vi, a pick that we occasionally see. Usually it's picked against these high mobility AD carries like the Kalista, like the Ezreal. None of that on the other side. Instead, picking it against this Wukong and against the Lilia in the top lane.
Yeah, and I think the other thing to maybe worried about for Aki is the fact that it's also into Tahm Kench, and those ultimates have, in my mind, rather comparable cooldowns. I'm not going to lie, I can't remember what the Vi ult cooldown is. I know it's around 2 minutes, and then it starts to get quite low once you get those levels in, but I think PP God is really going to be a bit of a pain in the backside for Aki to deal with. just because whoever he uses the assault and barrier on, he's just going to devour them and stop that CC from coming through. I think, though, top side, definitely where you want to focus early on if you're Aki when you have this matchup, which can be very volatile, which we've seen from Shanji already.
Certainly have PP God standing in Pixel Brush here, so Cream can't step up, and you wouldn't expect him to anyway. Standard level 1, but not a standard draft. Once again, we enter an OMG game, and once again, they force creativity out. V5 get a ward on this red buff, but V5 playing one of OMG's own counters against them. Shanji played this Lilia earlier on in the split against a blind Gwen pick, and now Rich taking it up against Shanji. But remember, Shanji's the guy that brought this to the table. He's gonna know how the matchup works.
Yeah, exactly. He's gonna have played the opposite side plenty of times and probably have a relatively good idea of how to play out the trading windows. It can be relatively frustrating because the thing about lane Lilia, she's got kind of awkward ranges to deal with when you're a melee champion. So if you want to deal damage to Lilia, Lilia's going to deal damage to you, and it's going to make her harder to lock down, obviously, because of the passive. She gets faster and faster with every ability she hits. So the extended fights can be quite difficult, and curiously, Shanji's gone towards the Ignite to try and cut down some of the passive healing, as opposed to the Ghost to try and lock him down.
Big damage on Photic. Traded onto Cold here, but honestly, OMG will be happy with that. 80 carry damage for support damage. Take that every day of the week, and April ain't stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, lethal tempo stacked up with that Calibrum, so much range. Just allows him to get a couple more autos in on the backside of that trade, and like you say, you know, support health for AD health is always a worthy trade for the team that is losing out on the support health. And longsword 3 bots for Photic, he's already through 2 of them. And it's Thorin's Blade for Abel, so he's going to be doing just fine.
Yeah, he's going to be doing great. It's Shanji actually kind of winning out a trade there against Rich while Rich is level 2, but nothing Shanji can do about this one. Has to back away with that level 2 spike. Similar story in that bottom's lane. But Xiaolongbao goes for his blue buff. Level 3 now. Moves over in towards this bottom lane. Abel and Cold are so far pushed up, and he circumvented that early ward. They're not going to be expecting a play like this as PP God moves on forward. One more auto on Cold, and he'll be able to get that stun if he needs it. But Abel goes on in, but he's not going to be able to do the damage. It does not matter what he does. Flash available here. Zap goes wide. Xiaolongbao trying to finish him. Good flash from Abel. Will keep himself alive. But there's a nice start to the game for V5.
Yeah, I mean, given how far up OMG were, I think they can be pretty happy that Abel got out, but that is still a lot of damage done to that bottom side of the map. The wave was in a position where it could have been frozen. It seems like V5 are going to just shove that one out between Photic and PP God, so Abel will be able to catch it at the very least, but I think the fact that the kill goes into Xiaolongbao's pocket is definitely going to do him quite a bit of good. Trying to get a little more early action for himself and a little more aggressive into these lanes, unlike last game where he was kind of shut down as soon as that 2v2 didn't go his way.
Xiaolongbao. Yeah, denying the Q from Aki there. Aki not happy about that one as we will meet Xiaolongbao can actually get the double scuttle off of this one. No smite available, but the same story for Aki. So very nicely done by XLB to read what the enemy jungler is doing.
Yeah, and you can just see really great pathing from Xiaolongbao here. Just avoids the ward entirely and is able to run both Cold and Abel down. Abel kind of just gets aggressive. I feel like in the moment he was like, okay, we have to commit, otherwise there's no point in just dying without trying to get something. Gets Photic's heal and the exhaust out PP God. So at the very least takes as many resources as he can. Of course, manages to escape with his life, doesn't go down, so big positive there, but did have to exchange the flash for it.
Yeah. Really nicely done, though, by Xiaolongbao. And I think it's kind of crucial after game number 1, right? I keep talking about how great Aki played on the Poppy in game number 1. Xiaolongbao, though, getting the best in the early game, at least for the time being, and putting a bit of onus on Aki to be a bit proactive, because this Vi, you can certainly make plays before that level 6 mark if you can find the window. But so far, he's just been farming up his Cold. Going to try and deny some vision from PP God and Photic. We'll be able to get that ward. And also a cheeky little Spell Thief's proc onto PP God, no less. But with Drake spawning, you can see Aki moving his way over to that pit. Don't know whether he'll actually commit to that one.
Not too sure. We'll have to see. But top lane matchup is one that I'm very, very interested to see whether or not Rich is able to find the advantages that Shanji was able to in their first matchup a couple of weeks ago. And also because I'm a bit of an idiot top enjoyer myself, and it's very rare that we get to see the champion in pro play. let alone in the top lane. But for now, definitely finding the advantage. A little bit of a CS lead, health advantage as well. It's just more to do with, again, the ranges of Lilia's abilities makes it kind of hard to trade out on Shanji's end.
Yeah, tough matchup for Shanji so far. 3 CS lead, not the end of the world. We'll see how that develops. Certainly level 6 is going to be an interesting moment because if Shanji gets that window, he will go in. Xiaolong Bao with some defensive vision, or no, sorry, aggressive vision. He's on the other side of the map. 2 control wards around that red buff, but Aki shows up at the top side. We'll just clear that vision away. Can't go for the gank, at least for the time being. Not level 6 just yet. And maybe a chance for Xiaolong Bao. You can see him hiding in the bottom lane. Would love to go in onto Abel and Cold. Abel will be the target here. Slowed up. Xiaolong Bao into the lane. And Abel goes down. Xiaolong Bao is ruining this bottom lane. As needlework lands. Okay, just slightly wide. Cold still in trouble. Rookie's here now too. He wants to join in the party. Finds the charm. There's the true damage. 3 kills now for V5.
All right, this feels a lot more like V5. I think they saw the first game. They saw what Abel and Cold are doing. And they're saying, all right, not 2 games in a row. And this time Photic is getting all of the attention that he needs to play out this Jinx lane proper and well. Get a replay of the gank. The Abyssal Dive, of course, from Fog of War means that there's slightly less time to react to it from OMG's perspective, and it just about clips Cold, unfortunately. But the target is actually Abel because he's the one that's overextending. Take him down, and then in the longer run, you can see Rookie just using that Spirit Rush to get over those walls. Once Cold has flashed, he's a very easy target to dash right on top of, connect that charm onto. Rookie will pick himself up a kill to boot to.
Xiaolong Bao is just splitting the map at this point.
Yeah.
It's not often that you see a map split in 2022, but Xiaolong Bao is like, look, we are just going to ruin Abel and Cold's day. They ruined our day earlier on. Now it's time for a bit of recompense, as it's almost a 2,000 gold lead in favor of V5 at just 7 minutes. They're trying to return the favor to OMG, and we'll see if they can keep that ball rolling for themselves. Abel and Cold, a little far up the lane, but they will be able to back away before PP God arrives here. And Aki just discovered that his red buff is gone.
Yes, he did. And I think for V5, they just want to keep doing exactly what they're doing. I think the better thing to track, or the more interesting thing to track, will be whether or not OMG can actually respond on the top side, right? And we've seen V5 effectively split the map. The only thing they've not done is quite literally just take the dragon. So I think for now, OMG, the only realistic path to try and claw back some of this gold to me is try and shut down Rich, who just lost his flash. And what does Vi do the best at? Punishing flashes and the mobile targets, and it looks like it's going to go straight through the lane.
Immediately just slams the ult onto Rich, and I think Rich knows that this one is over. Shanji will finish the kill off. Nicely done. And Aki, really intelligent pathing, right? Yeah. Dodging all of the wards, going actually through the lane to make sure he could make that happen. One good ult for Aki. Long time until the next one comes up, though.
Yeah, is a relatively lengthy cooldown at rank 1. And I think with those 2 ults being blown, Xiaolong Bao's just going to take the opportunity to try and take up this top side Rift Herald of actually Cream, looking for Rookie a bit.
Aggressive trade here, trying to go for the kill while that cannon is being taken. Rookie forced to Spirit Rush there. Nice pressure coming out from Cream, using his knowledge of that lane to dominate Rookie, honestly, in the 1v1. Aki's back on the Herald. Rookie Spirit Rushing back to lane, but Cream dodges away from the damage. You can see Abel staying in the bottom lane, though, so this is becoming very risky for OMG.
Yeah, I think OMG not going to be able to get too much out of this one. Photic should just rotate back towards the bottom side and catch the wave that Abel shoves in. V5 end up winning out on both sides. Really sure they do lose Rich, but to be honest, picking up that Herald on the back end and being able to, I imagine, give it to Photic, given V5's trend of play so far, going to be absolutely huge for them in getting him to that 3-item spike as soon as possible, with the 2-item spike to fight in the mid-game.
This Scuttle Crab will be taken by Aki. Does manage to find that with the smite. Xiaolong Bao thinking he had that one to himself. He was not correct. I want to quickly talk about the junglers here, Jamada, because we've got a weird dichotomy where, on the one hand, Aki just finishing his first item as we speak here. 0-0-1, not been a part of that much action, but 20 CS up in the jungle. Whereas Xiaolong Bao, 2-0-1, has that Herald, much more about playing with the team here. Like, do you think that there's a better way to play the jungle? Do you think one of these is doing a better job this game, or is it just 2 different styles?
I think it's 2 different styles, but I think also, like, jungling is super contextual, right? Like, Aki, look at his lanes. What setup does he really have outside of the mid lane super early on? And I think the fact that the early ganks went the way they did, Abel and Cold getting kind of shut down quite consistently without there being too much of a way for OMG to respond, kind of just meant that Aki spent more time farming and responding to what Xiaolongbao was doing. Whereas Xiaolongbao gets more tangible results in the immediate. Yes, you know, an individual lead is going to feel nice to Aki, but competitive League of Legends, typically it's not about those junglers carrying unless you've got those very strong picks. Rookie now.
No ultimate available for him. It's up in a couple of seconds, but actually doesn't even need it in the short term. Uses that for damage instead as Xiaolongbao moved into the mid lane. Aki's in trouble.
Oh, no.
Should have his Q up shortly. Oh, just about dodges away. The knock-up denies the Q from Aki, though. And now Rich arrives as well. Bit of damage down. Rookie grabs the kill. And V5 doing so much better this game in the skirmishes.
Yeah, it just felt like the initial engage from OMG didn't have enough damage at all to even find anywhere near lethal onto Rookie. And then the turnaround from V5 is excellent. Xiaolongbao just doing a great job of denying exit for Aki, and of course the rotation even eventually comes down for Rich to get involved. Rookie picks himself up another kill and feeling super safe, right? I think one of the things that you'll see whenever you see a Vi picked specifically in some of these mobile champions like Ahri is that there's that, you know, heavy CC mid laner picked alongside it. Silas pretty much only has the abscond abduct, and in this instance I don't think he even connected to try and chain CC. Rookie down and eventually was able to spirit rush out of it, so he's having a pretty fine time in the bottom side. Speaking of people having fine times, Photic as well picks up a second plate alongside PP God. I think
look where Xiaolongbao is. They're going to go for a Herald right here.
Who would have guessed? I think for me, OMG right now, they just need to try and split the map in the same sense that V5 have been, but maybe the window is already starting to shut. And they have to try and punish Rich with the Vi ults back to back, give Shanji a massive lead, but it seems like Xiaolongbao is just giving Photic so much gold, so much of his time. And now finally maybe they can turn towards the dragon as well.
Really nicely done here by V5. Domination in the bottom side. You see Cream moving over, but I don't think that's something he can really contest, as Aki heading down as well. Abel and Cold moving up to PP God, but again, I don't really know if these are fights that OMG want to take at this point. They're pretty far behind in gold, with control of the bottom side in favor of V5. You've got to be cautious how far forward you step here from the perspective of OMG.
Definitely so. Cream is doing a pretty good job, however, of just kind of forcing just the fog pressure of V5 to retract a little bit in their aggression. They will start this dragon up. Whether or not Aki wants to go for a 50-50 or whether or not OMG will go for a fight, I think is an answer that will be no. V5 will just pick this one up freely. And again, it feels like OMG just aren't really trying to cross map or trade anything as V5 get all of these advantages.
So let's talk big picture here, because V5, it feels like they're kind of back to V5 form where they're dominating and looking for this tower in the bottom side. Xiaolongbao has spent the last like 20 minutes in this bottom lane. We're only 13 minutes into the game. Really focused on getting Photic and PP God ahead. Rookie, we talked about the potential of subbing Dream in, and Rookie took that personally. 2-0 so far this game, having a much better performance once again as PP God muscles his way further into the lane, and Photic will finish off this final plate just about in time as well. 10 seconds left on that one as Cream tries to make a play in the mid lane, but he's being baited in. Xiaolongbao goes in. Good charm from Rookie. Bit of damage there while the bottom lane tower is taken. And it feels like this is the V5. They're back on top. And this is why I love best of 3, Jamada.
Yep.
Because in the best of 1, this is OMG showing us this really nice pick in terms of the Ashe support. They deserve that win, absolutely. But now V5 get a chance to respond and show, hey, that wasn't indicative of the level of our two teams. That was indicative of a specific play, and we have now answered that in the draft.
Best of 3s are superior to best of 1s. Simple as that, right? As Rocket just gonna deny it. Oh, that could be big. You can chase him down.
Spirit Rush. Okay, force the flash. Honestly, you take those.
Yeah.
You happily take those. 2 ults for a flash. The ults will come up a lot sooner than that flash will.
Yeah, absolutely. Spirit Rush has an obnoxious I don't know why it's still as low as it is, but also it makes Ahri a champion, so I'll let it slide. But
also, the Observer overlay slightly funky on that one, because on our screens, Rookie's ult was still actually on cooldown there when he used his ult. It was like close to coming off a cooldown, but it was definitely still on cooldown on my screen. So
Yeah,
I was quite surprised to see him go for the Spirit Rush.
Yeah, I think it's this weird spectator bug, because obviously it has charges. It kind of just makes it look like it's on cooldown or off cooldown at times. V5, I think they're just trying to spread around their pressure a little bit. Obviously, bring Photic into the mid lane. Just looking to rotate for pressure and a little bit of vision control around this Herald.
Man, Cold is a brave Lulu.
Yes,
He's got 500 HP and he's face checking a Tom Kench. Rich turns golden here as OMG trying to muscle their way in. Cold with the wild growth here, keeps himself safe, returns to the rest of his team. Xiaolong Bao backing away, uses his clone. Shanji in amongst everyone here. Third needlework primed and ready. V5 are backed away. PP God takes a hit as V5 decide, you know what? Forget the Herald. We'll just take the tier 1 in the mid lane. You've given us priority, and we'll happily punish you for that.
Yeah, I mean, V5 just get the second tower of the game for free. Now they can just go back to the Herald if they really want. They have a couple of key ultimates still available. Rookie has a Spirit Rush, PP God has the Devour. And Teleport's available to Rich as well.
Abel is the only one with an ult on the side of OMG. Moonlight Vigil is the only ult available for OMG. They're still going to contest, though. They're still going to go for this. Shanji moves forward. Rich trying to get in as Rookie gets the charm, and the follow-up is beautiful. Down goes OMG's jungler, and maybe OMG's hopes in this game as Rookie just annihilating everyone on the backside. Another great charm, another great kill, and another great ace for V5.
V5 absolutely wiped the floor with OMG in this skirmish, and looks like OMG here might be out of fuel because V5 are looking like they're firing on all cylinders again. Great skirmish from them. It looked a little bit dicey for a brief moment, but I think as soon as that charm connects onto Aki and they're able to burst him down, the fight is pretty much over from the start. Photic gets the resets going, and so does Rookie.
I'm going to talk about subbing Rookie out more if it means that we get these kind of performances out of him, because my God, he is destroying them today. I like that from Aki protecting his AD carry, but ultimately it's all for naught because Rookie then goes for the flank on the back line. The polymorph not doing nearly enough.
Yeah, not enough, unfortunately, and Rookie just does a job of dipping and diving in of damage and takes down the key targets that he has to. Feels like OMG window to really try and play the game has already been slammed in their face 5v5. I think as soon as Xiaolong Bao was just effectively what felt like splitting the map entirely and not really allowing Abel and Cold to have a 2v2 like they did in game number 1, I feel like you just have to slam Rich in the top side. I think you just can't really let him play the game, and you try at the very least to give Shanji a lead in this matchup. So,
Abel is real deep here, real deep in enemy territory, because that is not his jungle anymore. Will survive for a second, but finally goes down. And I mean, look, at the end of the day, Rookie's pushing in the bottom lane. You've got Photic pushing in the mid lane. I don't know why he thought that was his red buff.
Yeah, it's one of those things, you know. I feel like I always see AD carries going for my red buff, and felt like Abel to exactly. He's like, I think I can get this. It's now Shanji. He's in a 1v4, and I've seen Gwen win these, but I don't think.
Yeah, he's going to all in onto Rookie. The damage from the needlework, but Rookie dodges it. Zap goes wide.
Whoa.
And he goes with the snip. Oh, a little too close for comfort for Rookie there, but ultimately two tier 2 towers. Wow, that's a mouthful. Going down. Is Photic going to guarantee the charge on the inhib tower? Oh, and I don't think he's that. Oh, nicely done, Aki. Smites it away. Denies a potential inhib tower, because honestly, I think Photic could have kept going with that Devour available for PP God.
Yeah, exactly. I think he was completely safe with PP God right beside him, and now they'll pick up this second dragon. Teleport's coming in, but I'm not really sure what the idea will be from Cream once he finds the remains of the corpse, and Aki quite good to see Photic basing in the pit with the sweeper, so won't go over the wall either, and it's a Hex Soul, but I don't think we're getting to a Hex Soul, given how fast V5 are accelerating this game.
You know, I'll make a wager with you here, Jamada. I think V5 are determined to finish this one faster than OMG finished their game, right? They've got 6 minutes on the clock to finish this one out. The last game finished at 25-11.
I'm glad that you brought this up, because I did the exact same thing last weekend whilst I was at the LEC. Any game that looked really stompy, kind of like this, I said 25 over or under.
No. Oh my God, the Hex K engage? This is a weird
It's alright. They're doing good.
Okay. It somehow doesn't turn into a fight. I was wrong. It turns into a fight. Cream with the wild growth here on the front line, but he's just not got enough damage. He's just not tanky enough either. And Photic finds one. Abel half HP as Rookie over the wall with the Everfrost as well. Aki charmed, pulled back. PP God saves his AD carry. And OMG get absolutely nothing. Abel falls. And I mean, they've got 5 minutes to end the game, and they've got no one on the map for OMG.
All right, I think they're just going to go take the Baron Munch and then reset and look to try and close this one out as concisely as they can. I've got a wager for you, Munch.
Oh, yeah. I'm here.
23 minutes, 45 seconds. Over or under? Under? Under. All right. So again, look at this replay here from this skirmish. Yeah, Cream just doesn't have that much at all and just gets kind of one-shot by the end of the play. And even though an almost pick ends up happening onto Photic with Aki finding the turnaround here, yeah, people got we did speak about this potential concern for OMG and specifically Aki in the later stages of team fights, and it comes to fruition here. Even if they were able to take down Photic, it would have been a bit of a consolation prize, but the fact that it's shut down entirely just has to feel even worse. OMG have effectively only found a kill and a tower this game. Other than that, it's been complete V5 domination.
So, 23:45 is the time on the clock. You're over, I'm under. And crucially, the reason I've gone for the under here is partly just because it's V5. This is a team that knows how to win a game. But partly as well, it's because we're on a Hex Rift. So even on the resets, they only leave for about 4 seconds. They've got 2 minutes of power to work with. Shanji with an all-in here. PP God devouring Photic, pulling him to safety as Shanji goes for the third needlework. Cream on the back line, but can he actually do any damage here? Goes straight onto Photic, needs to finish the kill, doesn't finish it off. Shanji falls. And the fight is already over. Rookie flashing forward. He desperately wants to finish Cold off. But Cold will slip away like the slippery squid he is. But it does not matter. The bound up minions are in the base. And V5 want to prove me right.
Yeah, V5 were angry after how game 1 went. And right now they are just going to return the favor. Straight up in kind. A harsher one even by time from V5. 32 minutes on the clock. You said under. Once you were right. The Baron buff is barely over halfway through. Cold. That's a crit. And that's a dead squid. We're going to game 3.
Yes, we are at 22 minutes and 27 seconds on the clock as the Nexus fall. That is domination from the side of V5. My goodness, what a performance coming out from them. Charlotte Bao, not even clicking victory. Not even getting out of the game. He just walks away. Cool guys don't look at explosions, Jamada.
Yeah, it feels like we're watching blitz scrims, man. Like 2 25-minute games. Both absolute schmackins from either team. Makes me curious to see what the adaptation now will be from OMG, now being on the losing end of what was such a dominating performance, one that they handed out to V5 from game 1. Seems like V5 were a lot more confident with this draft this time around. I think definitely caught off guard by that severe Ash lane on the bottom side, and just also having 3 losing lanes effectively, or like 2 losing lanes and a 2v2, which is probably definitely OMG favored. Finally now having actual agency tools from the early game, from the start, definitely felt a lot more like a comfort zone for V5 to actually play around with.
Yeah, very different draft, very different game, and leaves me kind of scratching my head for game number 3, because we will likely swap sides. It'll be V5 choosing their side once again. I wouldn't be too surprised if they change things up. But then again, you know, red side worked for them here in game number 2. Maybe they feel like they've figured it out. I want to see what OMG do next in this follow-up draft. I mean, the speed of this game. How often do you see a game end with 2 Drakes taken? Only 2. That is just never happens.
That is a rarity. I think especially because V5 just kind of ignored the dragon, to be honest with you, whilst they was getting all of the resources funneled into the bottom side of the map. Which, I mean, to be fair, you know, you remove the flip factor of maybe a soul coming into play, or an elder coming into play, but I think they still would have been about 6 minutes short of that anyway, even if they picked up super early. So, really, one of the most one-sided games I think I've seen all split. I think you could maybe argue what we saw last game as well was one of them, but this was even a harder schmacking from V5. And definitely what we needed to see. After that game 1, I was starting to get a little bit worried for them, given, you know, some of what we were talking about the last recent weeks. Still a bit concerning to see them lose that, but seeing them win in this manner feels a lot more homely to V5.
Yes, it does. Look at the KDAs across the team, man. Not a single player with less than a double-digit KDA. That is just disgusting. And, you know, you see Shanji and Aki, the only ones that participated in the kills happening up on the top side, with Abel getting one of the kill credits as well. But Yeah, I don't know. A tough one for OMG. A lot of work cut out for them moving into their next game here in this series. And for OMG, look, they are coming in today as the underdogs, but it will be really sad if they don't get this win on the board after how game number 1 went. I really hope they have another strategy up their sleeve to surprise V5 here in this best of 3, because if it's just down to standard League of Legends, I feel like V5 are going to win it every time.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think side select is going to be a really key thing. Like you said, staying on red side for V5 kind of would make sense because they've just won such a heavy fashion. But I think also denying Shanji that R5 to stop them from getting these weird counter picks is also a very key strategy potentially to look towards.
We'll have to see if that's a strategy they will lean into. We're going to jump into a break and then we'll find out if OMG can find this upset or if V5 are back on form.
White red there for Hazi. Flashing cleanse available for Unforgiven. Kaiser's up in that middle lane. Unforgiven is about to get knocked up. He does indeed. Moonlight Vigil comes forward and there's the flash. Unforgiven turning so much damage. He gets the kill at 500 gold.
That is a Draven main right there.
Can't change that. Till I'm right around whole squad sitting back, chilling in the Maybach. Only as deep as your roots go. I don't do corny like fructose. If you got the drummer, that's
they are a little bit too healthy. It's 4 against 2 for 15 seconds. No way! Lens gets up though. They're gonna make a fight here on the Nexus turrets. That's gonna be the play. The charm comes in again, but it's Meganar, and 3 of them are under the turret. Prince is letting go. They can't kill the AD carry. 200 years. Prince is gonna live, and a rocket hits him anyway, but he finally goes down. And the spawn of Ruler is going to be what saves the game right now for Gen G. And what a show we just had for the last 39 minutes.
Taking off with the ring, ain't nothing left, man. We the kings, ran with the team, ran with the dream, ran with the one fan in the seats.
Şu anda üste dönüşünü gerçekleştiriyor daha doğrusu. Yeni gelebildi. Alt koridordaki inhibitor düşüyor. Bu arada bir hamle. Arada kalan bir Şavukatami var. Şavukatami burada ilk düşen isim olabilir ama Zerxling'den 5 kişilik multi. Zerxling dün harika bir oyun oynamıştı. Burada belki hatalarla başladı karşılaşmaya ama
front to back, Xiaohao getting taken out though. Kadaya now big Emperor's Divide from Forge himself, and now you got the slicing Maelstrom. Xiaohao tries to come back in. Benny is full health. Benny's got the Inferno. Benny's got the damage, and Benny is the late game carry for anyone's legend.
Quadra kill for Benny. They lined them up.
All it takes is one game. All it takes is Benny and anyone's legend. Game 1 going over.
In my past, now you see I'm the one. They say work, never work. If you work and it's fun.
Open. Oh, there's no TP there for Caps.
Look at the ball
his way out. Teleport going. Bar to lane as Broken Blade will join Caps on the objective. 4 members of Astralis looking at the brown TP coming onto the Nexus turret as well. The rest of G2, they're trying to interrupt. They're pushing into the pit. The Nexus turret number 2 is about to fall. Vizichachi gets a stun onto 1. Caps takes on the second tower. Have they just won the game? The Nexus is being focused out. Flash away. A few more hits will do it. Broken Blade going so low. And they've done it. G2. What was that?
Check the receipt, looking at you already peaked way back then.
This is what I mean, like they investigate, and because they didn't put enough members on the Herald, oh, never mind, there's gonna be a full-on fight.
100 Thieves might have took the Herald, but they can't get to the eye. Evil Geniuses come in, and they're gonna find the first kill on the closer. 100 Thieves looking to get anything back, but Danny's made his way into the fight, and he jumps in with a killer instinct. Jojo grabs a kill on Sunday, and EG are done. FBI is gonna be taken very low. Danny nearly dead. Danny grabbing the kill, but Danny dying now. Abadaga jumps back in. Abadaga takes one out. Who he keep him alive. And Abadaga gets bailed out on quadra kill to the 100 Thieves mid laner.
Hey, get up, we can wake the neighborhood. Okay, the sunlit days with you.
on the weekend. Swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't know why, I just don't know what we get. Swim against the tide, look up at the sky. I just don't know why, I just don't know why.
我认为 OMG 中的沈乃瑶这名选手，我觉得还是有很好感，因为他操作什么的都挺亮眼的，然后他在山姆鬼打团也是打得很好，所以我应该面对他的话要准备好，就是他的一些就是操作英雄嘛，因为我们比较喜欢打架，所以很需要个人的一些状态，所以这个只能是自己来调整。所以我们每个人都会想着去怎么把自己的状态弄得最好，然后在队友之间的一些沟通啊、去配合上面也要多，就是要加强一点。这样的话，我们应该可以就是打得越来越好。
All right, Rookie saying that they need to improve personal form, and that will lead to a better game because V5 wins by just being better than everyone else, I guess. I can understand the line of logic. When you're rookie, I can understand your win con being like, we just need to play slightly better than everyone else because he's done that so consistently for so many years. Unwatchables, I'm joined by Jamada as we head towards game number 3 with V5 pushed against the ropes here after game number 1, OMG finding a win, and then immediately fighting back even stronger. A 22-minute win for V5, and Xiaolong Bao grabbing himself an MVP.
Yeah, it's like a boxing match, right? Where one fighter gets caught out by a pretty heavy hook, and then just very quickly recovers and just finds them back with an uppercut. Xiaolong Bao, though, had an excellent game and was pretty much the catalyst for a lot of the success that V5 are finding in this game. A lot of early attention to shutting down Abel and Cold, who were the proponents, or the biggest proponents in my mind, of a lot of OMG success in game number 1, simply through all the priority and freedom it gave OMG to play out the rest of the map, and of course Cold finding those Ash arrows, this time on a much less proactive support, meant that V5 were able to just capitalize and punish on that over eagerness to win out on the 2v2.
Yeah, gorgeous early game coming out from V5. The skirmish is looking beautiful, and as Ricky said, that is the kind of style of this team. They love to fight, and living up to that exact style here in game number 2. And just dominating in record time as well. 22-minute win. That is absurd. That's one of the fastest wins, probably globally, of this split. Honestly, I don't even know what the record is, but it's got to be close.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the first times I was guesting this split as well, there was a very fast game, I think, involving V5, and the unfortunate victims, I believe, were Team WE, which does make a whole bunch of sense, of course, but very, very fast games today, despite already being in Game 3. We're already into draft, apparently, as Shanji goes towards that Gwen again, and V5 picking up the Wukong, and they can very easily just go towards Lilia. They feel like it worked in game number 2, it should work in game number 3. Now this is where I expect OMG to potentially adapt and change their draft. The bans have all stayed the same, the first 3 picks are the same, but now I want to see Aki switch things up, and he's going to go towards the Xin Zhao, and it looks like Cream is going to go towards a proactive mid, maybe looking to take away Rookie's Ari.
Okay, so I've just double-checked while we are going through this draft real quick. The fastest game of the split was in fact V5 versus WE. They beat them in 21 minutes and 25 seconds.
Yeah, I thought that was
so,
the fastest game.
That'll be what V5 are looking for in game number 3 after what we've just witnessed in game number 2. But again, Shanji sticking with this Gwen, deciding he's happy with the matchup into the Lilia. Cream sticking with the Silas. Aki going for a bit more of an aggressive jungler here. We'll see where we go in the second half of this draft, because I feel like Xiaolong Bao very happy with the Wukong. This Wukong Ari worked so well for V5.
Yeah, and I think the key thing is whether or not OMG are actually going to respond in-game more proactively to what V5 are doing. Because it felt like they definitely had the option with the Vi to just kind of shut down, or at the very least, maybe the better way to phrase it is enable Shanji in this top side matchup to at the very least be fed. Whilst, of course, Abel and Cold were kind of getting blasted, being the 3 versus 2. At the very least, try and give Shanji and yourself as Aki a bit more leeway and leverage to play with. V5 though, taking away the Lulu from Cold, so they don't want to deal with the Aphelios Lulu and OMG. After having to deal with, you know, the single target kind of pick comp that they had in game 1 and pseudo in game 2, remove away the Tahm Kench because they don't have to deal with Devour anymore.
No, you could even ban like a Braum if you just want to speed up the bottom lane, right? Like
yeah,
the Renata, the Tahm Kench gone, the Lulu gone, try and remove some of those, but actually taking Lucian off the board, which does lean towards the Aphelios pick, right? But V5 could just grab it for themselves.
Yeah, V5 could grab it for themselves. They'll still have support. Counter pick as well. Ooh, playing with the idea of stealing away the Sivir, because I think actually OMG would quite like Sivir with their composition. We'll see whether or not they actually end up doing it. A couple of hovers come through, leaning towards that Jinx. The Aphelios then will be up for Abel. It seems like they're happy to take the handshake, but the timer ticks and they will take away the Sivir, and I think that's kind of a smart idea. Simply because OMG, short range composition, very samey idea as game number 1, when you have 3 bruisers, and of course that Sivir can buff them all up. This time though, V5 will have that ultimate to work with, and a whole bunch of resets can potentially come through.
Yeah, definitely, and a lot of like aggressive enchanter supports available. Like we saw the Ashe come out from Cold in game number 1 to deal with the Aphelios alongside that Sivir. Karma also could be an option for PP God. Just these poke supports that want to ruin your laning phase. But OMG, not interested in long-range supports here. Cold wants to go in.
No, but I like this. I think from Cold's perspective, you see a lot of mobility at the moment, and trying to shut that down would definitely go the distance in terms of setting up for the rest of OMG's composition right now. I think a Braum pick would kind of just make sense. 4 melees rather. Melee support to support. And you can always win out in those 3v3s just off of the concussive blow stacking up. So V5 set up in a relatively similar manner as game number 2 here. Bottom side matchup, which should be pretty good for them. They should have a fair amount of priority from that Sivir lane. And the top side matchups in the lanes, exactly the same as game number 2. It's just the jungle matchup, but just shifted up a little bit. No more Vi, it's the Xin Zhao Faki.
Yeah, I will say it's very, very difficult. Unless Cold can find an all-in, it's going to be impossible for Abel and Cold to find any space in this bottom lane, right? Sivir just one-shots those waves. PP God will be able to deny a lot of the answer coming out from the enemy team. I'm curious how OMG are going to approach this one. Looks like Smile's still on the faces. I think that was Aki there. Still happy with the situation, still confident going into this one. I'm curious about the top side of the map. I feel like everything is going to be decided between mid, jungle, and top. Based on what happened in game number 2, it was all about that scrap. And even in game number 1, honestly, OMG winning that initial scrap at the chickens that led them to having the big lead that they ran away with the game.
Yeah, the first 5 minutes seem to be very indicative of who ends up winning these games. And I want to see a little bit more from Aki in this game number 3 compared to number 2. I feel like whilst there was a lot of shutting down going on from Xiaolin Bao and his own pathing, I think there were still a couple of very strong options to try and play around the top side mid lane. I've said it a couple of times now. I just don't want to see OMG sitting on their hands. I want to see that same level of relentless aggression that we got out of them in game number 1. Even if V5 have themselves set up in a very, you know, dictionary-esque way, mid-prio into bot, 4-man dives, go and respond on the top side of the map, so it's not just V5 slamming your bot lane without you getting anything back.
OMG, spotted by Rich.
But they didn't spot
It's
Cold.
a disaster.
Didn't spot
Cold manages to get into the Baron pit, but
Flash.
I don't think they'll be able to find Rich here unless they really go, yeah. Kareem gonna find a chain lash here. A little bit of damage, or abscond of duck, sorry. But ultimately, nothing comes out of it. Nice play by Rich, just spots it all out, denies the level 1 action.
Yeah, I was feeling a little bit, you know, like devil on your shoulder. Like, just want Cold to just go, just for the sake
This is your conscience speaking.
But obviously, you know, if they blow Rich's flash, that is a very strong lane to then just try and get on top of. Lilia is relatively immobile without it if she doesn't have the passive stacked up. But anyway, we have a invade going on with Braum. There is a ward over the wall. and they will spot them out if they go towards it. But OMG are very cautiously approaching this red buff, and they're finally going to see V5 come in. I think we're going to potentially get skirmish, but I've seen the Brawn teams win these quite a lot.
Yeah, Siva also extremely good at level 1. That boomerang blade does massive damage if it doesn't hit minions first. Crucially, there are basically no minions in the situation aside from that red buff. Red actually going to reset. Both teams essentially just delaying their start to the game here as Aki starts off with the Krugs to try and hit level 2. Smites that one down. In the meantime, V5 just continue on the red buff. They're going to keep this ball rolling here. 1,000 smite available. Remember, we just saw the smite from Aki, so that'll be red buff taken. And now the fight ensues, but Aki with first blood and looking for a second as well. That's the clone, though, as they chase for a little bit more. Cold waiting on the cooldown. A bandage toss. If he can find a target, could be Curtains. Photic next on the chopping block. Still has flash, uses it, and immediately the whole gang jumps on top.
Crucially for OMG, look who didn't blow flash in that entire exchange is Able. So now even if Shaolin Bao and the rest of V5 are able to wrap themselves back around to the bottom side eventually, the aggression is potentially just going to be staved off with some more defensive summoner spells, and OMG just punished this late invade from V5. Really smart adaptation to just try and pick up the Krugs. Even though they lose out on the red buff, they pick up 2 kills. One of them goes to Able, crucially, and Aki rather, also picks up one for himself to try and slingshot himself ahead 1-1 against Shaolin Bao in this jungle matchup.
Yeah, crucially, like you say, that camp being taken away by Shaolin Bao, so that would have been the small advantage, but with Aki getting the kill, it's totally mitigated, and an assist on top as well. So really nice stuff from OMG. And we said this game is likely dictated by how the first few minutes go. That was V5 being aggressive. That was V5 initiating the play. They've set themselves 600 gold behind.
A lot of gold very early on is just those 2 kills. And we will continue to see how it actually impacts the lanes directly as well. Of course, both Cream and Rookie also got very late returns to their respective lanes. But
man, look at Abel's inventory. Yeah, he's just head back to base. He's only got 10 CS, but he's got 2 long swords. Man, he is going to be hard to lane against.
Yes, he is. Those additional stats are going to just make trading 1-1 very, very hard. Pretty sure both those junglers did see each other. Yeah, a bunch of pings come down. But no smite on either side. Maybe Aki wants to go for it, but seems like he'll just go for the reset instead. Shaolin Bao will pick up this Skull Crab. And I expect we'll probably go back to his own lane. Though, look at Cream's health bar, so he's going to just go and pressure this. And Rookie is trying to get this wave in as much as he can. Push Cream back. Huge wave. Teleports there, but he's going to miss a couple of creeps.
Yeah, Cream respecting it though, backing away, knowing that Shaolin Bao could try and make a play. Shaolin Bao now moving up to the top side, where Shanxi also fairly low. Finally, does get spotted out on that wall, so just returns to his own jungle. And this should mean Aki can get his Krugs and then even move over to the Scuttle Crab. That said though, people got a Photic and moving over with the priority on the bottom side. I think they might just take the crab for themselves.
Yep. No, I think when you have this much priority, neither jungler going towards that bottom side Scuttle, just take it for yourselves. Get yourself that individual lead. Great job from Photic and PB Goblin. Bunch of pings coming down, but I think that Skull Crab will probably be secured, as Rich is going to be a complete nuisance. And over the wall, actually.
Bit aggressive from Cold. Aki goes in as well. Photic's in trouble. Knocked up. Taken down. OMG. You cannot just take their crabs. Shaolin Bao, though, burning away. Oh, and it goes down. Shanxi trades it with the dive at the top side.
Yeah, I mean, Shanji's going to be more than happy with that, right? You pick up the trade in 2v1 on that tower dive. You're still going to teleport back to the wave anyway. And then on the bottom side, Aki and Cole just go on to Photic. They know he still doesn't have flash from the earlier exchange at the level 1. Very, very free to dive onto, and they saw them taking the Skull Crab. As let's see how this unfolds. So Shaolin Bao comes off his red buff, still sees Shanji is extremely low and just flashes forward, looks for it. But because of that dash from Shanji, it means that the execute can't come through soon enough, and Shaolin Bao kind of has to overcommit and path in a way which makes him take more tower shots than potentially he had to.
I mean, desperation, right, from the side of V5. They did not need to dive without minions there. That was a dicey play to make. And we talked about the 2 top laners and how Shanxi often somehow wins while playing weak side. Well, against V5, one of the best teams in the league, Shanxi still pulls it off. OMG winning both sides of the map simultaneously, and now 1,500 gold ahead we talked about how whoever wins the early game will likely win the game in this one, and OMG are looking real good against V5 as Shanji looks for an all-in on the top side. Rich kicked out of the top lane.
Yeah, just chunking him down. Aki can be pathing towards the top side. Rich needs to be a little bit careful, but so does Shanji, to be honest. Sleep comes in, Xiaolongbao, not going to commit. And almost just kind of traded. But an important stat, Munch, that we forgot to track. Shanji's kill on Xiaolongbao is technically a solo kill.
Oh,
yeah.
You're absolutely right. Which means Shanji is now tied with the Shy for solo kills. If he can get one more solo kill in this series, Shanji will be the most solo killingest player in the LPL.
Yes, he will indeed. Aki's going to be forced out here. There's not too much sticking power from Xiaolongbao, but maybe he can just run him down in the long, actually. But look towards the mid lane, because Cream has first move, and Cold has also found his way up here, so I don't think that's an exchange that V5 are willing to take at this moment in time. And there will just be a bit of a disengage, but still, Shanji, most solo killingest solo killer in the LPL, if he finds one more.
Yeah, we'll see if he can find that, though. That'll be the question, because it's not, you know, as much as Shanji makes it look easy, it's not an easy feat to find a solo kill, especially in a counter matchup. So he'll need to make some kind of miracle happen in order to make it work, but there's still time. It's still a possibility. Shanji will just be clearing this wave. Dragon started, though, by OMG. They have a gold lead, and they want to use it. 1,000 ahead at the time as we mention it. And crucially, Abel extending that big lead that he started off the game. Off the back of that death from Photic, you can see a huge CS lead has opened up, almost finishing his call, having the lead from the initial kill as well. Feels pretty fantastic for Abel on an Aphelios, on a champion that needs to get the items before he really exists.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We've seen what Abel can do when he gets a lead already in this series alone. We've also seen what Photic can technically do as well. So, bottom side, we expect it to be a very important matchup anyway. This game, it's just not gone V5's way off the back of that late invade. And something that they opted for. Let's not forget, they had the Braum pick, they had the Wukong, they had the Sivir. They said, okay, we've got a very strong level 1, let's go for it. Just turned around in their face. Great adaptation in the moment. Split decision making made by OMG gave them that lead. And they will now pick up that dragon. I want to see whether or not they prioritize the Herald, or which team actually prioritizes it more, because I think we've seen pretty good Herald usages so far this series, and
yeah,
to me, if you give either of these AD carries a bunch of additional gold, you're definitely running the risk of having to deal with, you know, the 3 items or the 2 item spike a lot sooner than you'd perhaps want to. But also, we've even seen OMG chuck that Herald up towards the top side for Shanji on the Gwen, which has come to pretty positive effect for them as well. Speaking of the top side, everybody's here.
This is scary for V5 because OMG's bottom lane is moving on over. Xiaolongbao already low on HP as there's a kill for Cream onto Rich. Rookie stuck in the pit, does have flash available. Xiaolongbao spinning his way out of the situation. Rookie would love to steal this away, but realizes he's getting flanked and has to back away. Wave pushed in the mid lane by Abel and Cold as well, as Abel might even grab himself a plate in that mid lane. So a bit of bonus gold for him. Loses a wave at the bottom side, but honestly, OMG are more than happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, Abel up trades in gold, loses a bit of XP, feels bad, but also you don't really care that much. You probably got the mid wave too, as Abel, as that skirmish is going on, and Xiaolongbao just got one shot. I'm not even sure what dealt most of that damage. I'm sure the replay will unveil to us what it was.
Pretty sure it was Shanji.
Was it Shanji or was it Aki though? Because it felt like Aki kind of just, yeah, dealt a lot of damage. Half healthed him with just a couple of autos. And the ultimate, but you can see Shanji comes over the wall and absolutely decimates Rich, almost does the exact same thing to Xiaolongbao as well. At that point, V5 just have to retreat and give up the Herald.
Yeah, I think you're right. Aki got in the middle of that, but then it was also the third needle workout from Shanji. Yeah. So the two combined was just the end of Rich. That was the end of the story for him. Now, 5-1 on the scoreboard. First Drake taken by OMG and the Herald to boot. We need to look towards Aki on where he wants to place that. Rich 1v1ing Shanji. I'm keeping my eyes glued to this top lane because if Shanji gets one more solo kill, he'll tie the Shy. And that is just... remember, this is Shanji's first year as a pro in the LPL. What an accolade that would be.
Man, Chinese rookies, man, they are just so talented.
Actually, rookie's Korean.
Well,
Shanji. You
Shut up, man!
Up in the top side.
Damn it!
Just did a wave crash.
Yes, it seemed like they were looking to get the Herald down somewhere. Not quite gonna find it. Oh, this is Xiaolin Bao is now also covering. Yeah, it seems like they do really want to try and get Shanji ahead in this matchup, but V5 are really putting a lot of time into potentially stopping this from happening. Do they know because of that tri-brush reward, actually? I didn't quite catch where Xiaolin Bao entered the top side of the lane from, whether it was directly through lane or kind of through that entrance. So I assume actually OMG probably know.
Well, regardless, they're going to play it relatively safe, right? Shanji's just going to be clearing this wave, and you can see Aki pathing down to the bottom side. But honestly, from the perspective of Aki, still has, what, 2/3 of the Herald time remaining, so still has time to work with here. But if you can't give it to Shanji, you could quite happily give that down to Abel, right? 4 plates remaining, you could happily finish that tower off. The only difficulty is Siva's good at clearing the wave, right? But even still, I feel like you could just slam it and grab a couple of plates for Aphelios. No one's ever going to complain about that.
Yeah, but I think also it's... Shanji?
Xiaolin Bao stayed so long to make this happen, but then the Hallowed Mist just denies the play.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimate invested, a massive amount of time invested. Bit of a disaster, honestly, for V5.
Gwen is immune. Smile, and now OMG will move towards this mid lane. Of all places, expecting it maybe to go towards Abel, but opening up the mid lane against the Sivir with so much wave clear, definitely pay heavy dividends later on. So I don't mind this, honestly. Cream and Aki will share the gold there. And on the bottom side, you can see because so many members were pulled over and now OMG have mid lane priority, it's forcing Photic to actually retreat back towards the tier 2. And Abel is just shredding with the red-white.
Man, the tower never stood a chance. Oh, wait,
He's
did
right.
it?
No,
it
he's
did
good,
stand
he's
a
good,
chance.
he's good,
My
he's good, he's
God. Okay, the tower stood a reasonable chance.
This, though, this is a pretty big deal because now, because OMG decided to, Abel decided to trade his HP for that tower, they can't retreat to the dragon, and this could give V5 the opportunity to stop the stack as well, because Abel has to go back to base. And I think a bit of a misstep. A bit greedy for the gold, sure. Picks it all up. But
I don't know. Because the thing is, I know what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
V5, get the Drake. It's nice. But look at the gold, man. 4,500 gold in favor of OMG right now. That is terrifying.
Yeah, that is pretty spooky.
All in on the top side. This is going Rich's way. Ignite is burning away. There's the needlework as well. And Cream's arrived. Rich thought it was a 1v1, but he was wrong.
It was a 2v1 in the end. No solo kill for Shanji. I think he was actually pretty close to getting 1v1 by Rich. 2-1-2. And finally, we almost started to see why this matchup can be a little bit dangerous for the Gwen side of things, but it gets shattered immediately by Cream as he shows up and saves his top laner's life. Rich, 2 games in a row. I feel like even though pulling out this Gwen has had pretty decent effect in the later stages, right? In some of the team fights and the skirmishes, 1v1 hasn't really been able to bring it to Shanji, I feel like, until right now. And this is kind of why you can pull the sleep in, and the W deals so much damage. Look at that. 5-2 on a sweet spot W whilst the sleep is active, but yeah, Hallowed Mist movement speed enables him to dodge out away from Rich's Swell Seed. And fortunately, Cream was there to pick up the pieces in that 1v1.
Take a little love tap for trying to step up and defend his vision here. Herald spawning in 45 seconds, and you can see complete vision control on the top side for OMG, as Abel's moved into this mid lane to get priority and might well be able to finish that tower off with the Calibrum. Has a lot of range. Photic should be able to try and one-shot the wave, but I don't think he can really defend this one. There goes the tower. So 2 tier 1s now taken by OMG, and they continue to extend that gold lead. 5,000 now as they move up towards the top side. Rookie could be in trouble. He's alone here. If Cole can get onto him, then all of that mobility isn't going to do much against him to move.
Yeah, no, it is not. They could catch Abel out on the rotation, actually, and they're going to.
Huge pick here onto Abel. Flashes Gale Forces over to the rest of his team. PP God just gets denied the engagement. Rookie's here behind the play. Now, absolute chaos in the middle of the fight as Photic getting these ricochets. Cold should go down as Rookie finishes that one, but Photic chased by Aki to try and finish the kill. Cream over the wall as well, and Rookie has to save the play. Xiaolin Bao can't join the skirmish right now. Red buff taken. Rookie gets it. Denies the play. Now Xiaolin Bao, he's the one on the flank because Aki tries to escape topside.
Yeah, all right, they're not quite going to be able to chase out here. Rich almost joins the fight as well because it goes on for so long. I think he was all the way in the bottom side of the map but Abel just rotating over vision, and Jialan Bao tries to capitalize and does, finds him eventually. The fight ends up being a 2 for 2, I believe, as replay, you'll see Abel not on wards until right here, and then you can see it's just an immediate let's go flash, Gale Force up towards the rest of his team. Cold denies the engage here from PP God, and that's a really nice ultimate, but the issue is Abel just doesn't have enough HP to survive the still diving members of Rookie and Jialan Bao, and OMG kind of caught in between the choke, and you can see the overcommit, or the commit rather, goes on to Photic, so they can at the very least make it a 4-2 as the fight draws to a close eventually.
Yeah, chaotic fight up in the top side there, but just carnage. And I love the fact that this OMG squad are so willing to just go in. And Rookie managing to kind of pull that play together off the back of it. He was not really focused during the fight and able to take over. But look at this bottom lane from V5 right now. Both side lanes struggling. Rich 1 and 2 in this game. Photic and PP got 0-3-0-2. They are having a really hard time of it. And just look at the carries on the side of OMG, right? Shanji doing fine, got a kill for himself. You got Cream, who's 2-0-3 with 5 stacks on the Dark Seal. And Abel massively accelerated on the Aphelios. Everything that could go the way of OMG feels like it is.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not really sure what V5 will be able to do for the next couple of minutes. I think especially once Abel picks up that collector that he's got building in the offs, it's going to be kind of hard to contest until you start to pick up your own second items. But Abel not having flash maybe gives you another window to find an engage onto him. You know how Abel likes to be aggressive, and he is very capable of making very minor positioning mistakes like what we just saw. And V5 definitely still, despite struggling to what we expect from them, very capable and very happy to punish those movements.
If they can pull this off, OMG, I can't wait to see what they'll do in playoffs. But Rich in a little bit of trouble here as Vision going to be taken 20 seconds until that Drake and Aki. Not afraid of the enemy team. Neither is Abel, which that one felt a little dicey, but the rest of the team there as they move on in, clearing Vision. And look at the confidence with which OMG move into this river. A tough one for V5 to contest, I fear. Drake should be able to just be started here by OMG, honestly. TP into the mid lane from Shanji. He's pretty lonely, but does have that hallowed mist.
It's crazy how just pressing W stops you from getting engaged entirely on that champion. But like you say, OMG have control of the river for now, but you can see Abel and Cold actually have been split off. They couldn't enter the river with their jungler mid. Start off the dragon at the very least, but you can see mid lane priority at the very top of your screen being very happily contested by V5, and now the fight is likely to ensue.
Yep, Cold looking for an all-in, but actually gets chonked by Rookie. Huge put to sleep. Turns Gold and keeps himself alive here. Ults, gets the stun onto Rich and almost turns it around. Drake was taken in the meantime. Moonlight Vigil across the team. Rookie fairly low. The needlework across the team. Abel walking forwards. Does not have the cooldowns. Doesn't have Flash. Doesn't have Gale Force. So he can't turn it into anything more. It's a 1-for-0, but a Drake crucially for OMG.
Yeah, OMG get themselves that dragon. I was kind of concerned for V5 for a moment because Abel stacked up so many chakrams off the Moonlight Vigil ultimate, but fortunately, they still get the dragon. They walk out. They do lose Cold, but with the fight being as split as it was and Cold getting chunked out so early on, it made sense that he would drop almost enable Shanji to actually pick up Rich, but Rich. Lilia, very fast. 4 legs.
Yeah, definitely. I can't disagree with either of those statements. Definitely 4 legs, definitely very fast. Assuming she's pressed Q at least one time. A tough fight there for V5, but honestly, you know, with OMG almost winning that fight, but not quite, I'd say that's positive for V5 in the grand scheme of things. That should be a pretty one-sided fight for OMG. The fact that Cold gets caught before it all kicks off. Like, imagine if you can get that Curse of the Sad Mummy on the entire team, because V5 were really clumped there. That's curtains. That's the whole game. They could have even moved up to Baron potentially off the back of that. So the fact that it didn't go drastically worse for V5, honestly, I'm going to call a win.
Yeah, no, I think so. And I think the longer the game goes out, the more chance V5 have at winning this game, as it looks like a bit of a skirmish is going on, and Rich is dead.
Yeah, he thought he had an opportunity. He did not. Taken down in the... I saw a 2v2, but realistically, Jialan Bao a little late to that play. Rich going too deep. And OMG, the coordination just on point. And the coordination is the biggest thing we've criticized for V5 over the last couple of weeks when they got the loss versus JDG versus Weibo. Coordination is the issue. Shanji knows what's up. Dodges away from the charm. Very nicely done. Bit of damage onto Xiaolong Bao as well as the rest of the team moving on in. Spirit Rush comes out from Cream, but he can't quite connect much. Bit of damage onto Xiaolong Bao, but that'll be it. Very close to disaster for V5 there.
Yeah, very, very close indeed. But what I wanted to say is I think the more time that Photic gets in a game like this, where he's playing against four melee champions and a lot of champions that can peel for him on his side, as long as he doesn't get picked off, he can really have some pop-off moments. He's got the PD in his inventory now. As soon as he hits that IE, he's going to be hitting like a truck. There isn't really too much armor on the side of OMG as a whole right now. In fact, actually the opposite. Magic Resist being itemized between the solo laners. It's only Aki now who is picking up that Warden's Mail. And that's about it. You have the Zhonya's on cold. So he's going to shred through a lot of these diving members if he's actually given the opportunity to get some of these ricochet autos off.
Yeah, that'll be the question. Like, the longer the fight goes on, I feel like the happier Photic is going to be, right? Just smashing those ricochets, as you say, the boomerang blades. But crucially, reduced cooldowns thanks to his ultimate. You do get the sort of cooldown resets whenever you auto on the new version of the Sivir ultimate. So Photic, despite being 0-3, still going to be an absolute terror in this game. And the speed with which he gets strong will increase, if that makes any sense. The more items you have, the faster you can farm, and the more gold you can get. And you can see, this will be the second time that he walks over and grabs those raptors. Xiaolong Bao, he knows he's got one item, and that's all he's getting this game.
Me Wukong, me jungle, me lose all camps to AD. That's how it feels every single time. Especially when there's a Sivir in the game. Sivir's just going to farm your camps for fun.
Listen, it's worth it.
It is worth it. No, it is worth it. Like, look,
perspective
it's the jungler in me, like being a whiny baby, because I'm a resource jungler, so that's what it is.
Yeah.
I hate seeing AD players happy, man. That's what it is. I dislike it. But yeah, I think the sooner that Photic gets that IE, obviously the happier V5 are as a whole. And actually, crucially, despite the massive lead that OMG had in the early game, specifically through the bottom lane, you can see Photic is only down about 1,000, which in the scope of this game is a pretty big deal compared to where they were at the very start. Right, just down that BF sword, pretty much. Maybe there's a little more sitting gold in Abel's wallet for now. So Abel could be pretty close to the IE himself. But the fact that Photic isn't actually too far behind is a massive win for V5.
Honestly, the biggest gold lead feels like it's on Aki, which very beneficial right now, having the 2 items, but Aki will fall off. He'll fall off a cliff later on. Cole very close to finding a pick on PP God there, but Rookie has found his way into Pixel Brush. Just a bit of damage, has to back away, can't commit too hard.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be very, very irritating, specifically for Rookie in these coming fights, to try and find a lot of damage onto Aki and Shanji with those big invulnerability shields, and especially now that OMG have first move here into the river. V5 checking in is a pretty risky deal, simply because their engage options are so limited, and OMG very happy to kite back and then re-engage, but that's a sleep.
Yeah, it's 2 sleeps here. Aki woken up cold, turns golden, in for the Drake, and Xiaolong Bao finds it. Now for the fight is Rookie in the middle of everyone, but chased down by Abel, and the Chakrams will finish the Fox. Aki trying to chase down the side of V5, but they are damn quick with Photic's ult.
Yes, they are indeed. So they make it away from the fight, but Xiaolong Bao, okay, dies. Tried to make it through the towers. I think he took tower shots, unfortunately, or maybe just a little bit too low. Either way, with him going down, I think OMG can actually go for a Baron here. I think there's a very solid angle. Abel has more than enough damage, has the guns for it too.
Cream dropping some emotes in the mid lane. He's just buying space, he's buying time. He's trying to distract V5. As you say, the jungler going down is huge. Aki just arriving on the scene. Cream threatening Rich, threatening PP God, threatening Photic, who's in big trouble. Baron down, and maybe a fight on top of it. Cream still staying alive in a 1v3. Takes the kill onto PP God. Slightly shy, will be able to finish it eventually. 13-4, and OMG might just find this upset.
Oh my god, is what I'm feeling right now for OMG, because as you say, upset is more than on the cards. We're over 10,000 gold up. And this, at the very least by time, will be the longest game we have in this series, which is a pretty big deal too. V5 just not able to stand up to the team fighting might that OMG are putting down, as they're going to find a pick at the very least onto Cream, or will they? Cold is in the area. I think that Hexgate being blown
as well.
Yeah, Flash, Hexgate being shown to be used, just enough to disengage that fight. Now Baron in their pocket, 2 minutes left on it. How much can they get is the big question. You've still got the inners on top and bot, and they are sieged up and ready to push towards the bottom side.
Yeah, I feel like the answer to that question is a lot. They can get a lot off of this Baron. Like you say, 2 minutes remaining. Sivir up in the top lane means that Shanji can push the wave real deep in the mid lane, guarantee a tier 2 in the bottom side. The question in my mind is, can OMG finish an inhibitor? Because if they could get the bottom lane inhibitor here, which is looking fairly likely, honestly, could be dire straits for V5. Looks like OMG will play with some respect, though. And I kind of like this because you're against V5. You're on the cusp of an upset against one of the best teams in the entire league. Sorry, I'm going to interrupt myself. I'm pretty sure Rich just went to finish a ward and missed a cannon for it. That ain't it, Chief. That is
one. Oh,
that's an absolute crime, and so is this from Photic getting caught out in the top side. Shanji is officially your solo kill leader in the LPL.
I'm sure the Shy is going to be very upset about losing his crown on this one, and the next Weibo series is going to be full of Shy solo kills, potentially. But Shanji takes the crown for now, first place in those solo kills. Leaderboard is the most solo-killingest solo killer in the LPL.
Certainly is. He'll be very I mean, he probably doesn't even know.
No,
I'll be totally honest.
I feel like
doubt
those are the kind of stats that, like, as a player, I know for a fact. Like, stats are something that players often don't track, but, like, things like solo kill stuff, they actually do. And I think Shanji might be okay. We'll see. Maybe he's lost count over the series.
Hopefully we get an interview after the game, or we'll be able to ask him himself, as immediately OMG just brute force their way into this game. When the Sivir is gone, the wave clear is too, and it means OMG can blow this map wide open. Shanji having the split of his career, and that's out of 2 splits. And he looked pretty good in Spring as well, so this man is making a career of himself right here as Shanji moves on in under the tower. Cold goes for the engage, double stun with a kiss, the sad mummy, and OMG tying a bow in this one. V5 taken down. OMG showing us what synergy looks like, showing us how you fight for the early game.
Exactly, and this is what we would normally expect from V5, but OMG are showing V5 how to play their own game. The Nexus is exposed, Rookie's forced to dash away, and OMG will take down V5 and pick up their 7th win of the split and give V5 their 3rd series loss.
An unprecedented upset here from OMG. And, you know, the Weibo loss, people chalked up to Weibo managing to pull it out on the day. The JDG loss, people start to have questions about V5. Now OMG taking it to V5. It feels like if V5 can't get ahead in the early game, it is a disaster for them moving forwards. And OMG, on the other hand, celebrations galore. This is a team that is going to make playoffs. That's their 7th win now. They have 2 more series remaining against opponents that, if they could beat V5, they could beat BLG. I'm just going to say it how it is. This is a team that I am excited to see in a best of 5, and I want them to make a deep run in playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the way that they play compared to a lot of the teams around them in the middle of the pack, right? They are just a lot more coordinated and aggressive compared to, let's say, a team like LNG, right? I feel like that is one of their core strengths, and I think the only bit of concern is Abel, Cold, chill out in the laning phase sometimes, but it works for them if they give them the resources, so it doesn't even matter that much. I think, yeah, it's absolutely wonderful that OMG have been able to take down V5, and I'm excited for them now. Like you say, moving towards playoffs, how high can the ceiling really be for this roster when you have so many individuals that can look so scary and threatening at many points in the game?
And if you just think back to the expectations of this roster, it's mind-blowing. Like, when you think back to the start of this year, we saw Abel and Cold, like Abel coming back into the LPL. There was a lot of question marks on how he'd be performing. Cold as well, one of the oldest players in the league. So the bottom lane, kind of these 2 veterans that nobody was really sure how they were going to work out. You had Cream, who had 1 split of performing, but we weren't sure about champion pool issues. And then in the top side, we had Aki, who we had high expectations of. And then Shanji coming in as a hyped-up rookie, but again, big question marks. Well, a lot of those questions are being answered now. This OMG squad is here to stay in the LPL, and I, for one, am here for it. Like, I want to see every single OMG game that I can. I want as many games out of OMG as possible in playoffs, because not only are they a great team, but my God, are they entertaining.
Yeah, I think that's also the key thing for watching OMG is that they're insane. They're a fun team, and a lot of it just kind of comes down from their willingness to send it, I think, a lot of the time. Whether it's Arky, whether it's Cold, even if it's Shanji on occasion as well. Just, the coordination, the fact that everybody is so willing to just do it together is what makes OMG so fun. And even coming into this split, for me as a guest, I was like looking at some of these middle of the pack teams, and I was saying OMG could be one of these teams that could be very fun to watch. I also thought the same of Ultra Prime, but we saw how that went for them. But OMG have been doing a fantastic job of honestly just looking like a strong team when it matters. And today it mattered just to ensure that they could get themselves over the finish line for playoffs. They still had 2 matchups that they should easily pick up, but taking down V5 is a huge scalp to have.
Yeah. The one thing I will say for V5 here is at least they're getting these losses in now before playoffs, because clearly there has been some weaknesses exposed by OMG, by JDG, by Weibo. V5 still have time to solve some of these issues and figure it out. We know that the players on V5 are exceptional talents. I know that they have the ability to fix these issues. It's just a matter of time. It's a matter of, do they have enough time to get those issues fixed? And will their opponents in playoffs be able to exploit them further? We'll have to wait and see. That's something that only time will tell. But for the side of OMG, again, celebrations galore, a huge win, not just in terms of this series, but also in terms of making it to playoffs. Not only are they going to brush in with 8 wins now, I feel like this is a team that could be fighting to try and get themselves a little bit better seeding, because this puts them on to 8 wins, if I'm not mistaken, currently.
I think it's
7 wins. 7 wins. It's possible for them to get 9 wins at this stage, which I don't think that'll quite be enough to get top 6, but they could maybe get 7th seed with that.
Yeah, and that'll be a huge deal for OMG, right? Honestly, just playoff seeding in general can be so important. It's less series, more time to watch your opponents play as well, things of that nature. Yeah, I think OMG, it's very plausible, like you say, hitting that top 6 at this stage. I can't recall who's 5th and 6th. I think it's Weibo, and there's a team right below them as well. EDG, yeah, they're both 9 and 4 or 9 and 5. So I think hitting that mark is going to be quite difficult, because we do expect Weibo and EDG to pick up more than 9 wins for the remainder of the split. But for OMG, still aiming for that 7th place as they're seeding isn't a terrible place to be for a roster which I feel like many people wouldn't have necessarily had the idea of saying they could be breaching potentially that top 6 in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. This is a monumental moment for OMG. And at this point, I'm fairly confident that OMG will be guaranteed playoffs. Like, I'm reasonably confident that that's going to happen. If they somehow fall behind, like Thunder Talk, Fun Plus Phoenix, Billy, like, I don't really know how that pans out. I'd have to work out. There's a very rare scenario that could happen logistically, but let's be honest, it ain't happening. OMG are going to playoffs. It's just a question of how deep can that run go. And, you know, we saw some exciting stuff from them in playoffs back in, I think it was summer 2021, where we saw Cream like showing up, but then getting banned out in that mid lane. I don't feel like that strategy is as viable this year against OMG, so I'm cautiously optimistic about what we might end up seeing from them.
Yeah, no, I mean, as a newcomer, I'll just say I'm bloody excited. I think that they play a lot of the most exciting League of Legends. I think you have a lot of teams that here in the LPL that play, of course, like psychopaths compared to Western gameplay, which is my norm. But I think the fact that, you know, OMG just go compared to some of the other LPL teams, even towards the top end of the table, on occasion, an even more coordinated fashion, is what makes them so fun. There is, of course, that slight inconsistency issue, but if they fix that, right now, to me, I'm not going to say the sky is the limit, because I'm not going to hop on the boat and be like, OMG, World Run right now. No, I'm not quite sure. I think top 6 is quite strong. You are, right, sure. But I think, honestly, this is a roster that, moving forward, right, even beyond this split, potentially, if they stick together moving into next year, could really start to give us a lot more, for the region as well.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Playoffs is a whole different beast, but I'm just saying, like, top esports looking good, but JDG losing series, V5 losing series, there's potential for room for maneuver in the top 4 that ends up going to Worlds. Look, I'll not say anything more than that for now, but I'm keeping my eyes on OMG. I'm keeping my eyes on him. Let's look at our MVP coming out of this game as we wrap up our first series in a crazy upset, an unprecedented result here, and Shanji grabbing himself another MVP, and rightly so with the performance he's had today.
Yeah, absolutely. Shanji, solo kill king, ending out today, as of course the Shy is not playing on this Sunday set of fixtures. And yeah, just honestly, in the matchup, on the reverse of which he brought to the LPL on the Gwen into Lilia, Rich tried his best to try and make this matchup work, and unfortunately, it was a lot of Shanji either not losing or winning out in the team fight so many times in these skirmishes where he was just dishing out the damage, needlework hitting multiple members, snips hitting multiple members. I felt like Shanji was pretty much unstoppable this game, and this is the clip. It's the moment where he finds his, 17th solo kill, I believe, of the split, moves himself above the Shy.
I believe so, unless we're really terrible at counting. I'm pretty sure Shanji has now overtaken the Shy in the solo kills. A phenomenal moment for him in the split, as you can see the faces across this OMG squad. Shanji is over the moon with that win. The whole squad just pop it off. It's so good to see the happiness. And it's so good to see it in these young players as well, right?
Yeah.
They're stepping into the LPL, having such a great first year. And like, I feel like League of Legends is one of those games where when the teams are having fun, it is infinitely better to watch for the viewers. And OMG, if you want to watch a team that has that bit of mojo, is enjoying the game, is working as a team, are clearly friends on and off the Rift, like, OMG, just your squad.
Yeah, it kind of feels reminiscent of like that 2020 G2, like, or the 2019 G2. Remember where it's like, win or loss, they were always friends on the Rift, and watching them just have fun was part of the fun of watching G2 win or lose. And I get the exact same vibes from OMG, so I'm excited to see what they can bring us in the final couple of weeks of the regular season, and hopefully a pretty spicy run in playoffs.
Yeah, we'll have to see. That's our first series done and dusted. Let's look towards the second. It'll be WE versus LNG after the break. And technically, WE are not out of playoffs contention just yet. I know that sounds crazy. And I will explain all of that to you right after the break.
G'day again, everyone. It's Hysterics here, your favourite LPL English shoutcaster, here to bring you yet another Speak in LPL. Maybe you guys know the meaning of this word already. That's pentakill. When the enemy finally gets that 5th and final kill, the casters shout, "Woo-sha!" The emotion that comes from it is the build-up of the anticipation. Woo-sha! In addition, words like first blood, 一血, double kill, 双杀, triple kill, 三杀, quadra kill, 四杀, pentakill, 五杀.
拿下了1血，再拿到一个双杀，拿到一个3杀，收获了一个4杀，一比哥拿到5杀。
If you see a play that is absolutely bonkers, then you can type a series of 6s in the chat, the comments, or even the barrage. Can you remember all that? If so, I want you to go 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 6 for this episode of Speak in LPL.
Ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom. Pretty little bird, pretty little bird, la 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 la. Oh I'm among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love.
WE랑 경기할 때는 미드 정글 싸움에서는 유리하게 가져갈 수 있고 상대방 탑이나 서폿 오는 거를 좀 주의하면 될 것 같아요. 지금 상황에서는 점수보다는 확실히 저희 팀 경기력에 보는 게 맞는 것 같고 거기 부분에 집중을 많이 해야 될 것 같아요. 경기력 부분에.
All right, Tarzan feeling confident coming into today, and rightly so, up against WE. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Jamada as we head towards our second series. And once again, Jamada guests on the LPL.
I'm happy to bring the curse.
Absolute bangers.
I'm happy to bring the curse. That's it. I'm not even going to say anything. I'm glad every time I'm here, some bonkers shenanigans go on. First it was Weibo, now it was OMG taking out V5. Happy to. It's V5 losing both times I'm here.
You're the curse on V5. Anytime Jamada's casting, V5 will go down. Bit of a disaster for V5. Disaster for V5 fans, but huge moment for OMG. Now we're going to talk about our second series, WE versus LNG. And for this first segment, I'm actually going to need to take my headset off for a second here because I need to don a different bit of headgear for this one. Because for WE, playoffs is still a dream that is alive. WE can still make it into the LPL playoffs, and I'm going to explain how to you. This is the road to redemption for WE. Now, the whole plan starts with WE not dropping a single game for the rest of the split, or at least not dropping a single series, as I'm just going to put my headset back on so I can hear Jamada again. So WE have to win everything. TT, FPX, and BLG are currently on 5 wins. Now, they need to lose all of their series, or WE can't catch up, can't tie with them. So, WE also have to beat FPX in week number 10 so that they have the head-to-head. Now, FPX have the best game difference out of those 3 teams, and so it's important that WE can catch up to that game difference. Now, obviously, it goes without saying, IG up, LGD, RA obviously can't go over 5 wins either. But then, if FPX don't win a single game, WE need a singular 2-0 to tie the game difference with them and FPX and qualify over FPX. However, if every single time FPX wins a single game in a series, it tallies up to another 2-0 that WE needs. So let's say FPX lose all their series, but they won 2 games across that, then WE would need 3 2-0s to qualify. So a lot of it is down to WE and FPX, the interactions there, assuming that BLG and TT just lose all the rest of their games. It's possible. All I'm saying is, there's a chance.
When the stars align, Munch, I'm sure. But, yeah, it's mathematically and...
I'm ready. I'm ready for WE today. They're going to come in, they're going to smash LNG, they're going to start their streak, and they're going to make it into playoffs. It's going to be a banger. It's going to be a banger of a split, ladies and gentlemen. Let's talk about the AD carries. Yes. Because I think Xing going to be a huge part of the plan, but he's up against Light today, so we'll certainly have his work cut out for him.
I'm sorry, I can't get over that. It's taking me out a little bit. Yeah, I think for WE in particular, they always look the strongest, regardless of who they have in the AD slot, whether it was SMLZ very early on in the split, or whether it's Xing now. To be honest with you, I think whenever they play into the bot lane, very bread and butter League of Legends, right? I think mid-jungle, prio, move to bot, gives Jing the resources, that's when WE look the most threatening. Even though by statistics, a lot of the early games don't always look the best for WE. The early games are actually when they do look the best. It's when they fall apart in the mid game, which is the big struggle for them. So I think a lot of the foundation building to get to a very comfortable early game, or a mid game rather, can be building off of Jing. And it's kind of the same thing for LNG in a way, it feels like, because Doinby has so frequently played a lot of these roaming style mids. It also means that Light gets lent on a lot to take over these team fights.
Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see, because I think Light is one of these players that in the late game team fights, as you say, he loves playing Jinx, he loves playing Fellows. He's the kind of player that will take over, and you can see in these clips, like, when he's left to just fire on all cylinders, he'll take over the fight. Whereas I feel like Xing is an AD carry that less about just slowly but surely playing out team fights, are much more willing to be aggressive and make plays. We'll see in this next clip that Xing very happy to go aggressively, gale force into the play to try and turn something around for his team.
Yeah, exactly. And this is every single AD carry in the LPL, it feels like. It just doesn't know what backwards means. It's always forwards, like you say, gale forcing with the Aphelios guns. Both of these AD carries very much in the same vein of playing a lot of these hyper carries and being ready to take over these late game team fights for their team. It's just about all of the setup leading up to it, which has to be, for me, for WE, near pixel perfect. Because if it's not pixel perfect, it feels like that they will fall behind and in the mid game and unfortunately end up losing games.
Yeah, you can see this clip is just Xing destroying everyone. Once again, willing to go forward and make the play. Picks and Bans was already ready, so we're going to jump straight into that and kick this series off and watch the beginning of the start of the massive redemption for WE here. Draven ban going to be banned away, as well as Talia here by WE. Silas and Zeri taken off the board. Siva removed. I feel like drafts have got so dramatically different over the course of this split.
Yeah, they really have. A lot of AD focus comes in. A lot more bias about the kind of ADs that are getting banned away these days. Of course, the Talia has been pretty much pick banned for a lot of the split in multiple different regions. And WE will go for their first pick Renata here, as they don't want to go towards an AD. Gwen was up if they wanted it as well, but they won't pick that one up. But over on the opposite side, we spoke about how Light very commonly likes these Aphelios Jinx picks. First pick Kalista here, splitting up that the Renata Kalista combo will pair up with the Amumu instead, and they're going to play this 2v2 out to try and dominate Jing and Kadea.
Yeah, they'll try. But Xing and Kadea have been a pretty competent 2v2 when they can find the right combinations. But I will say, with that Draven ban coming out from WE, it feels really bad to then have to go up against the Kalista yourself. We'll have to see. Lumao going to be playing as well as Panda C. So this is the version of LNG stepping onto the Rift today. Feels like a very defensive bottom lane for WE, very aggressive from LNG. And now WE want to go for a jungler.
Yeah, I think going towards the Trundle would make a bunch of sense. It could deny away the Poppy, but also you wouldn't mind having Poppy into Kalista. And even a Mumu to a point, as that's a Renekton pick. Kind of blind. We'll see what the idea is behind this one for LNG. But WE, I'm expecting them to just try and remove away Tarzan picks. And on the top side, it looks like they just want to get rid of Demons. Champion pool as well. Take away the Jax. Maybe another pick. Potentially something like the Gwen that can scale up into that Renekton matchup as well. And do pretty damn fine after that one iron mark.
Oh, Renekton, yeah, we'll see. It's going to be an interesting draft, this second phase. I feel like LNG, though, I kind of like what I'm seeing. We don't see much Renekton in the LPL anymore, but LNG had been drafting like Corki, they've been drafting Gnar every game at the top lane, they've been drafting Aphelios every time. I feel like they were just playing really slow. And now they're like, you know what? Sod that. Let's go aggressive. Renekton to dominate the top lane. We've got a Kalista and a Mumu down at the bottom side. They just want to go ham. And I'm wondering if Tarzan will bring a little bit of niddly action to that jungle, right? With a Renekton up in the top side, that would be the classic. Oh, it's actually banned by WE.
Yeah, they don't want to deal with that one. They actually banned away 2 AP junglers in that rotation. So let's see what the idea is going to be for LNG. They're going to lock in the Gwen. So my assumption is it's going to be Gwen jungle, actually. So we'll see what Tarzan gets done on this pick. It's not something we see very frequently, but it's very good, as my dog wants to bark at me.
Scruffy is over the moon about the Gwen jungle lock-in here. Everyone knows who knows Scruffy, how big of an advocate he is for Gwen jungle. Over the side of WE, though, We're seeing a hover on the Kennen here. We need to see both solo laners locked in. The Kennen will do well in the range match because Renekton.
Yeah, it should do. It's been one of those matchups for a very long time which gets picked into the Renekton as just kind of a nullifying tool and agent, just to ensure that you don't get absolutely blasted in the 1v1. It's very hard to get on top of the Kennen, and the Kennen can very easily stun you and lock you down so you can get away, as it seems like Shanks is toying with the idea of the Swain, which honestly wouldn't be too bad. You'd have two big zoning tools inside the Slicing Maelstrom and the Demonic Ascension to kind of keep Light at bay, and you have a lot of short range champions as well to life, steal and siphon health from. So honestly, pretty decent pick. It's just more about what Doingby is willing to go into this matchup, because I am expecting this to be Tarzan on the Gwen and Renekton up in the top side. Though they could still technically flex it around.
Yeah, honestly, who knows at this point?
No way.
No, it's doing B Renekton mid. It's doing B Renekton mid, or it's a Gwen mid. Oh my days, they're going old school. And Renekton Elise? When's the last time you saw Renekton Elise in a competitive game? I'm telling you, Jamari, you bring the bangers every single time.
I don't even think I was still coaching. Like, I was coaching when Renekton Elise was like a legitimate combination. I'm talking 4 seasons ago. This is old school for sure. We'll see what they can do, because honestly, Swain Shanks on the Swain is going to be a very vulnerable target to lock down, honestly. And he's very squishy early on without that Demonic Ascension. So I expect them to just absolutely send it in the mid lane. We're going to have to see View play as much as he can around Tarzan's timings and trying to shut him down is my expectation. Or you try and really overload the bottom side matchup, because you can be very oppressive into the Kalista with the pillar, but you don't really have a lot of lockdown, which is the kind of scary thing when you're trying to play into that Kalista. I'm looking towards LNG. I'm very excited. We're seeing an Elise Renekton in 2022.
Yes, we are. So I want to quickly talk about Elise.
Sure.
So globally, in Summer Split, and this is including like ERLs, etc., it's been played once in the entire world this Summer Split. It was played in PCS. Currently, 100% win rate. So maybe an absolutely cracked pick. We'll have to wait and see. But Doinby bringing his Renekton mid back to the main stage once again. This is going to be a game and a half to witness. I can't wait to see LNG bringing a bit of mojo back. This is the Doinby squad. They're over the Corki phase. They're not just blind picking Corki for the mid lane for Doinby anymore. This is a team that wants to play.
They want blood. They want early aggression. Doinby has PTA and Ignite. I know what's happening in the mid lane. Okay. Even Tarzan has PTA on the Elise, which is actually an adaptation we started to see the last time that Elise was very briefly in the meta, when there was a bunch of like XP changes and junglers were toying with the idea of like these early game junglers again, but I think it fell back into the farming meta. PTA, it just kind of provides you a little bit more exposure damage all around for other targets, because obviously it's like you set up kills with the cocoon and then you go in and proc that very quickly. It makes it very easy to then make everybody else deal just a touch more damage. So LNG with all of these early aggression tools, bot side, mid side, I expect them. It looks like they're actually just going to go for a full map split, which honestly I quite like. And you just try and keep View as cornered into the side of the map as possible.
Yeah, here we go. We've seen this before today. It was V5 that did it. Level 1 action, and I don't blame them. With an Amumu, with a Kalista, even with a Renekton in there as well. The Elise moving forwards. Red buff looks like it will reset here. And we'll see whether View is going to go for the Krug start. No, looks like LNG will decide to just back away in the end.
Yeah, but what it will do is give Light and them out first move to this bottom side, so they can actually control how much Jing and Kadea get a bit of XP. And it looks like Demon was roaming down to the bottom side, so I think he missed those first 3 creeps, trying to get involved in the action. So that's going to be something to track, whether or not Panda C actually picks up an advantage in his lane, as he should be up in XP for a little while.
And one thing I will say for Demon, it's going to be a tough one, because he's playing this Kennen, right, which is typically... Oh my god, look at the damage out from 2 and B.
Yeah,
oh,
so...
Shanks. If he steps up, he's in big trouble, because Flash, W, Ignite, that's Shanks dead.
Yeah, and let's just imagine level 3, where he'll have Calder Meek, and also there's potentially an Elise there. How much overkill do you think that is for Shanks with his health bar? The answer is a lot. Shanks very, very squishy early on the Swain. And if that flash gets blown, I expect LNG will just send numbers time and time again.
Level 2 hit. Yeah, bit of damage onto Kadaya, not too much going to come of this one. I want to... Oh, Doomby. Yes!
He could kill him. He's got Ignite.
He's got Ignite. Is back! Doomby is back in the LPL. He might have bitten off more than he can chew, though! And View sends him back into the graveyard. See you later, Doomby.
You know, I was thinking to myself, he can kill View. View's going to die. He's got enough burst damage of PTA Ignite. Yeah, he's going to go down, but then I remembered Smite is an ability, and not only that, Trundle passive heals him for all of the units that die around him. So now, instead of playing around this mid lane, it looks like Tarzan's going to look for a bottom side dive instead.
Look, the play didn't turn out good, but I'm glad it happened. Here we go, Tarzan diving, Exhaust comes down, Kadaya into the bailout, but Lumao taking the tower. Bailout not quick enough though. Nice little stun, pull back from Shanks. This is huge for WE. Tarzan trying to escape, but no follow-up from the rest of the squad.
All right, let's also remember that LNG have the most, in the words of that, like, you remember that color scheme thing about comps? The most mono-red comp I think you can actually have in the world. Renekton at least Kalista. It doesn't get less scaly / we want to dominate the early game than this.
I mean, it's extremely scaly, right? Because you've got a Renekton, he's a crocodile.
Okay. This is the second time you've done this to me, Munch, today, and I don't know. Don't know if I feel happy about it.
You love it. You love it.
I do. But you have to remember, WE are the one of the scaling composition, right? They've got the Renata with the Aphelios. They've got the Swain, who's going to scale into a monster when there's so many short-range champions available to siphon health off of in these team fights with the Demonic Ascension. Even Demon is going to have a fair amount of value just because, again, it should be relatively easy to get into the backline or on top of multiple members. And you can see, in this little replay here, Doimbi would have enough damage to kill him, but unfortunately a level up comes in. Smite health comes in even through the Ignite, and also the passive heals a View for so much. And like you said, bit off a little more than he could chew, and View takes a chunk out of him.
Yeah, he bit off more than he could chew, and then View bit him off. That didn't sound right. I was gonna, he does a bite. He's got Ravenous Bite, right? Right, guys?
Right.
Anyway, moving on. Doombi ended up going down. What I wanted to say, though, ultimately, is that I'm glad we see Doombi being aggressive like this and trying to make plays, right? Because I feel like it's been a fairly muted split from Doombi, and it's been disappointing to see. So I'm glad that we're at least seeing him make moves,
Yeah, I agree. Because when Doimbi, on the FPX roster is when I always remember Doimbi from. I think many people as well. But when I think of Doimbi, I think about the psychopath mid lane player who would just send his body into any play that he could see. And a little bit of that came to fruition. It feels like this summer, maybe this year as well, it's not quite been the same. I'm happy to see that, at the very least in this game, number 1 against WE, he's feeling himself like he would be back in those days.
Yeah. And maybe a little too much based on the first play, but well, that remains to be seen. 2-1 on the scoreboard. WE actually winning this early game, which is not something that they have done typically, and it's also not something that's very good for LNG considering the compositions, but it's a minuscule lead as of right now. So we'll see how it develops. Lumao very aggressive down at this bottom side. I want to quickly mention this is only the second LPL game we're seeing from Demon up in that top side. He's going for that Kennen. He's against an Exhaust from Panda C, so team fights might be a little difficult for him. We need to see a better performance than what we got out of him versus LGD the other day.
Yeah, definitely so, and I think he's set up for it. Short range composition with Kennen, but anyway, we're going to have to talk about this skirmish, which is definitely going to break out. Render's there for the secure.
And the repel as well. Tarzan, though, rooted by Gravitum and taken out over the wall. Shing, very nicely done, trying to deny the escape. And Tarzan also flashed on top of it. Lumao with a very questionable engage because there's a whole gang here from WE doing beats here. Panda C's moved over as well. Shing trying to get the damage out, but the LNG health bars, they're just not tanky enough right now. Lumao walks away, but finally taken down. Shanks in the middle of everyone, just shredding as Panda C cutting through with the scissors. Light chasing down Kadaya in the meantime as it's 2v1 on the top side of the play. Light trying to get one more auto, one more to finish the rend, and there it is. Kill onto Kadaya. And in the meantime, Shanks couldn't turn it into more.
Tarzan's back as well. Very back end of the play. Yeah, honestly, WE, I feel like they're okay with, again, a couple of those kills in trade. You can see Shanks picked up 2 for himself. Also, View picked up an additional kill. And I think for LNG, sure, they get the Dragon, but I think losing members like this is definitely going to feel very bad. And on the top side, Demon didn't commit to, making a play towards that fight. So he picked up a couple of plates and waves for himself. As well as replay comes in, the Dragon's almost always going to be LNGs, but you can see the Graviton root comes in, auto can be kind of buffered, so as the auto immediately hits, the root comes in, Tarzan just can't quite flash soon enough, but the re-engage is just kind of strange from LNG, and very early on we can already start to see, where we was talking about some of the theory crafting with this Swain, he's just able to siphon HP off of everybody because everybody wants to get in the mix for LNG, so his health bar is just not going down already. This isn't even like a 2-item Swain or like a full item Swain or anything like that. This is just components of so much damage over time, but you can see still LNG were able to run down a couple of the members light. Very great cleanse to not get handshook backwards, and he will pick one up for himself at the very least.
Crucial there on the backside of the play. Up in the top lane, though, Demon's in trouble. First slicing Maelstrom. Let's see how it goes as the Ren stacking up. Light actually jumps into the slicing Maelstrom there, but I don't think it'll matter. The Ren stacked up, and an easy kill there for Light. Crucially, his second kill. Got the kill onto Kadire at the end of that first play. So, still, gold slightly in favor of WE. They do have the lead. Can they snowball it?
Yeah, I think that's the big question, right? Can we see WE actually snowball against the comp, which you would argue is supposed to snowball? They're going to go towards Panda C here. He doesn't have exhaust. He has ultimate. It's still a 3v1.
Yeah, needlework used there. View going underneath the tower. Only takes one shot, though, so should be safe as Panda C. Just getting what damage he can down. Xing, I don't think we'll be able to get too much done in terms of plates, though. Is look at Lumao and Tarzan waiting in the wings, wishing someone would step up. Dive in the bottom side onto Panda C. Can they get the kill down? Moonlight Vigil goes wide. Kadire tanking, use the bailout, though, but it's too little too late. 1 for 1 in the bottom side as they try and get onto the tower. In the meantime, though, Herald up top lane means LNG will get the first tower of the game.
Yeah, LNG are just really far up in tempo on this play. Tarzan picked up the Herald super quickly after the back of Demon getting picked off. Now Lumao looking for Demon. They really want to dive. I think they want this second tower. Just at 600 gold into Light's back pocket. Not be able to find any chain CC onto Demon, which means no dive, which means no tower, and they're just going to have to back away for now. But that 1-4 on the bottom side, not quite going the way that WE wanted. I think Panda C just kind of dancing around well enough. Kadeo as well, also probably not expecting that much burst whilst he was in the bailout form, but unfortunately, tower shot on something else also hit Kadeo at the same time. I think it was Snip Snip. And as soon as he went into the bailout, he immediately died. There was practically like 1 second of uptime, if that, on it.
Okay, so crucially, as we kind of take a second to breathe after a very chaotic early game, LNG are back in the... I say back in the lead, I think this is the first time they've been in the lead. But ultimately, they're in the lead with an early composition. That's the crucial thing. They've got this Kalista, they've got this Renekton, they've got an Elise. These picks that classically fall off really hard later on into the game. They do have the advantage for themselves, and crucially, Light getting so much of that gold. You can see the shield bow and boots already finished off. He has been massively accelerated into this mid-game, and crucially got the first Drake too. The second Drake up in 40 seconds time, and you'd love to see LNG trying to stack it.
Yep, absolutely. When you have a composition like this, which does have a couple of strong team fighting facets, but it's not quite the same as Renekton, Swain, slicing Maelstrom as well from the cannon. I think getting any kind of advantage you can on the map via neutral objectives is going to be one that you are looking for as soon as possible, because the early skirmishing power and kind of like 2v2, 3v3 hasn't really been flexed here by LNG at all. We didn't really see that, you know, fantasy of just kind of running mid 24/7 and murdering Shanks off cooldown. Shanks has been able to hit his Imperial Mandate quite undisturbed. LNG in the river. It seems WE aren't going to test this dragon at the very least, so they will pick up the second dragon. I hope for LNG it's not Cloud, because that would be quite unfortunate. But
it would be.
Yeah, I think it's...
No, yeah. I don't know where you were going to go with that sentence, but I think it won't be, like, it's just random chance, dude.
It's just chance.
No analysis involved on this one.
But the analysis of it is that, like, no one really on LNG besides Panda C uses Cloud Soul particularly well.
Doing B-Can a little.
Yeah, you know, movement speed is nice, but I think he's going to go towards the Blade Luring King and the Frostfire Gauntlet, so he's got a lot of sticking power in his build anyway.
Yeah.
It kind of feels bad to not roll like an Infernal or just a combat one, you know?
Look, inevitably, yeah. When you're playing the early game comp, it feels bad to have Cloud Soul, but here we go, Shanks. Straight off by using his Zhonya's here. Will just be stunned up. Look at the CC chain. Survive that one, Swain, says LNG. And now the rest of the team just pile on in. WE in full retreat, and I don't know if they've got anywhere to run because Light is chasing them under the tower. View 1 HP. They've got to wait for the wave, though. The wave nowhere near. They're not waiting for the wave. Lumao happy to be the sacrifice here. Who can tank the tower?
The
Lumao
Spiderlings.
actually survives that one.
The Spiderlings tank the tower. That's who. Lumao just going to walk out of that one. Absolute slaughter in the bottom side. And this is kind of what we wanted to see from LNG. Just an outright brawl and skirmish in the early game where their comp can actually do their thing. And unfortunately, W just kind of caught unawares. Shanks gets one shot out of stasis. I think maybe a bit of a misclick. Wanted to hit R. Or was he? Oh, he was stopwatching the cocoon. Okay, that's what it was. That's why it looks a little bit funky, but as soon as he comes out as stasis. Yeah, we spoke about the fantasy of one-shotting Swain. We finally got to see it. And the rundown was pretty much inevitable at this point. Light flashes over the wall. He's committing towards Kadea. Also View at the same time. Rends him to death. And at this point, 4v2 underneath the tower. There's not really much escape. It's just the Spiderlings of Tarzan that give Lamau the way out for free.
He has the stopwatch as well to survive. And like you say, those Spiderlings there saving the day. Where has this LNG been all split long? Like, when you look at this roster on paper, it felt like an insane powerhouse squad, and it hadn't been working. But now we get to see the classic doing B. We're a necked in mid. We get to see Tarzan with an Elise in the jungle, and then Light and Luma being so aggressive down bot. This is what we've wanted out of this squad, and it feels so good to see the firing on all cylinders here. 5-0-3 for Light. And it's a 2.5, almost 3,000 gold lead right now in favor of LNG. Now, Jamada, I want to quickly bring something up.
Okay.
Now, the Chinese community have been tracking the WE games just a little bit. In fact, this is a self-proclaimed WE fan that has been tracking these games.
Okay.
There's a bit of a competition going on within the LPL right now on who can beat WE the fastest. Now, V5 currently hold the record at 46 minutes and 55 seconds for 2 games, with the fastest game being 21 minutes and 25 seconds. With a lead like this or with a comp like this, I'm just saying LNG, they could look to compete.
Look, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I hate to bring us back to reality, but I think LNG right now, as things stand, don't quite have the lead that you would expect to see a game end in 21 minutes. So I think WE are safe on that side in this game, at least. But I think maybe game 2, maybe LNG go for the record. I think right now, though, obviously LNG are set up exceptionally well for a clean snowball into that sort of 20-minute mark onwards. They pick up the Herald. A lot of these first items have come in for a lot of LNG. Light, of course, is already on his second item on this Callista.
So we're assuming that they won't be able to break the record.
No, not.
Right?
I think what I'll say, we're on pace for a top 5 finish, Munch, but not quite that top 1.
Let me fill you in a little bit on that top 5.
Oh, you have the numbers. Okay, great.
Oh, I've got the numbers. Oh, I've got the numbers, Jamada. V5 setting the record here across 2 games, 46 minutes and 55 seconds. Well, the second place is actually TT, who had an incredible series against WE. 56 minutes, though. That's a full 10 minutes slower than first place with V5. So I'm just saying, there is a big old window there for a team to sneak in. A team like perhaps LNG. As we've got a dive on the top side. Shanks trying to make something happen here onto Panda C, who is constantly just getting dived by WE. Constantly in a 1v3 and constantly going down here. Nice kill by Shanks. Nice dive by WE.
Yeah, nice dive, but the Herald in the mid lane is already being responded with. It's great to see W still being proactive despite the feel of the game state right now. So we'll see what they can potentially do with some of these kills and gold being lent towards the members involved in those dives. But 2 turrets almost go down in the mid lane, and LNG will be able to retreat to this Cloud Dragon, and Doimby also all the while has been shoving in this bottom side tier 2, which is already half HP.
Is it me, or did Demon not get an assist on that dive?
That?
I'm pretty sure he ulted that dive and didn't.
We'll see.
I guess, but Gwen W.
But, like, Gwen W, and I
him.
think also... I don't think that was a stasis. Wow, that's...
That is...
he got 600 gold for the tier 2 tower, though. Yeah.
Okay.
Not bad.
We take those. We take those, Demon. We take those for there, yeah. Wait, no. An assist has just appeared on the scoreboard. Am I losing my mind? Or was that not there a second ago?
Okay. What did he get the assist for?
Did he just get assist on the tower?
What?
I swear to God that wasn't there a minute ago.
That wasn't.
Maybe I'm
No,
just
no,
going
no,
crazy.
no. You're not being greedy. 100%. It said 0-1-0 once the HUD popped down, and then it came up with the assist up. But isn't this?
I don't know.
This HUD is from the spectator, right? It's not even like a AI.
I have no idea what's happening. This is wacky League of Legends today, Jamada. Third Drake taken by LNG. I'm just going to move on because I have no idea where we're going with this one. That's why I was so surprised he used his ult on Fantasy. Anyway, third Drake taken. LNG complete control here. Again, as you say before, though, not as big of a gold lead as you'd maybe expect with a composition like this, but a lot of control.
Yeah, definitely so. One dragon away from Soul already, and a lot of the towers are pretty much just gone. I think they just have that tier 2 in the mid lane to work with, and then after that,
they're going real quick.
Yeah, they are going quite fast. In fairness, W have actually responded with quite a few towers of their own, right? Two towers in the top side, the bottom side tier 1 as well off the back of that dive onto poor Panda C. But LNG at the moment just holding full control of the map. You can see the side that they're controlling, bottom side right now, entirely blacked out for WE, and now they want this tier 2 as well. They're trying to siege up as best they can.
It's incredibly low, but Demon's here. Doomby behind the play right now. Tarzan as well, looking for a flank. This would be dangerous, but 3 people could walk up for WE, staying strength in numbers, right? Protecting their friends, working as a team, denying the potential play from LNG. So good answer here from WE not to fall prey to the potential dive that could have come.
Yeah, exactly. And holding on to this tier 2 for now. But I fear in 45 seconds time, when that Baron spawns up, LNG are just going to look to rush it down because the Blade of the Ruined King on Doinby. Doinby's not going to be the fastest one to shred this down, but there's a 3-item Kalista at 20 minutes in the game. And that will shred it down almost certainly.
Yes.
W are going to have to answer.
I just want to remind everyone as well that WE need this win if they want to make it to playoffs. Like,
oh yeah,
they can afford a couple of 2-1 wins on the potential dream scenario, but if they can get 2-0s, they're really, really good for them. So WE kind of need this one. They kind of need to get the dub here. So I like that they're grouping up. I like that they're working as a team, and they are starting to scale up, but it feels like a long time until this Aphelios is going to be online. Only 1.5 items. As Visions of Empire used just to get vision here. And hence the name, you know. View being forced to wait. Tarzan with a nice little cocoon there. The never move, not going to connect.
Yeah, not just now, but LNG have shifted their vision up from the bottom side to the top side of the map, and WE don't seem to have any kind of answer besides a couple of blue wards that will be coming off cooldown relatively soon. Jinx still has his, so if they ever feel like the Baron's being started up, always get a little bit of information. I think one key thing to note is LNG, sure, whilst they should be able to shred this Baron down relatively quick, if undisturbed, if they are in the pit, they're in the pit against Renat Ormut, Swain Ormut, and crucially, Kennen Ormut. So they really cannot overcommit in terms of picking up or going for a Baron attempt, because W can certainly shred through those health bars with those big team fight Ormuts if they're allowed to.
Yeah, certainly could. You give them that single second, they will just annihilate the objective. Terrifying situation for WE, but I will say, for LNG, if they want to participate in this speedrun, they've got to pick it up a little bit, because the record for V5 basically already been broached at this stage. It was like 21:50, I think, was the actual record. So they're not going to get that one this game, pretty obviously. But they can still contest for the whole series win. But they need to pick the pace up a little bit if they're going to go for that one. 35 seconds, though, till this Cloud Soul will spawn.
I feel like WE should just give it up. I think the sooner the Elder's on the map, unironically, the higher chance they have of LNG flipping the game. I hope they don't go towards it. I mean, they have a 2-item Aphelios, and Xing does have okay-ish guns, but I think if he runs out of Calibrum, he's going to swap over to Graviton, if I remember, if I'm a big enough Aphelios nerd to remember. And that wouldn't be the best guns in the world to shred. There you go,
Oh
he's
my
got
god,
Aphelios.
you actually are. He's trying to burn through the ammo as well. You see him just root the minion there to use 10 ammo, but you're not going to get through it quick enough. Look at this movement from WE. They want to trade Baron for Dragon here. They want to try and make the play. Demon off to the side, making sure he's somewhere where he could TP safely if a fight kicks off. Lumal wants to move on in, but they're just going to back away.
Yeah.
We get the split screen, but WE, they're not willing to make the split screen play.
No, absolutely they are not. There's not enough DPS will come out from Xing on this Aphelios with those guns. It's as simple as that. And I think in general as well, the Baron takedown from WE, quite slow when you just look at their champions anyway. They do need Aphelios to be in optimal position to set that one up. So LNG get themselves the Cloud Soul, but I think crucially for WE Munch, that Elder Dragon spawns in 5.5 minutes. And if they can keep Baron on the map somehow, some way, alright, just hear me out, I think they can actually win a team fight. But it does revolve around Light getting absolutely murdered as soon as possible.
Okay, well, we'll keep our eyes on Light getting absolutely murdered as soon as possible.
Alright, cheers. Appreciate that.
But, yeah, I'll keep you informed. I'll keep you informed. One thing I will say, Demon, it needs to be a big part of this team fight, right? But the exhaust on Panda C could be crucial when it comes to that. However, if Demon can, like, flash in ult and Zhonya's instantly before the exhaust can come on through, that can be a big changing moment where you do get damage down during the Zhonya's. Tower goes down in the mid lane, though. LNG find yet another objective for themselves. Panda C all-inning on Demon on the side. Won't quite find the kill, but finds an opportunity and finds a lot of space for his team.
Yep, yes he does. Demon's going to be forced back to base. Still has teleport if anything does break out. But WE losing out on that trade for now. Lamau, though, that's Kalista ultimate, but they're going forward.
It's going to be Shanks using the Swain ult as well. That's a big cooldown to be used. Curse the Sad Mummy, odds 3. Shanks has so many red stacks. Demon in the middle of everyone. Does manage to get the slice of Maelstrom, but it's not going to be enough for Panda C answering in the fray. As Doinb tries to find a way to move forward once again, but WE still fairly healthy here. 4v5, but it's difficult for LNG to push for more.
Honestly, with a lead like this, it's kind of surprising the fight turns out almost as close as it does. It starts off with Lamau almost getting picked off, but Fate's Call is there to keep him alive. Demon had a pretty decent ultimate as well, but unfortunately still drops in the middle of it all. And you can see the amount of AoE damage that is available to W is massive, and LNG definitely have to put up with a whole bunch of that always. Now W have to contest and stop this Baron from going down.
LNG trying to keep it tethered at least for the time being, but it will reset in the end. Panda C on the front line here, but he'll walk away. He'll stay safe. No tier 2s remaining for WE, so to walk this far up and contest Baron is a little dangerous for them. If they do get caught, there is no retreat.
Yeah, absolutely there's not, and I think the fact that, to me, LNG actually don't really have the best tower diving capabilities outside of Lamau really sending it, is what's slowing down the pace of this game right now, because W have the composition to punish any Baron attempts, and you can see LNG maybe getting a little bit restless in a way, I suppose. Lamau kind of just gets caught out on this bad rotation, saved by the Fate's Call. Teleport comes in from Demon, and you can see how kind of tentative LNG at first are at engaging, but as soon as Lamau goes in, it's all systems go. Shanks has so many Ren stacks in, and he has to go gold to just kind of stay alive. Demon's ultimate as well actually stuns up multiple members, but unfortunately there's no follow-up on it, as the rest of WE, the carries, Xing in particular, just can't step up. Otherwise he risks getting absolutely one-shot by any one of these members here on LNG.
Panda C doing a really good job at the end there, right? To zone everyone away from the side of WE. They couldn't follow up on Demon's surprisingly good ultimate, honestly, because you saw Demon just get CC'd up for most of that fight. Drops the ult on the Zhonya's like we talked about before. But LNG kind of walked into it at the end of the play. Light stacking up the Rend onto this Baron once again, though. 6k on that Baron. This might actually just go down. WE are really slow moving into this one. Vision is there. View goes in, but it's a little optimistic from him. The Baron down. There's a kill as well. It's traded 1 for 1 as at least they find themselves a spider. But can they find anything more? Can they survive anything more is the real question. Doinb going in. Shanks stunned up. Kissed the Sad Mummy there. And actually, Lumao getting railed by Light on the hostile takeover. I don't think it's enough, though. WE getting chased down now. Panda C just cutting them to pieces. Kidaya, next one to be chased down. Panda C can dash over this wall, but actually it's on cooldown. Yeah, can't quite find the final kill.
Yeah, couldn't or anything, so that cooldown on the was still there. And I think, honestly, off the back of that team fight, LNG at the very least, they're going to take down all of these inhibitors. They could maybe look to close the game, but we'll see. But that's a massive amount of gold to be added to the already stacked up wallets of LNG, as the rest of the W members come back out off the back of that skirmish. I think that was the only thing that W had to do, was stop LNG from getting a Baron takedown, and unfortunately too big of a window opened up for LNG, and specifically for Light to get those Ren stacks in. I can respect View going in, but this is also something we didn't quite get to see happen. Demon kind of just gets one shot on the side of the team fight by Doinb, and the strength of that build of Renekton Blaze of the Ring King. in the pit, of course, we saw Trundle go for that steal, but unfortunately, Mew just didn't have the button press down against the Rend. And honestly, pretty decent Renata armor. Again, all of these AoE tools, huge for team fighting, but unfortunately, WE just aren't in a position gold-wise to stand up to what LNG are putting on the table. And Jing gets one yet again.
Yeah, I have to say Demon not having a fun time. Not having a fun time with it at all. Drake coming up in 24 seconds, though. Jamada, you said this was the window for WE, but forget the Drake. LNG are not interested in fighting over the Drake. They just want the team fight itself. Demon forced away here. Tarzan trying to chase him. Has the Cloud Soul, and a volatile Spiderling will blow him up. Hostile takeover. Can they find any kills? WE desperately trying to hold on to the game, but they just don't have what it takes. Cut to pieces once more. 19-8, and it's a 28-29 minute win for LNG.
Yes, it will be indeed. LNG eventually just continue to absolutely smack WE with their wallets. And unfortunately for WE, they will lose game number 1. LNG, very dominating game by the end of it. Very slow pace though. I will give credit for WE for slowing that one down in the first 10 to 15 minutes. But once that skirmish broke out around that red buff where 4 kills went over to LNG, it just felt like a bit of a dunzo game. It felt like LNG really did have full control from that point on. There was not too much that WE could do in terms of finding control on the map.
Yeah, felt like a tough one for WE, and a painful one for them in terms of their potential miracle run. You know, getting losses on the board here, not ideal when they need to win 5 series. I will say, though, like, memes aside, I'm really excited to see LNG playing aggressive and taking a game into their own hands. I feel like this team have been so slow for most of the split, always locking in scaling, never playing particularly proactively, and leaving a lot to be desired. And while this game was not perfect, it was not the cleanest game we've ever seen. Like, I like the draft, I like the aggression, I like that they're bringing their own style and personality to the league, because I feel that's what LNG has been lacking.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, you say that second release of the entire year from Tarzan globally, and kind of making the pick work enough, right? I think once Light got all of the gold that he did, all LNG really had to do was play around the Kalista, and from there, it felt like a bit of a done deal. But like you say, the aggression, right? Seeing Doinby, albeit, yes, die to view 1v1 on the Raptor camp, seeing him actually go for that play, for example, just kind of screams to me a little bit that maybe LNG still have more to show us in that sense of, hey, they can be that fun roster that we were kind of expecting them to be when we saw them put together.
The mojo is back for the side of LNG, because that's what this roster ultimately screamed when they were first locked in, right? Loom out, infinite mojo, Doinby, infinite mojo. Even Ala, who not playing today, as Panda C's been doing well on the Gwen here, but a lot of mojo across the squad. But Panda C, to be fair to him, just finding all ins, finding any opportunity to go ham on the enemy.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd say Panda C's been having a pretty good showing for himself, and in general, it's just been making LNG look like a much better team as well, having that little bit of extra consistency, shall we say, from the top side in Panda C. But yeah, I think, again, it's just seeing this very mono-red composition from LNG, and then eventually seeing them actually really leverage the strength of their champions in the mid-game and just slowly suffocate out WE. It wasn't the most flashy win in the world against the 0-11 side, but still, kind of shutting them out of the game after 15 minutes was something that we definitely needed to see from LNG with a kind of composition like this.
And I'm glad to see Light playing aggressive too, right? Because we literally did a segment about Xing versus Light, and we described Light as this late game AD carry who wants to scale up and then win team fights, brings out the Kalista today, and shows that he is willing and confident on these aggressive picks like the Kalista, like showing his expertise during those early skirmishes. I want to see more of that. Give me a second game like that, LNG, and I'll start to want to watch your games again. We're going to jump into a break, and we'll see if LNG can finish it off after.
I will then kind of bouncing off that, not focusing on the top 4 in Worlds, but on the actual bottom 4 playoffs. which teams do you see getting through then? If AL isn't going to be in that conversation, because we still have like OMG, who are now on the rise, as Ox just kind of mentioned, after beating anyone's legend today. LNG are still kind of sitting 6 and 7, matching OMG in the standings for the moment. TT are on the rise, especially just off the back of beating FPX, which I think was a massive victory for them. FPX obviously struggling there as well. BLG now bringing Doggo back in. There's a lot of teams that are still kind of vying for those spots. Like, and this is with me thinking, hey, look, I think EDG, we say should be probably going into round 2. They still have another series against RA, a series against WE. So in theory, they should be able to pick up 1 or 2 wins there, push them to 9, which I think kind of takes them out of that contention spot, at least in my eyes. Could be wrong with that, obviously, with everything still to play for. Same when I look across at Weibo, LGD still there. They should be able to pick up a win there. That'll also put them to 9 wins, kind of cresting them out of that bracket. So who do you see then as our 4 teams that will be taking up round 1 of playoffs?
I will just say that it's kind of crazy going into the last couple of weeks, because you look at like what teams are in that fight and what they have ahead of them, and you look at the EDG, as you were just saying, kind of an easier schedule moving forward, but then you also look at some of these other teams, FPX having a pretty easy schedule moving forward, TT even. Can you imagine that we're talking about TT being in the playoffs at this point? Like, I think it's such an interesting conversation because there are so many very volatile games to finish out the split. I will hedge my bets on FPX. I think they've been rising. I think they have a lot of know-how on the team, and I absolutely think they're my favorite in the round 1, at least, if they would make it to that 10th, 9th spot. But my other one would have to be Thunder Talk. I think it's been really interesting to watch them, and they have a few easier games coming up. I want to see if they can push into that 10th spot. I wouldn't say they make it very far, but hey, that's a resurgence, if you ask me, from spring to summer.
Yeah, I think I will say this is the sad thing, is I actually think AL's loss today takes them out of playoffs. Because let's say we go through the remaining matches for each of these teams, and we go through the expectation, right? So OMG, we take a look at them, and they currently have BLG, IG, and V5. Let's say they lose to V5, beat the other 2, that puts them on 8 wins. The expected outcome is OMG will finish the split on 8 wins. LNG, when we look at them, they have WE, RA, and Weibo. I would say they lose to Weibo, win the other 2, that puts them on 8 wins. TT, although they only have 5 at the moment, have more matches to play. They have Top Esports, LGD, RNG, Ultra Prime, and RA. I think they beat Ultra Prime, LGD, and RA, and that puts them, running theme here, on 8 wins. Final team I want to talk about is FPX. They have BLG, Ultra Prime, Weibo, and WE. I think they beat BLG, Ultra Prime, and WE. Weibo, they could, but I don't think they will. But even assuming they don't, right, because Weibo are quite high in the standings.
Summit versus the
That puts them again on 8 wins. So I've just said how OMG, LNG, Thunder Talk, and FPX can all quite easily make 8 wins without even making any upsets. Whereas AL, they could make 8 wins, but they would have to beat one of those big 4 we talked about. And I think if they don't find this upset out of nowhere, it is just going to be OMG, LNG, Thunder Talk, and FPX taking it above them. They have less to do to make that 8 wins. And AL, not only do they have to hope that they get an upset, they also have to hope that someone else doesn't get an upset and sort of push themselves further up. So I think that's my top 10 in my mind. It's the top 4 we have right now: JDG, Top Esports, V5, RNG. To 6 is Weibo, EDG, and then to 10 is OMG, LNG, Thunder Talk, FPX. That is my brain saying that is the most likely top 10, and it makes the most sense. But man, do I hope AL get that upset somewhere. I mean, because if they do, that keeps the hopes alive.
I just want to tell you it's alright, while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me. When I'm around you, but without you, don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me. When I'm around you, but without you, don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
面对 WE 的话，就放松点打就行。面对进入季后赛的话，应该我们要少送点，少送点应该有机会。
If we don't int too much, we can still make playoffs. That's the spirit, LNG. They didn't int too much in game number 1, that's for sure. And Light himself, grabbing himself MVP. I'm Munch, that's Jamada.
Hey guys.
As we head towards game number 2. Absolute destruction from LNG. Fast, aggressive composition, and using it beautifully.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there was definitely a couple of question marks when they weren't getting as far ahead, perhaps, as you'd expect a composition like this to get in the first, like, 10 minutes. But the first 10 minutes doesn't always make or break a game. And I think that skirmish where effectively LNG were able to pick off 4 members for free really allowed LNG to just get complete freedom on the map. And it all started kind of with picks like these as well from Light on the side of the map. But it's this skirmish that I was talking about where Shanks is forced into that stasis early on, and you can see Light kind of just has a free time to chase down all of the members one at a time as LNG collapse, and WE just didn't really have any business finding any kind of positive fight in this scenario.
Yeah, I mean this one. This redive where the spiders come up trumps for LNG. Tarzan has the 2 little spiderlings on the tower to save Blue Bao's life, and then, you know, the rest of these plays, it feels like Panda C just doing so much work on the backside, Demon on the other side, just not able to match it at all. Light had a ton of freedom to just fire away during these fights, stack up the Rens, and finish the health bars off. Really, really great stuff to see from the side of LNG. And once again, this is the LNG that I want to see. I want to see aggression. I want to see creativity in the draft, because this is the thing that we're so used to from not necessarily LNG, but from Doonby and teams that he's in, is like kind of creative, wacky gameplay. And when they're looking good, it's usually fast, aggressive gameplay as well. So I like that they're finally embracing that style of game. And I hope we get to see 2 games of that. I hope we get to see them replicate it. My one concern is this is against WE. Like, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. As much as I wore my tinfoil hat earlier, this is not the greatest team in the league. Currently 0-11, right? You should be able to dominate WE. You should be able to do this. Because I want to be able to see them replicate that later on in the split as well.
Yeah, because I will say, like, again, the first sort of, like, 10 minutes, it was relatively back and forth. It was WE actually picking up more advantages, if you ask me, in comparison to LNG, right? So I think if you remove LNG from this equation, and this was the kind of draft that you run into even a middle of the pack team, let's say OMG, because we've seen them today, I feel like OMG would have kind of just turned that kind of game around for themselves. I think there would have been a lot more action and response compared to what LNG were actually giving WE, right? So, like you say, we need to at the very least see 2 games of that in a very clean manner to at the very least kind of try to convince us that is something that they're very comfortable doing at the very least on stage. Obviously, playing against other teams who aren't 0-11 is a different story entirely.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Still, there are positives available for LNG. It's still, like, they are currently in playoffs contention, and I would say that they are one of the teams that is very likely to make it when you look at their remaining schedule. Like, they have WE today, RA, then Weibo, but they only need to win 2 of those series to pretty much guarantee playoffs. So they need to finish this one out. They need to look good enough that they can beat RA as well. But the schedule is in their favor. It feels like a playoffs team right now. Silas and Nar being banned away by LNG from the blue side. Just kidding, WE. Banning Kalista, banning Renekton. None of that, says WE.
Man. But this does mean we could have a bit of an overloaded draft, right? You have the Fiora target ban going out towards Demon. You've got the Renekton ban going towards Toynbee. And wouldn't it be funny if they topped it off with an Elise ban? Just to see it not in the game as well. But I feel like they're going to go for something a little more standard, and they will take away the Renar. But Zeri's up.
Okay.
Yeah. And Zeri's just going to be first picked by LNG.
That is unlucky. Unlucky on the side of WE there.
That has to be the fastest lock-in of a pick. See, like, I didn't even get to talk. I was like, well, I guess with the Renar ban, Zeri... Oh, okay, it's been locked in already. So,
Yeah. Similar for the Gwen here, but immediately answered by Xing with a Lucian down in that bottom side.
Okay.
Are LNG willing to go for like a Nami Zeri combo? I don't really know how good that is as a combo, but can you afford to go up against the Lucian Nami is the question.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this be run into, multiple different Zeri lanes, and yeah, it just doesn't particularly look fun. So we'll see whether or not LNG are willing to take that one away. What they are willing to pick up is this Jax into the Gwen. And yeah, certainly a matchup that we know for the Jax side of things. It doesn't really need much to get going. Gwen can definitely very much struggle, even at the 1 item power spike where Gwen, it feels like, really comes online and starts to deal even more damage out of lane. Jax just kind of outscales her, even at that point. It's going to feel really bad, so we'll see what W are going to do about this top side matchup. But on the bottom side matchup, they should have complete control. Nami Lucian into Zeri and this Yuumi lock-in. Sure, the scaling is there for LNG, but that laning phase is expected to be borderline miserable.
Yeah, I mean, Yuumi just coming out ruining games in every region. We saw a Yuumi first pick earlier today at LCK. How disgusting is that as a concept? We got Alessandra banned away by WE as we move towards our second phase here. Talk to me about the styles of these compositions, because I feel like very aggressive on the side of WE. I feel like a lot of all in there with the Lucian Nami. But for the side of LNG, like Jax, typically you want to be playing side lanes, right? So like, how do they draft around what they have?
Yeah, it's a little more unwritten here for LNG. I think their comp can go in multiple different ways. I think the Yuumi kind of enables a pick like Jax to even team fight a fair amount as well if Lamau ends up on the back of Panda C. So I think there's plenty of options. They can play, a very roam-heavy style, which W at the moment, they've banned away the Lissandra. They don't want to have to deal with Doinbeat on that one. They could also go for, like, another heavy roamer, but it seems like they're more interested in taking the Trundle off the board, which indicates to me that perhaps they're looking towards the Poppy to try and just get a very strong jungle matchup. But I think LNG, their comp is a bit unwritten, like we said. I think for WE, they're a little more static, I suppose, in the sense of they're probably going to go for a very aggressive jungle matchup, and they're just going to try and slam this 2v2 in the bottom side. Talia actually made it all the way through draft to R4. And being hovered by WE indicates to me that they should probably just take it, but maybe they don't want to blind pick into Doinbeat, and it looks like that is the case. They'll pick up the Xin Zhao. Like we said, we want to see an early aggressive jungler, and they will do just that.
Yep, so View goes with that Xin Zhao in the end. I feel like the Poppy going all the way to this ban stage was kind of scary on both sides. But now we'll see where LNG want to go with their mid lane and with their jungle pick, because jungle will have counter pick, but Doinbeat has to go blind. We saw the Talia hovered by WE. Looks like that might be the pickup here for Doinbeat, but I like it because once again it brings proactivity to that mid lane, and that's what we want out of Doinbeat.
Yep, absolutely it is. And I think when you were talking about and asking me how could LNG round out their composition, spoke about the potential of just kind of getting a roaming mid in to kind of enable a 1-3-1 type style, or go towards the top side to make Panda C have as easy a time in his matchup as he can. Talia's going to do that just fine, and the Viego, if this does go through for Tarzan, which it will, still very capable despite the nerfs of skirmishing in the early game and getting a snowball running with a mid laner, and Shanks hovering over this Ahri, toying with that idea. We've seen Ahri into the Talia a couple of times, or quite a few times rather, whilst originally it felt like that Talia definitely had the upper edge in terms of stopping her from using Spirit Rush. To be honest, if Ahri ends up getting ahead, she kind of doesn't care. She will just dash through it. As long as she doesn't get one shot by anything else, she'll happily go for the full commit. So it seems like WE more set up for the 2v2 in the mid jungle, 2v2 in the bottom side, and I feel like they really have to get the ball rolling early on. Otherwise, the Yumi's Eri scaling is going to come online. Jax as well is going to be an absolute menace, because even in these 2v1s, there's not going to be a lot of damage that's going to come down as long as he's got that Counter-Strike up and ready.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the big issues on the side of WE. And generally speaking, WE not been the quickest team in the league anyway during their 6 wins. Not had the quickest game time. So we'll have to wait and see how WE are going to approach this early game. I feel like LNG can play more of the style that we've seen from them across the course of the split. Not my personal favorite style of League of Legends, where you're playing it a bit slower, but for LNG, seems to be their comfort at very least. But I want to I keep saying at very least, I want to see DoomB getting out on the map. That's the big thing, especially post 6, like playing for Dragons, playing for controlling these side lanes, especially in the top lane. If you can get Panda C ahead of Demon on the Jax in the early game, then, I mean, Demon's just going to have a nightmare of a game from that point on.
Yeah, no, we actually saw this matchup played out between Rich and the Shy a couple of weeks ago. And I very graciously had to try and break down a matchup which I hadn't seen in a while. Now we've seen it, and we have first-hand evidence too. Yeah, Jax, if Panda C gets ahead in this matchup, he will absolutely take over. And the thing is, View as well on the Xin Zhao, a lot of the CC and damage comes from that 3 talent strike, which is all auto attacks, which is going to be very, very difficult to get through if Panda C is up levels, has the Counter-Strike skill points up, and it's just going to be off cooldown every 5, 6, 7 seconds. DPSing him is going to be an absolute nightmare. And in the 1v1, Demon can absolutely be dominated. Trying to bring the Ignite here to try and make that 1v1 work, but often not, it kind of just doesn't if you end up falling behind in this matchup.
Yeah, I'm just a little scared for Demon because this is his 3rd game in the LPL, and he's had pretty rough matchups, honestly. But this one, Panda C, like, this is another player that recently was in the LDL, so you should feel like Demon would have a better go of it. But game number 1 of this series did not go his way, and now being kicked out of this top side by Panda C, who gets a nice little trade there, just going back and forth on the autos. And Panda C buying a little bit of space in the top lane. Not much going to come off that early trade, honestly, as we have a very standard level 1 here. A tiny bit of deep vision on the top side there. You can see a red ward on the chickens, or in fact, that's just defensive vision. So no information to start us off, and both junglers starting on the bottom side.
Yeah, and it says to me that there's probably going to be a little bit of action towards this top side. Somewhere where there could also be a fair amount of action is actually Xing and Kadea on this Nami Lucian. You know how much damage it can deal, especially at that level 3 mark, once all of the skills are there. Often not, you'll even see and one adaptation we actually saw was First Strike, I think, yesterday in the LEC from Lucian play. I can't quite recall who it was, but it just makes you deal so much extra burst damage as well.
Yeah.
But
yeah, a little bit of bonus gold as well.
Bonus gold goes the distance, yeah.
Yeah, it certainly can be terrifying down in that bottom side. The Lucian Nami, I think one of my simultaneously favorite and least favorite lanes in the game, depending on which side of the matchup I'm on, is stunned in the mid lane. Flash from Shanks, nicely played by Tarzan. That was beautiful. Oh no, oh, that was close. That was way too close. But Tarzan flashing forwards but holding the W, really nice stuff.
Yeah, really, really great bit of display there. That's what I like to call Viego syndrome. So you know how like when you hit Q with Lee Sin and like the urge to go is just always there.
Telling me no.
It's kind of the same thing for Viego forms as well, and I think Tarzan almost goes down because of that. But a really great play from him. Flash holds onto the Spectral more and just waits for Shanks to reposition. And is able to connect and also shoves out the wave in the mid lane to ensure that DoingB gets a positive reset off. He'll be able to return to his jungle and then potentially look elsewhere for more plays. We'll get a replay of it it's just great discipline, right? As Shanks, there's not really much else you can do. Maybe you flash in a straight line and hope that the Spectral Maul doesn't have enough distance to catch you, but frankly, it probably was almost always going to.
Yeah, tough one for Shanks, but crucially, his flash now on cooldown against the Talia. That sucks. That is not a fun position to be in pre-6 as the Ahri. So could get some more visits in the mid lane from Tarzan. It would be very easy for Doomby to set that up. Big damage onto Xing in this bottom side. He's struggling. This is meant to be the Lucian Nami lane. This is meant to be them dominating.
Yeah, but the thing is, it comes online at level 3. They'd been heavily trading out beforehand, and now that they're level 3, expect the trades to be a little more favored towards Xing and Kadea. But the fact that they don't actually have many resources left, right? Health pots, things like that. They started with Longsword 3 on Xing. He's already gone through all of those. Light only had that one pot. It's definitely not a positive start for this Nami Lucian. Like I said, down in CS as well. But here's where the power spike comes in. But they're just out of resources. Like, they legit just don't have much left.
Yeah. Light just walks up and just starts hitting Xing, and Kadaya basically out of mana, getting a little bit of sustain out, but not enough to go for these all-ins. Demon slowly pushing out here, dashes out to safety, nicely done, drops the ward. Good presence of mind from Demon, knows exactly what's going on in the top side.
Yep, great knowledge, and just 6 seconds. Oh, I'm probably going to be ganked in a second. Steps away, this trade, pretty hefty.
Oh, that's dangerous. Panda C ignited, and that's going to be enough for him to back away. But that's a summon a burn from Demon right there. Nice pressure from Panda C.
Oh my god.
Oh my days.
I'm just going to say Q flash auto W from Panda C. Probably kill Demon, but does he want to take the flip? That's my question. Yes.
Well, he's going to go in.
Yes.
Bit of damage there. Can't get the stun. Can't get the stun. Needs to not go under tower. If he steps onto tower, he's dead. And I think he realizes it. No, he does not. He goes in. And he flashes out. Panda C. That was gorgeous.
That was so silky smooth on that 1v1 dive. Excellent stuff. Both those top lane. It's just the top lane, like, battle of pride. I'm not going to base. No, you're not going to base either. Takes that 1v1. Flashes out as well. And it's such a acute timing to not take that second tower shot with that flash. Really, really great stuff. Replay immediately. Let's just kind of see it, because Counter-Strike's down, so you're kind of expecting that Jax just isn't going to go for this. But as soon as Panda C steps back up, you kind of just know. Q, auto, W, dead. First tower shot comes in. Flash out. The second one doesn't ramp up yet. Doesn't come out of that tower. And he's able to make it out alive. Excellent stuff from Panda C.
Yeah, that was about a split second away, I'm pretty sure. And it could have been disastrous for Panda C if he died, actually, because, you know, Death Timer on top of that without having TP up, maybe could have lost some minions, but Demon now hitting level 6. As in the meantime, on the bottom side, View going to start this Drake up. WE having priority in that bottom side, or at least coming back first on the reset. So Kadaya can just help out with Drake. So nice, easy first Drake of the game there is Demon getting all in while Panda C is a level down. Panda C now hitting level 6, but I got a bit too aggressive on that one. Not a trade that he won.
Yeah, not a trade that he won in the health department at all. Has a biscuit, has a couple of corrupting pots as well, so we'll slowly heal back up Panda C. But you have to remember, really, Needlework gives a lot of flexibility to Gwen's all-in windows, whereas the ultimate for Jax is more or less just resistances to die a little bit less. So I think Panda C can live pretty happy with this one and actually look more proactively for aggressive trades, because he knows that the Needlework and the extended trades just aren't going to be there.
Yeah, Demon continuously trading, but again, as you say, the pot's available for Panda C. So, in fact, he's going to go for a reset right here. Doesn't have TP available, but he knows that this wave is going to slowly but surely push out back towards him. So, taking that opportunity to head back to base, restock those pots as well, and grab Control Ward for himself. In the meantime, these trades at the bottom side as well, still going the way of LNG. We saw Xing and Kadaya try and find that all in, but with the zoomies coming out from Lumao, it feels impossible for Xing to actually find significant pressure.
Yeah, definitely a lane that WE haven't really been paying too much mind to as well, when you kind of consider what View's been up to on the map so far, which hasn't admittedly been too much. And again, I think a lot of that actually comes from a relatively low amount of setup in these lanes from WE, and it's kind of limiting what he can do. Of course, did pick up that early dragon, which is very good. Gonna get the Skull Crab, hopefully, for himself. Panda C is making his way down. He's got the smite.
Yeah, we've got a bit of an all-in here. Okay, Crescent Guard just dropped. I like that from View, though. the respect from the Panda C is like, no, I've got the crab. I'm out of here. Not going to waste any time.
Flash ult for Skull Crab. I'll call that a W if I'm... Sorry,
I'll make that trade every day.
I'll make that trade.
That doesn't mean it's a
every
good
day.
play, but I'll make that trade.
Yeah, exactly. But great collapse from LNG. Toynbee cuts off that path of the retreat, forces View to have the flash. And actually, to be honest with you, LNG could probably look in the next couple of ways once they bounce back.
Oh, Xing's in trouble. Going to be rooted up the final chapter, doing a lot of work here. Light goes for the exhaust as well. Xing flashed on, and the Zeri Yumi. Boy, do they have zoomies. Double kill for Light and Lu Mao.
How have Light and Lu Mao out 2v2'd Nami Lucian? I just have no idea, honestly. But to be honest, now that they've hit this level 6 mark, you know what I'm just going to say? They've scaled, I guess, question mark. As Shank's now potentially in danger.
Oh, no. Flash comes out, but it doesn't matter. Another kill for LNG, and it's just gone from 0 to 100 on the Rift here, and suddenly WE in serious trouble.
Yeah, it looks like by looking at the HUD that Shanks actually blew Spirit Rush off screen whilst he was looking at that 2v2 in the bottom side. We'll get a look at what exactly happens as Xing and Kadea just both get hit by the Zerioma, and that final chapter as well just kind of locks them down in place. There's not enough return damage that can ever stand up to this when they didn't really have the health bars to begin with. The Light and Lu Mao just went out pretty heavy-handedly in this 2v2. Really disappointed, I suppose. When you see a Nami Lucian lane, especially into Zeri Yumi, you would expect that Xing and Kadea would have the advantage, but they've been down in CS for a little while. They've been down in pressure as well. Now they finally get 2v2 killed.
It's a tough game here for WE. 2,000 gold down, but at least Xing will get some plates for himself. Should be able to get a second one as well. Panda C and Demon trading at the top side. Panda C trying to retreat here. The need to work. If it lands, this could be an opportunity for Demon to redeem himself. And he will take down Panda C.
All right, Panda C's over-aggression, shall we say, finally punished by Demon in the 1v1. The Ignite, the needlework comes in. Not quite respecting how much damage the rundown can really have. It was pretty nice of Panda C to at the very least dodge out one of those needleworks, but still just didn't have the health bars to survive. The rest of the burst damage will have teleport and make it back to a lot of this wave, but still giving Demon a solo kill in a winning matchup. One that you picked into as well is not necessarily the way you want to play out. Can't get too complacent still with the matchup, but has to find any avenue he feels to pick up a win.
Yeah. This feels very messy from both teams. Like, there's not many games where you see so many solo kills going across and 2v2 kills, right? We see Light and Lu Mao just straight up 2v2ing Xing and Kadea. We see Demon and Panda just going at it in the top side. Panda getting a solo kill, then Demon answering with a solo kill of his own. This game feels kind of solo queue-esque, honestly. And now Shanks could be trouble in the mid lane as well. Moves over to try and protect himself. Has to use that Spirit Rush. That'll be a big cooldown.
Big cooldown indeed. And that's kind of the thing with the interaction as well I was talking about with the Ahri. It doesn't interrupt the dash, right? It just stuns you when you go through it. So doesn't quite get locked down. In this particular instance, is a replay of the solo kill for Demon. As you can see, steps up Panda C with the Counter-Strike. He's actually a level down taking that trade. And then looks to step up again without Counter-Strike being up. Gets clipped by the first needlework and that slows him down. Dodges out mostly on the second, but the snip and the third and final one is enough to take him down. Just over eagerness to try and push his advantage in that 1v1, and Demon punishes on the corner.
Yeah, very nicely done, and it's a Drake taken by LNG as well here. So, my brain just switched the scoreboard around for a second. It was a Drake taken by LNG, but yeah, it will just be Herald slammed down in the bottom side. Light going to be able to get a massive amount of gold off the back of this one. And LNG already had a big gold lead for themselves, but that's just going to extend it even further. Oh, View's caught here. View does have flash. Will get over the wall, keeps himself safe. But I like this. We wanted productivity from LNG. We're getting it.
Yeah, absolutely we are. And it's definitely looking relatively consistent as well. It's just been Panda C who's died, of course, in that 1v1. So the rest of the map been playing out as cleanly as we've asked for, to be honest with you. Despite the messiness that has definitely been there from both sides, LNG still relatively focused in terms of getting Light all of these resources. I think I just saw him finish off that shield bow. I think he also had gold for a couple of components as well, not just the dagger. But still, one item at 12 minutes into the game is pretty damn accelerated for an AD carry when you've already got tier 2 boots as well. And are looking to get towards the top side and potentially take down a couple of plates before those drop off in a minute's time.
I mean, Light is basically at the same position that he was on the Kalista last game, right? Same items as well, same amount of kills. Like, Light just seems to get ahead in these games. Xing and Kadaya having a really hard time of it. And when you play the Lucian Nami and you fall this far behind early on, like, there really isn't that much redemption that can come through for you, aside from maybe Kadaya building it as an item. It's going to be a tough one here for WE, as Light now moving up to the top side. He wants a couple more plates. We'll be able to find one. They're going to time out in 40 seconds. Maybe Light can get just one more off this next wave.
Maybe. It looks like Xing and Kadea will move up here and try and hover. Tarzan has the cat on his back, just looking for a little bit of invade action, whilst Light shoves up the top side by himself. We'll see whether or not he ends up picking up another play. It looks like he'll actually want to go and rotate over, as Tarzan will have to blow the Heartbreak up to make it out of that position. But he got the red buff, so massive W for him.
I'll take that. And especially with Viego, the ult cooldown doesn't feel that big of a deal. Like, it's important, but if you find a kill early on in a fight, you still get to ult in the fight. So it's not as big of a deal as a lot of other junglers' ultimates. So in the meantime, Light back up in this top side, just crashing wave after wave after wave. There's no one here to answer right now. We are going to see Xing and Kadaya moving on over, but I don't know, Light may be able to just finish this tower off before they even get it.
Yeah, there's a shield bow and a dagger and a Yuumi that is going to get a couple of spell thieves and then really hop back on with a bit of AD afterwards. Looks like it's gone. Pretty much, though.
Quite. Xing trying to all in here. Light half HP. Culling is going to be down. Xing can't quite finish that kill off. Can't quite make it happen. Light going to crash a wave, and even if he can't finish off the tower, the minions might well do it at this point, unless someone else tanks that tower. A stiff breeze will knock it over. As in comes Do and B, and Xing's been baited and outsmarted. Dashes over, flashes out, keeps himself alive. TP from Demon. As WE look like they want the fight, but there's no fight to be had, and look where Panda C is. He's just pushing away.
Yeah, no teleport on Panda C, and LNG just disengage the fight. There's nothing to fight over now that they've picked up that tower. And WE don't have any means of getting into the fight off the back of the teleport coming in. So it's just teleport to topside to reset. Riftmaker will come in for Demon, and on the bottom side, Panda C just gets a whole bunch of time to farm out the waves, pick up this Grump here. And he should have that Divine Sunder probably picked up on the next reset. Blue buff as well, just because he can.
This feels really bad for WE. That's a huge cooldown bit with the teleport. It means Panda C, in about a minute's time, when his teleport comes back off cooldown, he can find a flank opportunity that Demon won't be able to answer. Good little bubble from Kadaya onto Tarzan here as WE start this Herald off. But I don't know if they can turn it into much more. Laser comes out. Oh my god! Where did Kadaya go? Now the rest of the fight is Tarzan trying to get the resets, but he will fall. Jungler down for LNG as WE try and turn this into a Herald for themselves. Can they actually contest this one? Because View, low on HP, backs away, and even though LNG lose their jungler, they still pick this Herald up.
Well, that's absolutely absurd. Get the Herald. Looks like Boingby will pick it up. And yeah, that is one of the, unfortunate weaknesses of piloting Nami. You are pretty fragile. You get one shot quite quickly. I even looked away for a fraction of a second and looked away. Kadea was dead. And yeah, it's pretty unfortunate for him. And even with the loss of Tarzan, still able to pick up the Herald LNG. And we'll see what they get done with that replay on our screens. Let's just look at Kadea get one shot because it looked pretty funny. Nothing else to say. It just looked really funny. He's dead. Simple as that. Boulder, Heartbreaker, knocked through the Unraveled Earth. Just a lot of burst damage to stand up to. And Tarzan does get jumped on quite quickly. Unfortunately, for the side of WE, he isn't able to pick up another form. Otherwise, that fight could have been even more one-sided than it was looking like it would be.
Light's in trouble, or is he? The Zoomies just keep him safe. The culling not enough. Light survives comfortably here. TP from Panda C and from Shanks, as Shanks just about gets away from the Counter-Strike laser in the mid lane. View in trouble, will back away and keep himself safe. So a tense moment for both teams, but nobody go down.
Yep. No, but man, how broken is Yuumi? I do not like the champion. Boingby over the wall. That's a big laser as well.
They're separated, and the double knockback comes through from Do and B as well. Shanks over the wall, but taken down. Tarzan can't quite get the reset. Goes down for his trouble. Panda C with a counter-strike. Actually falls as well. WE finding finding two on this one, sorry. As there's a Yuumi hidden away on someone's shoulder. WE in a 3v3 trying to clear this Herald out. Do and B moving forward. Misses the knock-up, though. It will be LNG backing off.
All right, LNG still get that tier 1 tower. Tarzan went a little bit deep. Same thing for Panda C there, just following his jungler. I can appreciate the hand holding on the play. But WE still lose out on the objective. The kill trades still kind of nice to see them go positively, but my continued worry grows for W when pertaining to Light and Lumao on this Zeri Yuumi, because they are continuing to just dish out so much damage. That Spartan, I'm going to continue to call it the Spartan Laser, hits 3 people into this Unraveled Earth, which somehow managed to hit both of them. They looked a little bit far for it to hit both, but hey, Tarzan dives in, finds the kill onto Shanks, but unfortunately takes a little bit too much burst damage as the rest of LNG on the tower, except for Panda C, who was following his jungler to the death.
Look, I respect the commitment from LNG, though. Everyone just jumping in, because I feel like that's the big thing that LNG have been missing, is a bit of synergy, a bit of cooperation. And, well, Light's going in again. Xing, not long for this world, just gets one shot here, and I'm loving this combo of the Zeri Yuumi from Light and Lumao. Clearly a drilled combo, clearly something where they know how much damage they can do.
Did we just get Munchables on record saying he likes Yuumi? Sounds a bit questionable to me. Panda C looking for the 1v1, but it looks like Demon's got the health advantage here.
Yeah, and he's on the wrong side of the play as well. Panda C trying to escape, but I think he will actually get away with this one. No way does he start that Grom. Panda C. You're an absolute madman. He's an absolute madman, but the counter-strike keeps him alive there. Yep. Kadaya taking a massive chunk. In comes to a B. Tarzan's in too early, though, and we'll just get taken down. Big pick for WE. Maybe they can get onto Light as well, but looks like Light is going to be safe. Actually, Light going aggressive on this one. They're 2v4, and they just don't care. B now moving into the play as well. Demon on the front line, buying space. The flick back from B. This is 3v5, and Light dashes over the wall. Taken down finally. Xing barely surviving, but survive he will. And WE punish the over-aggression.
You just said, Munch, that LNG were finally playing a little more coordinatedly, but I think they're getting a little bit too ahead of themselves, having a little bit too much fun with this game. Yes, you do, on paper and honestly just one-to-one, contextually outscale WE. LNG, not gonna lie, but don't get overzealous. W can still very easily punish you like they just did. Light didn't have the ultimate, same thing for Lumao on this play, so you know, the threat of the play is a lot less, well, threatening, because they just used a lot of their tools here to absolutely one-shot Xing in the mid lane, Xing rather, in the mid lane. And once he's down, sure, you have, you know, a lot of wiggle room to work with, shall we say. But Tarzan just doesn't make it over the wall of the Heartbreaker, gets bubbled, gets charmed, one shot on the plane. You can see now Light and Lumao on the bottom side split away from Doinby. Doinby has to rotate down and kind of wait for W to cede that ground. But you can see the damage threat just isn't quite as much without the Yuumi ultimate there, without the Zeri ultimate, and this charm just connects the very tip onto Light, and they're able to just get the chase down in, and Lumao also gets knocked up and cannot rejoin into the shoulder of Doinby.
Yeah, tough one there. 97 on the scoreboard, and you know what? It's not a clean game from LNG, but my god, is it a fun one. And I've been wanting LNG to play more aggressively, to be a better team to watch all split long. They have played so slow, and it hasn't felt like the players that we were watching. Not anymore, apparently, as B corrals WE in. Panda C decides against the all-in, though. They decide against the engage. They were setting up Drake up in 25 seconds here as Tarzan moves forward. WE staying stacked up as the vision denied here. Panda C rejoining his team. No significant tank on either team. It's a difficult one to engage here, as Tarzan could be left alone on this one. Everfrost has to ult out of the play as Panda C threatens the back line. Light using his ultimate, stacking that lightning, but caught by a charm and annihilated. WE looking for the redemption run that we talked about. A double kill for Xing as Tarzan left to flee. B, though, still going on this one, but backs away.
Yeah, Light just walks into that charm, really well aimed by Shanks. Just off the back of that single piece of CC, WE, they're able to turn this fight around. The redemption road, the fight is on. Munchables, it's still doable. They can still make it. It starts here with those 2 kills of that dragon, and maybe they can find the turnaround. If they can continue to find Light in some of these team fights. Panda C as well just isn't really geared yet to team fight. Let's get a look at the replay.
Time for WE monologue at this point. It starts with failure. But then the success comes. Massive fight here for WE. And I mean, Xing grabbing this double kill. That charm out from Shanks gorgeous stuff.
Yeah, and it's from here at this point where, you know, the DPS threat of LNG significantly drops. Panda C is kind of just caught pandering in the middle of the team fight. He's just walking around. He can't really find anybody to hit. He can't find anybody to stun with that Counter-Strike either. Able to be turned around on, and the rest of LNG more focused on effectively just surviving, as there's no real threat also of Tarzan finding a reset without that Heartbreaker ultimate up and available, had to use it defensively.
Yeah, you know, pandas, they are an endangered animal, and I don't know if you've seen the videos online, but there's a very good reason for that, because the food that they eat is really not very good for them. They constantly just jump off of giant walls and cliffs and stuff like that. They're just permanently rolling around and wrestling with each other. Yeah, like that's an example of it in Panda C's team fighting right there. Bit of a weird one. TP, though, and he wants to redeem himself. That would be 1v4 if you go in on that one. There have been some wacky TPs today, Jimada.
Yeah, it really has. And I think LNG just... I think we had, I want to say it was live in the sort of intro video of either this game or game number 1. Say, we just have to not in. We'll probably be fine. I think we need to take a little bit of that advice right now. LNG, just, again, I think some of the overconfidence kind of bleeding into the gameplay a touch. As they had a pretty firm control of this game maybe 5-10 minutes ago, but just giving a couple more kills over to WE, giving them the items to, at the very least, stand, you know, punch for punch, pound for pound. And when you take a look at the inventories, because they are matching pretty much across the board, right? Even Panda C, you could argue, right now is behind on Demon, who's gone for the Shadow Flame second, so just maximum damage output that he's looking for. Panda C still waiting for that second item to come in. I imagine he's pretty close, because he's only sitting on a pickaxe.
Yeah, fairly close at this point. Panda C trying to threaten Demon, but we'll back away in the end. So at what point in this matchup does Panda C come online? Because I was led to believe this was a counter matchup in favor of Jax, but that has not been the case so far this game. Like, how many items does it take before Jax can really threaten the 1v1?
I mean, normally, even as early as 1 item, I think this game has just been a little bit strange, shall we say. Demon found the solo kill, of course, on Panda C, just because he was getting a little bit too happy in his lane, shall we say. And right now, it looks like Panda C is just not really at his second item mark right now.
Well,
and,
I mean,
Demon,
it's time to find out who can win the 1v1, right? Demon snipping away. Panda C forced to retreat. Cannot face up against that needlework. Just going to channel the recall instead. Light arrives to clear the wave. Well, I guess we found out. It's not at this point. We need more items on the Jax.
If he bases and picks up a second Hullbreaker, okay, I think the stats should probably give him the edge on Demon now. But honestly, I'm not too sure. I think we're going to have to just wait for them to butt heads again. The Hullbreaker is obviously a very strong scaling 1v1 item, but it's not the likes of, you know, a duelist item like a Blade King, or just outright having maybe a Wit's End to sort of take a lot less damage from what is a very high damage build bar from Demon, right? Shadow Flame, a whole bunch of AP, Magic Pen, even has a Needle Zero Rod on top of that as well.
Yeah, I'm liking it, though. I like this aggressive build from Demon. Just wants to one-shot everyone in a team fight, apparently, with the needlework. And, you know, it's good to see Demon having a good game for himself, because this is his 3rd game of the split. Not really had good performances to kick off his LPL career. So it's good to see him showing up a little bit in this game, managing to take it to Panda C in that laning phase. You know, 1-1-6 on the scoreboard, going for an interesting build where he wants to be a big carry.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, you look towards the side of LNG, a lot of squishy members when it comes to tanking up magic damage. So all it's going to take is Demon finding his way into the backline once and just hitting multiple members with that needlework. And yeah, he's going to kind of shred through the health bars of LNG quite quickly. One very crucial item breakpoint I would like to highlight as this 3rd dragon approaches is once Lamel picks up that Mikhails, because we've seen Light get hit by 2 charms back to back. And of course, running the barrier means that he doesn't have cleanse. However, once that Mikhails actually comes in, Light will have a lot more freedom to do what he wants in these team fights, because if he just gets Mikhails out of that charm immediately, then he can obviously respond. And
great little ult there from DoinB, just blocking WE off from contesting this Drake. Nice stuff there. And crucially as well, you're talking about Light, right? 3 items at this point. Infinity Edge finished off, so he's going to be really dishing out the damage. 3 items for DoinB in that mid lane as well. You've got 2 items on your top and your jungler. And then, as you say, Mikhail's just around the corner for Lu Mao. So feeling like LNG are in a pretty nice spot at this stage, but not massively ahead, especially compared to where they were earlier on in the game. But I think that they've acknowledged that, right? What we saw earlier on was, you know, just charging at WE, trying to just brute force these fights, realizing it's not working, realizing they can't just manhandle their opponent, and they've started to take it slow. They've got that Soul coming up in 4 minutes and 20 seconds. There's Baron on the map that they can play around. I like that LNG are playing with a little bit of respect and not throwing games away.
Yeah, definitely started to look like it from that sort of 18 to 24 minute mark, but yeah, definitely the last 5 minutes or so they just calmed themselves down. I think that's the crucial thing, just taking a second to kind of just focus back in the game. It's very easy when you start to get a lead like what we are seeing for Light and Lumal to just get ahead of yourselves, step too far forward. Same thing with Panda C, who's been playing, I think it's very safe to say, recklessly at multiple times throughout this game, and over the course of the last couple of minutes we've seen less of that. WE, you can see their options in terms of actually finding picks have slowly dwindled because LNG haven't been giving them those opportunities.
Demon pushing up in this bottom side. There's a stun coming on through. Is this the moment where Panda C outscales? We'll have to find out. Demon, though, has a TP, has reinforcements from Shanks, and stops Panda C going for the all-in. In the meantime, here comes 2&B. They want a 2v2. 2&B actually finding a 2v1 here as he jumps over to that side of the wall. In the meantime, 3v3 in the mid lane. Kadaya's almost gone already. Xing locked up and taken down. There's the reset for Tarzan as View. Next on the chopping block, uses the Crescent Strike. Tarzan has to escape himself, but Light's still going. And that's all that matters for LNG. A knock back onto View and an opportunity for a Baron.
Yes, finally LNG find themselves a fight which is wholeheartedly in their favor. They find the resets as well for Tarzan. And Light, crucially, doesn't get one shot in a team fight. And look at that, LNG win. Who would have thought? The Baron is already at 3.5k. There's no jungler for WE. Are they still going to look to contest without some of the key ultimates? It looks like they were definitely toying with the idea, but LNG had forced them away. And LNG will walk away with Baron and all 5 members. Finally, the clean play that we needed from them to see whether or not they can actually snowball and close this game out.
Yeah, massive pickup for LNG, and it feels like that is now going to be the catalyst to speed this one up and for LNG to start to pressure WE a little bit more. Let's take a look at the start again, because we were looking at the bottom lane at this point. Oh my god.
Nerf it!
That
Nerf it!
Nerf
it already! Nerf it! I need to see less of this Spartan laser nonsense. Like, I get it. It's Nami, half health, very squishy champion. Cool, 3 items, yada yada yada. Does it look healthy? Much, because it doesn't look healthy to me. They're able to run down Light, of course.
Here's the thing, right?
Yeah.
I know they reduced the cooldown of Lux ultimate to make her more viable, but then they just replaced her with a champion that does it every 4 seconds instead. Like, the range at which Zeri can do that, she's meant to be a short-range AD carry, and yet she can just one-shot a Nami from halfway across the map. It is completely absurd. Let's take a look at the map, though, as we'll stop ranting. Oh, no, View in trouble. He will be knocked to safety here on the right side of the plate. Knocked back, though. Big damage onto View. Half his HP gone already. And now look at this. LNG pressuring top side, pressuring bot side, looking for towers.
Yes, they are. Panda C on the top side as well, as View gets knocked back in. Ultimate will save his life, though. LNG will, however, still pick up this tier 2 on the bottom side, and it seems like Demon may have been forced away on the top side. Either way, he's given the window up to Panda C to pick up that tier 2 as well, so a lot of gold just being swung into the favor of LNG off the back of this Baron. Power play you can see in the top right hands of your screens. 3.7k just drop down as a couple of creeps starting to fall in to WE's hands. And LNG just take the reset. Very happy with those towers. Probably going to be looking to fight at that Infernal Dragon, pick up the soul, and go from there.
Yeah, 40 seconds on that soul. As Xing and Kadaya try and fight for priority. You can see View alongside them. In fact, the whole gang from WE moving over here, but doing being Tarzan should be enough to just clear this wave and maintain river control here. The laser comes out. Shanks manages to avoid it. Demon in the brush. Panda C needs to be a little cautious. But LNG, they have the waves pushing in both side lanes as well. So WE going to lose a lot of resources for contesting here. And Light just needs one laser with everyone grouped up like that. Shanks, there goes half his health. 700
so
magic
balanced.
damage.
Yes. more poke damage from AD Zeri. Yes,
oh my
God,
God,
it's
Shanks.
so balanced.
Oh no, View's in trouble now as well. Light stacking. Oh no, he can use the Weaver's Wall to buff his laser as well. Waiting for the W. Shanks just about gets away. But the final chapter onto View as I nearly die on my own saliva. It's going to be Demon chased into the Dragon Pit, stunned on up, and finished off. That'll be Soul. It's a double kill for Light in the meantime as Kadaya probably got one shot by a laser.
Yeah.
And now it'll be LNG finishing this one off.
Look, I know as a caster, part of my job is trying to keep my cool and not get emotional. But what is that, man? It just looks so disgusting. LNG, Light on this series in particular, has been an absolute monster. Yes, they had a little bit of fun in the mid-game. And it seems like the fun has come to an end. They're onto the Nexus Towers. W, unfortunately, are going to take their 2-0 loss. And with this, Munch, I don't think they're going to make it to playoffs, mate. I think the dream might be dead.
This is heartbreaking for WE fans everywhere. That is it. WE are officially out of playoffs contention. It only took them 12 losses, but they are now out of the running. LNG, though, on a positive note, keeping their hopes of fighting for a higher seed alive. They are 7-7 now in the standings with 2 series to go. So possible for them to get up to 9 wins here, and would be a reasonable position to finish off. And I feel like we have seen some positives here today from LNG. You can see clearly, when the players are laughing that hysterically at the end of things, I'm not sure they necessarily were taking that game as seriously as perhaps they could have. But ultimately, still a win, still a great series from LNG, and a bit of confidence probably restored within the team.
Yeah, and again, from specifically the Game 1 draft, seeing a lot more aggression come out from LNG is definitely a very big positive. We spoke about at relative length after Game 1 and during Game 1, honestly, about how there was a lot more scaling and a lot more slow gameplay kind of being brought to the LNG side, and how we not necessarily disliked it, but it's not what we wanted to see, I suppose, as pundits and or even fans to a degree. And finally seeing that at least against WE is nice to see that they're actually capable of playing the style, but it's about whether or not they can play that style against some of the more aggressive teams as well in the LPL, the teams that will, fight you tooth and nail in the early game with those kind of compositions. Still, seeing them execute, especially in Game 1, a lot cleaner than they did in Game 2, is a really big bonus for LNG. And I think the other key thing is they were all on the same page today. Yes, again, with the caveat into WE, but that's the important part.
Well, mostly. There were some weird moments, but yeah, definitely an improvement on the coordination, that's for sure. I just want to address something that you accused me of during the game as well. You accused me of enjoying a Yumi. I will say, I'm going to own up to it. I did enjoy this Yumi, because, you know what? Light and Lumao did not play like they had a Yumi in that lane. They went aggressive, they dominated the 2v2, and then anytime anyone stepped up, they dashed forwards, used the ultimate, and just one-shot them.
Okay.
If you're going to play Yumi like that, I'm on board, Lumao. That's the kind of Yumi I want to see.
All right, you know what, chat? You heard what he said. He likes Yumi. Lock him up. Pitchforks, whole 9 yards. Get him in prison ASAP. Munch just admitted that he's a war criminal. Who would have thought of everybody on the LPL? LNG.
I wish I hadn't done it live on recorded television. Because now that's going to be brought up in court. It's going to be a nightmare.
Good luck. Good luck pleading your case against this hard evidence, buddy. All right.
I know. Twitter's going to be a nightmare for the next week, that's for sure. Ultimately, though, all memes aside, this is a fantastic win for LNG because they were on a loss streak as well. Like, even if it is just WE that they're beating, like, it's still a positive. It's still going to bring some morale back to the team. Like, just getting a win, especially a fun win like that, a confident win like that, it's always going to feel good.
Yeah, absolutely. As you know, I didn't even notice Lumao finished up the warding. I can't remember the first part of it. I think it's like something Ixtal. Or it's just called like Wardstone of Ixtal or something like that. It's not an item you see very frequently. Infinitely scales, if I recall correctly. Cool item to see in Lumao's inventory. But yeah, like you said, seeing LNG have a little bit of fun here, definitely important. The playoff standings, the important part. Still a good couple of series. I can't remember which teams in the middle of the pack have a good couple of series left. I think they've only got 2 series now left, LNG. So every win that they can get helps. And of course, winning confidently, even against some of the teams that are towards the bottom of the standings, very important when it comes to moving towards playoffs. And I think tangibly feeling the progress of just development, in my opinion, as well. It's very key to the confidence of the lineup.
So just because out of interest, it's called Vigilant Wardstone. It's not Vigilant. The name of the item doesn't have Ixtal in it, and the upgraded version is Watchful Wardstone. However, the bonus that it gives is called the Blessing of Ixtal.
That
then gives 12% bonus attack damage, health, ability power, and ability haste. theoretically could be a strong item. We basically never see it because, generally speaking, it's worse than all the other items.
Yeah.
However, I guess Yuumi is one of the champions where maybe you could justify it, or maybe Lu Mao just knew that this game was done, and he doesn't get to buy that often, so just went for it. I could believe either scenario.
Me too. The item is supposed to be good though. Like it has this this weird scaling aspect to it, but yeah, supports normally don't get more than one item. Yumi's the basic exception to that. Picks up 2 because you don't need boots. Yada yada yada. Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out if there's like a weird scenario where if you're playing someone like a Veigar or a Rise, where you scale really, really well, if the 12% AP and ability haste could be
It's actually
worth more than an actual tier 3 item. I feel like there are probably scenarios where that could be true.
Huh.
In like a 6-item scenario where Veigar's been farming all game.
Yeah, I think
I'm just saying.
Yeah, I think on Veigar, because Veigar actually has infinitely scaling AP. Thresh also has infinitely scaling AP. When you think about it, Thresh souls, but that also gives armor a little less AP. Yeah, we're clutching at straws here for this item. I don't know why. We just thought, Mudge, save us, please. Give us sense.
I cannot save you. I am but a mere mortal, I'm afraid. I am at the whim of people like Shakarez who tell me what items are good and what's not. And then I still build collector anyway. Who am I to speak? It's been a hell of a day, Jamada. It has been a hell of a day. We had a banger of a first series. The second one, you know, WE.
Yeah.
Hang on. Let me just.
What are you?
On behalf of WE fans everywhere, I'm officially
the tinfoil hat.
Destroying the tinfoil hat. It's over. The dream is dead. Isn't it? Isn't it depressing? Let's take a look at our MVP as we wrap this one up. I believe it was Light once again. Got it in game number 1. The Zeri in game number 2. I mean, just doing disgusting things to the enemy team.
Yeah, Zeri Yuumi. It's really disgusting if you don't fall behind. Who would have guessed it? It's why we see this combination very commonly even split up, right? We at the very start of the split when Zeri was S tier, if Zeri got first picked, or even Yuumi got first picked, you would see the enemy team immediately just pick the other half just to ensure that they're not on the same bottom lane. And it's for reasons like this, right? The 2v2 coming out into other bottom lanes, you can occasionally expect it. Into Nami Lucian, definitely not something you would commonly expect.
It's not meant to win.
It's not meant to win. It's not meant to win. Plain and simple. But yeah, you can see time and time again, just hopping over the wall, static crash, and then just, yeah, immediate one-shot of whoever, unfortunately, is in front of them. Do they have the B-roll of Light, like hitting 3 different Spartan lasers on Shanks? I hope it's in this replay package. It is, I think. Yeah, Shanks is already low HP. There you go. Like, nerf it, man. Just nerf the W. Just nerf the W out. I can die happy if I know that ability doesn't half health anybody that gets
I'm
hit
going to be
by.
honest, Jamada. I'm hoping you just don't die. Like, whether or not it gets nerfed, I don't think you need to die for that. I don't think that's linked to your mortality in any way. So, but then I could be wrong. I don't know what kind of deals you've signed with the devil. We'll have to wait and see. So that's a whole different conversation. That's a whole can of worms. Yeah. Definitely a much-needed win for LNG. Still room for improvement. The fact that these wins were a little shaky, especially the first one, leaving a lot of room for improvement here for LNG. But ultimately, a win is a win, and they'll be happy with that.
Yeah, and now in the standings, moving up to 7-7, right? Very confidently. I know they've got RA in their final 2 series. I can't remember their other opponent though much. I think that's something you're going to have to tell us in a second, hopefully. But yeah, still very confidently going to be in playoffs, and I'm expecting and hoping that we can see more of the aggression that we saw today in this series against WE, against some of the other top opponents that they are likely to face off against, because that is the caliber of the LNG roster that we were expecting, and hopefully we can get to finally see it come to fruition in summer playoffs.
I love how you've not been able to remember something and made that my issue.
Yes.
So now it looks like I'm the one that forgot it, even though you're the one that brought it up. It's RA and Weibo is
there
the
you
answer
go.
of the 2 remaining teams for LNG. Let's take a look at our results as we round things up today. It's been a fun day at Games, Jamada. It's been a pleasure having you on the LPL once again. And V5 versus OMG, a massive upset for OMG. And, bad news for V5 fans as this team needs to figure some stuff out. But again, really excited for MG. And then obviously 2-0 to LNG as well.
Yeah, I think from the perspective of V5, we'll talk about them for a little bit. I think for OMG, obviously very positive, but for V5, yeah, I think if you're rooting for them, a very, very troubling set of results over the last couple of weeks. I think obviously losing to JDG, not so bad. Losing to Weibo definitely felt bad in the moment, but losing to OMG so deep into the split, maybe the alarm bells do have a good reason to ring, right? Especially in the manner that they lost in some of those games is the crucial thing. But again, for OMG, now excited to see how they are hopefully going to be looking moving towards playoffs.
We'll have to wait and see. Playoffs just around the corner now, because this is the last day of Week 8. We're headed to Week 9 tomorrow. Let's take a look at the games that'll be coming to your screen to kick Week 9 off as well. AL versus RNG actually could be a real banger. RNG looking really good recently, though. Managing to beat JDG yesterday. Like, that's a team that I've really got my eye on. And AL, they have 4 series left, and they have 4 top teams to face. So we'll see how they're going to perform to kick the day off tomorrow. But Jamada, we're just about to round this show out. Any final thoughts you want to pass on to our audience before you go away again?
Yeah, I'm going to be going away again for a little while, guys, unfortunately. But it's been an absolute pleasure. It's been a blast. I've been able to cast with one of my good friends I've been able to make here in esports. And thankfully, almost every single day I've been here, whether it's just by sheer luck or whether or not I do just cause bad issues for V5, we've had absolutely amazing series come up. So it's been an absolute pleasure. It's been a treat. And also thank you, LPL fam, for being so welcoming to me.
Oh, thank you for joining us. You've been absolutely smithing it, as always, Jamada. It's been a pleasure having you on the show once again. But that is about it from us today. We're going to wrap things up. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Thank you, Jamada, for joining us once again. And thank you, production, for making it all happen. We will see you guys tomorrow in Twitch chat. But until then, we'll see you in Champ Select. Cheers, guys.